I'm hearing it. There's a lot of background noise.
Oh. Our top story tonight, some going down in November.
Wars, spending, wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil. Does Biden know what Mexico is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at? I think Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem?
Complete, absolute incompetence.
Like, who funds the news? It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
Excuse me. I burped live for the army of people that are gonna watch this live stream. Excuse me. Yeah, it's still bad static, dude.
Our top story tonight, some going down in November.
Wars, spending, wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil. Does Biden know what Mexico is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at? I think Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem?
Complete, absolute incompetence.
Like, who funds the news? It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
Our top story tonight, some going down in November.
Wars, spending, wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil. Does Biden know what Mexico is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at? I think Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem?
Complete, absolute incompetence.
Like, who funds the news? It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
You still getting that?
I gotta wait till we hear ourselves.
No, I'm asking you if you're still getting it right now.
No, but when you hear
Our
your
top story tonight, some going down in November.
Wars, spending, wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil. Does Biden know what Mexico is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at? I think Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem?
Complete, absolute incompetence.
Like, who funds the news? It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
Our top story tonight, some going down in November.
Wars, spending, wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil. Does Biden know what Mexico is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at?
I think Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem?
Complete, absolute incompetence.
Like, who funds the news?
It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
Our top story tonight, some going down in November.
Wars, spending, wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil. Does Biden know what Mexico is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at?
I think Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem?
Complete, absolute incompetence.
Like, who funds the news?
It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
Our top story tonight, some going down in November.
Wars, spending, wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil. Does Biden know what Mexico is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at?
I think Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem?
Complete, absolute incompetence.
Like, who funds the news?
It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
Our top story tonight, some going down in November.
Wars, spending, wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil. Does Biden know what Mexico is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at?
I think Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem?
Complete, absolute incompetence.
Like, who funds the news?
It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
Our top story tonight, some going down in November.
Wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil. Does Biden know what Mexico is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at?
I think Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem?
Complete, absolute incompetence. Like, who funds the news? It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
Our top story tonight, some going down in November.
Wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil. Does Biden know what Mexico is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at?
I think Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem?
Complete, absolute incompetence. Like, who funds the news? It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
Our top story tonight, some going down in November.
Wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil. Does Biden know what Mexico is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at?
I think Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem?
Complete, absolute incompetence. Like, who funds the news? It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
Our top story tonight, some going down in November.
Wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil. Does Biden know what Mexico is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at?
I think Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem?
Complete, absolute incompetence. Like, who funds the news? It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
Our top story tonight, some going down in November.
Wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil. Does Biden know what Mexico is? Wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil. Does Biden know what Mexico is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at?
I think Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem?
Complete, absolute incompetence. Like, who funds the news? It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
Cool with that.
All right, here we are. We're live. It's election night. The Veritas Road. Carson here with Murph. Our top story tonight, John's falling over his freaking chair because he can't walk around. And also, our other top story tonight, voters who are headed towards the polls today were surprised when they cast their vote that they actually voted for somebody other than who they planned to vote for because they saw a campaign sign on their way there. Why do people have those? I don't feel like those do a damn thing.
It's no different than be like, thank you, John. That was a close one. It's no different. It's no different than like, you put the UT balls, flag outside of your front porch. It's just like that. This is what team you're on.
You just have to show off with
I'm eating a cheddar pepper right now.
Whatever stuff you're on.
Yeah. No, it's not going to change anybody's mind.
It just seems so pointless to me.
How much money do you think they spend on those signs all over the flag outside of your front porch? It's just like that.
Whoa, are you hearing that?
You're on.
John, you're playing us back to show off with
I'm eating a cheddar pepper right now.
Whatever stuff you're on.
Yeah. No, it's not going to change anybody's mind. I
It
wonder how
just
much
seems
I'm hearing
so
what I
pointless
just
to
said.
me.
How much money do you think they spend on those
You gotta mute
signs
Twitter
all
or
over the
YouTube.
flag outside
Echo,
your
echo,
front
echo.
porch? You know, it's just like that. Whoa, are you hearing that?
John, you're
You
playing us
just have
back to
to
us.
show off with
Yeah, I'm eating a cheddar. Technical difficulties.
Good heavens. So yeah, you're just showing. But why do people feel the need to do that? I mean, it's so weird.
They
to
take
me.
pride in their team, man.
Is that what it is?
It's about self-identity. I mean, it really is. I'm not joking.
Like, explain that a little bit more, then, or at least what you think, because I've never understood.
They're going to be
it.
like, "Oh, look at me. I am a Republican or I'm a Democrat, and I feel value in being in part of this group because of what they believe in, and I'm doing something." You know, they feel involved. It's just a distraction, man. It's just like I feel involved, so I don't have to think about other things, right? Did that make sense?
Like what?
What are the other things?
Yeah.
Like, what's my purpose in this life? What?
All right. Fair enough. That got intense fast.
Well, you wanted.
I did ask.
You wanted my opinion.
Yeah,
That's
I did
your fault.
ask.
I see the no internet sign on your computer, and I'm panicking. That's probably because you haven't connected before.
Right.
Yeah. So that's my thoughts. It's just another team thing, like a bread and circuses thing. You know, if you give people something to put their time and energy into, they're not going to think about, you know, who's giving them the thing, right? Or who's giving them the, I don't know. I can't think of a better word than thing.
Yeah, but I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. All right. So the election's going on tonight.
That's right.
Well, I mean, it's been going on for a while, but it is, you know what I mean. Tonight's like the big night where
So-
states report their shit.
That's right. I just saw on Fox News that 8% of Florida was in, and they have this like thing up for Florida. Is that the early voting?
I think that
So-
includes the early voting, right?
So so what they do is on election day, this is, correct me if I'm wrong, they put all the early votings they have, and then they wait for the polls to close. And that's
Right.
what we're seeing right now. It's the early voting results.
Yeah. Yeah.
So only 8% of Florida voted early. That seems really, really low. Right? I mean,
Well, I mean, who votes early? Old people. Who else votes early?
when I used to believe in that, I voted early.
Did you really?
Yeah, in 2016 I did.
I don't think I've ever voted, to be honest with you.
That was the last time I voted, was 2016.
Damn.
And I voted early because who wants to stand in line for 40 hours when you can just go like 2 weeks before and it takes 15 minutes?
If I were going to vote, that's actually what I would want to do, and I'll explain. It's like when I leave my Christmas shopping to the last minute, which is not just because I procrastinate, which I do, but like I enjoy the act of going out and being around the hustle and bustle of Christmas time. I feel like some people enjoy the bullshit of going to the polls. Like the nonsense of listening to people yell about their candidate or whatever it may be. Like people enjoy the kind of hubbub.
Yeah.
You know, I went out and I got a sticker, dude. I'm a voter.
Right. It's like going to the Vols game. It's
Yeah.
literally like that.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
you're going to the Trump.
That's a good
You're going
point.
to the Trump game. You're going to go watch everybody go, Trump. Yeah, dude, it's Trump.
People should tailgate voting the
Poll
voting
centers?
places. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
And just so we're clear, man, did you hear that?
Yeah, every time John
hits
walks,
that,
yeah.
it's just like, yeah,
Yeah.
like that. That was the, what is that? That's a droid from Hoth, isn't it?
Star Wars.
What was I saying? That make it a distraction.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. I literally don't remember what I was saying, so I guess it wasn't important. I'm gonna eat another cheddar pepper. That's my last one.
So currently, the results that are in are overwhelmingly in Trump's favor, which they've already called. According to Google, there are how many electoral votes is this already? 130. I'm seeing 130. No. Is this what is it? What is going on?
That's too small. You'd have to put that on the TV. I can't.
They've got 130 total electoral votes that they've already accounted for on Google.
Maybe there was a bunch of early voting in certain places.
So it looks like they've already called Vermont.
Well, we know.
Right? No, they haven't. Okay.
You know Vermont's going to be liberal. I know what I was going to say now. I mean, we're in Tennessee. Tennessee is big time Trump. I mean, every time you hit that, it sounds like Carson was saying.
That is god awful.
Yeah, it's very.
Trying to.
Mute your motherfucking mic. Thank you.
All right.
All right.
Sorry.
That was horrible. I wanted to kill myself for about 10 seconds right there.
I'm glad you understood how to fix it, Carson, because I didn't know what to do.
Poor John's just struggling today. He's in a bad mood.
Well, I mean, I appreciate everything John's doing for us. That sounded dicky. I'm not trying to be dicky. I'm trying to give him a compliment.
I was. That hurt my ears.
Because I don't understand how to do any of the technology. But I did change a few things on our computer around, more personable. Yeah. Ooh, dude, I'm hot. Pepper. Yeah. So I've already called 136 votes. So how'd they do that? We don't know. Like, where are these votes stored? Are they paper? It's mostly paper because it's on computers. So they must have go to some server and they put them on like a flash drive and then it just sits there for 4 weeks. And then on election day, some random person that we don't know who works for some company that we don't know just sends it to the news outlets. I mean, how does it? None of this makes any sense, John. What do you think? Oh, you're muted. Yeah. Well,
In here,
dude, it's still doing that. Oh, it's better now.
probably hearing like the interference from the
Dude, I'm hearing
I
something
know what it
terrible
is.
every time your
It's-
mic is on.
for some effing reason.
Door?
Yeah, it's the desk hitting up against this door.
Do we need to put like a 2x4 in the middle of that?
I need to scoot this desk over an inch and a half. Can you? It's the desk is hitting this door and making that horrible squeaking noise. Pull it over, just a little bit, a little more.
Oh,
Right there.
oh, Lord have mercy.
Jesus. Okay. What were you asking me?
I don't know, but that did seem to fix it.
Yeah, it was the desk hitting this door.
I'm gonna eat the rest of these wet wings and I'll be right with
These white wings. Hey, what'd you turn the AC down to?
64.
Ooh, that's nice.
I don't know where you are.
That's good. Everyone, we need a good air conditioning. It was like 79 degrees today, and it's November. That's ridiculous. Global warming, right?
Nice.
I don't remember my train of thought. Oh yeah, just the nonsense of all this. Like, how do we know where these It's not even papers anymore. Like, it's sketchy enough if it's papers, but it's just computers. Who makes voting machines? I'm just going to throw that question out there. All right, it's probably China or Russia or Singapore or Azerbaijan. And somebody's making money off of selling these voting machines. I'm just, dude, are you throwing up? You look like you're throwing up. Well, thanks for everybody to joining us who has joined us or who's gonna watch this back. I'm gonna watch this back.
Are you?
Probably. While I'm building Legos. Carson, where are you going? You've like come in and out of here like 12 times.
No, we're good.
Are you good? Hey, can I have one of those curly fries? They look.
Have at it. You got long arms?
Did you hear any of the things I said?
I heard a few.
What are your thoughts on that?
Well, the voting machine thing was like a whole ordeal a while back, wasn't it?
I don't know. I don't know how that's different from the Chads. You know, the Chads in the 2000 election.
The 20 aughts.
Yeah, 2000. You know, there was Gore with the Chads. So I don't know how that's different than a voting machine. Because when I went to vote, hey John, when I went to
You can ignore it.
I'm trying.
He can't. It's
I'm
autism.
really trying. When I went to vote, it was on a computer, man.
Yeah, no, it hadn't been papered. I think since 2000, right?
Then what's a Chad? A Chad has got to be paper.
It's from that election. I mean, there are paper votes, but it's for those punch things where the Chad was the little bit of the punch that, you know, like when you punch a hole and it doesn't completely punch the hole.
Yeah.
That was the problem.
So that, dude, that's such crap. This
I mean,
whole
now there's all that stuff about who makes the election machines. You know, are they susceptible to cybersecurity attacks to manipulate data? Like, what's going on with those? And there are only a few companies that make the election machines. I think it's less than 3 or less. I think it's 3 or less.
I think it's either 2 or 1. What a creative way to say that. Yeah, dude, I bet. And are they American companies? Do you know? We should have looked this up. We should have done at least the slightest, just pee hair of research. We haven't done that at all.
Right? You're not wrong.
I'm gonna bet their foreign companies make voting machines. If I was a betting man, I'm not anymore. I lost $4,000. But if I was, that's what I'd bet on.
I just hiccuped.
Yeah. That's the most creative way I have ever heard of to describe 2 and 1.
1 or 2.
Yeah.
Dominion was the big one that there was all the controversy over. Supposedly, there were issues with being able to get in and this kind of stuff on there.
Well, I mean, yeah. We're just going to trust the entire integrity of the United States election to some random how many employees does Dominion have? Can you look up this company?
Dominion Voting Systems?
Yeah.
I can.
Yeah, like what do they have, like 400 employees? I'm just guessing. So those guys literally determine everything. So we just got to trust them like they're freaking St. John the Baptist, like.
Yeah, but nobody thinks about that. People just go cast their vote and move on,
Yeah, and it's massive propaganda that we're just told, there's election fraud all over the world. Everywhere has corrupt elections, but the United States is the only one that doesn't, How is that? How is that realistic?
That's got to be total nonsense.
It is.
Right?
It is, but don't you grow up thinking that? Like, oh, the elections are so legit. Everything's legit. Everything gets reported to the media is legit.
That's true.
Like, does Dominion Voting, do they just send their results in like a zip file to CNN? Like, how does that even work? How does CNN figure out all this?
That's a good point.
Do they carry it in a flash drive in like an armored truck, like caravan of people?
Just slowly bring that information in over the course of the night,
right?
Bit by bit.
Like, paper voting seems to like if any of this was real, I'd want everything to be paper.
According to Indeed, Dominion Voting Systems have 5,000 followers and between 201 and 500 employees.
Dude, so 400's pretty
Yeah,
pretty good.
Pretty tough.
Look at me. I know nothing about them. Never heard of them until, 5
I had
minutes
great doubt for that being even remotely accurate.
But it's right in that range.
Yeah, it's right there.
If I'd have said 350, that'd have been perfect.
Yeah.
Um,
They're based out of Denver, Colorado.
Oh, are they? Are they based out of the Denver, Colorado airport?
I sincerely doubt it. Who's the
CEO? Can you look up the CEO? Let's do some research live on the air.
The Dominion Voting Machine CEO?
Yeah. Is his name Zing Pao Hong? Is it Ashnawar Nabenagari? Or is it Frank Smith? I'm really curious. That stuff matters.
It is John Poulos.
Ooh. That sounds kind of foreign.
So,
Maybe he's Greek.
um,
I've always wanted to go to Greece.
me too. So, yeah, that's his name.
So, all right. So we're trusting the integrity of the elections to John Poulos.
Yeah.
At least a third of it.
Yeah,
Right.
supposedly.
Yeah.
Where do the other thirds of the votes come from?
I don't know. You got the computer.
Well, why'd you say a third of it then?
Because didn't you say it was 3 companies? 3.
Oh, well, that was just me guessing.
Oh.
I mean, I don't actually
Oh,
know.
I just believe you. Still, though, like, it seems like there's so many chances for corruption.
They're registered manufacturers of voting machines.
Well, that means there's unregistered manufacturers, right? They could sneak one in.
Perhaps.
Right, like, you just, you bribe some county official, be like, hey, we'll give you 400 grand. You can make 400 grand in one night if you put this machine in your polling place, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd do that.
Yeah, no. Well, there are 10 registered manufacturers of voting machines.
So there's 10.
Yeah.
Wow.
The United States Election Assistance Commission.
Incorporated, I'm sure.
And this says that at least oh no, it is Colorado. But it says Broomfield, Colorado, not Denver, for Dominion.
Perhaps Broomfield is a suburb of Denver. I don't know. I've never been to Colorado. I'd love to go.
Me too.
Love to go. I also just lied. I've been to the Denver airport. But
I don't feel like that counts as going to Colorado.
I was so convinced I was going to see Peyton Manning. It was right after he signed with the Broncos. Fun fact. It was in March of 2012.
Just because you were at the Denver airport?
Yeah, in March of 2012. It's like, Peyton's going to come here. And, you know, being from Tennessee, you just like, go Vols.
Right.
But I didn't see him.
So, I know you didn't vote in this election. Did you?
No.
You did not vote. So you're a bad American.
No, I am a proud American, man. And I am a loyal American. I love the United States of America and would do anything I can to resurrect its soul. So, but I didn't vote in this election.
Okay.
You do the math there.
Right. Do you want to explain yourself, or?
I mean, do we want to get into that so early on this live stream? I mean, I'm all for it. Yeah, I mean, this foreign corporation that's masquerading as the country I love, it's an insult, honestly, to the Constitution.
You want to explain that? Because if anybody's listening, nobody knows what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, man. So the United States everybody's like, July 4th, 1776, America. And that's true, but the problem is that's not what we have. You know, we've got the United States, February 21st, 1871. It's a company, right? You look up all the definitions of the United States, and it's a federal corporation located in the District of Columbia. So it's a foreign corporate interest that masquerades as the government that we grow up, you know, learning about. So in the same way that, like, nobody gives a crap who, I've used this example numerous times in front of you, Carson, but nobody gives a crap who's the president of GE, right? Do you know who that is?
Nope.
GE's General. John, you know who the president of General Electric is? Yeah, nobody cares.
That seems like something John would know, actually.
No.
I would not have been surprised if he had an answer.
Right. So in the same way, why do I care who's the president of the United States?
Right.
Right. I care about who's the president of the United States of America, but that person hasn't existed since the alleged Civil War, or at least right after. So I guess you could argue, was it Lincoln? Was it Andrew Johnson? Was it Grant? Somewhere in there was the last president of the United States of America.
Yeah. And I mean, that's not a great, I mean, not to disparage you, but that's not a great explanation of what you're talking about. Brandon Joe Williams has a whole course on that.
Yeah, that's right.
Helpful.
That's right. And there's many other people who have really been figuring out that there's the corporate nature of our society and how what we think is the government is just a business. Yeah, and he's the perfect one to go look at because he's got really engaging content. But John, just speak. What do you want?
Do you need me?
Yeah, I want you to come look at this and see if we should.
All right, I'll be back.
All right,
Keep
Carson's
yapping,
going to go
Robert, sorry.
do some producing. I'll name some other guys that I know.
That's my second role on this
James
show.
C. Lovett, he's good to check out. Christopher Hauser, he's good to check out. Yusef L. is pretty good to check out. Although I don't, he's like, there's a lot of Moorish movements, which I don't understand. Is this working, y'all?
Yeah, just keep going. We're fine. We're just having a bad feed on YouTube. Twitter should be all right. So keep. You can keep going.
Okay. I don't remember what I was saying anymore. Oh, so that's why. That's why I was. Why I haven't voted. Is everything good?
Yep.
I've run out of stuff to eat.
We might be streaming twice to YouTube currently. It's possible.
You can go in there and check the PlayStation. And I can just delete one that's got nothing on it.
I'm going to have to restart the YouTube stream, John. I'm going to stop this.
Okay. Keep going. We're still live on Twitter. So.
All right. Well, I'm not the guy you want to try and keep things afloat. Why don't you have your mic on? Do we solve the terrible noises?
Yeah. Oh.
Well, join and talk with me. Did you vote?
Give me a second.
Careful on the main there.
I know, it's in a terrible spot.
Well, there's really no other place to put it.
Yeah, I know.
We could mount it. To
Can you
the
hear me?
back. Yeah, you're chipping. You're going blah, 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 blah.
What do you mean?
Not anymore. It's just like when you nope. Yep. Yeah, it's just like when you move dramatically. Yep, there it is. Something's wrong.
Dude, what?
So John, it's your turn. Mute your mic. All right, John's mic is out for some reason.
Oh, it's not
Technical difficulties. First live stream ever. We spent some hours on a encoder. We couldn't figure out how to work it, so now it's still bad. Bad.
Let Dad mess around.
Well, I'm dead.
In this case, I'm Dad.
Well, we can just use. We got a spare mic. But you can.
That fixed the problem,
Yeah.
but first.
No, that didn't. At all. Nope, still bad. Is it on? Still bad. Just get another. We do have. We got 2 other mics. Get the. Don't get the guest one. Get the crappy old one.
I guess I don't have to
Yeah.
see if that's the problem.
Well, it's not. It's.
there?
It's
Test.
not-
Test.
I mean, it's working. Yeah, it's working.
Oh, that's interesting.
All right.
I gotta get you a new damn. It doesn't fit in that. You gotta get the one that fits this, John.
Is it that yellow
Which
one?
is right
It's clearly not yellow.
It's not yellow, it's silver.
Everyone, we are doing great here. I looked at that big map and I saw yellow and I said yellow. Well, you could use your webcam and you can be like, give some live updates as to what's happening, right? Couldn't you do that?
All right, can you handle the rest of this on your own?
Yeah.
Okay.
Y'all go back to the things that are.
Also, Garrison texted us, so hopefully he'll show up.
Garrison, if you're listening, we'd love to see you. Dada's back. Did the air go away? I'm just putting out fires left and right today.
Fars.
Fires.
Fars.
Putting out fires. You know what? It is what it is. So, for anybody listening, I'm going to ask Murph.
What you asking me?
I know you didn't vote, and you're not planning on it.
That's
But
correct.
if you were going to vote, who would you vote for and why?
Assuming everything is real, right? Trump.
All right. Why?
Because, I mean, Kamala is a she-demon, some kind of wicked hag bag from, like, the deepest swamp in Estonia. All right? She's terrible. Who in their right mind could think, oh, that person is someone I can follow behind, right? Trump is probably equally as crappy, but he's mega engaging, all right? He's hilarious.
Right.
And he wants to, I mean, at least he's saying he wants to save America. Right. Yeah, that's why I'd vote. Just off of pure, like, America, hell yeah, Trump, you know.
Right.
Nobody's doing that with Kamala. What's Kamala running on?
I mean, she's running on the platform that she's not Donald Trump. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, well, that's
That's
not
her entire, like, platform is, hey, I'm not Trump.
that's not working in Tennessee. I mean, good Lord. You know. Yeah, easily Trump. Like, and even policy-wise, like, you know, if you're going to spend $240 trillion, you might as well improve America as opposed to giving it to, you know, Israel and Ukraine, right? Trump's going to give it to Israel. But, you know, he wants to, like, you know, build the wall. He wants to do a bunch of tariffs. He wants to bring manufacturing back here.
Yeah.
Right? Gone are the days of limited government. It's all liberalism in that regard. But if you're going to go balls to the wall broke, might as well do it domestically, right?
I mean, that's a fair point. That's a fair point.
What about you? Who'd you vote for?
I mean, oh, John, what are you doing? So if I were going to vote, I would first for Trump because the agenda that's being pushed by, and not to play like, what's the word I'm looking for?
Identity politics.
Yeah, that's exactly, not to play identity politics, but everything that Kamala Harris's side of the fence for seems to be pushing and pushing hard it's all stuff that I just can't get behind by any stretch of the imagination. And so for that reason alone, I'd be moving Donald Trump's direction.
Well, she's like flip-flop, right?
She's flip-flopped on a million things. She was, she used to be a
right. She was mega liberal like 2 years ago, but then when she started running for president, she like moderated.
Yeah,
moderated.
Yeah, she chilled out. Kind of like Trump used to claim to be a Democrat. Now he's a Republican.
Right.
Which, I mean, it seems like, though, at least if you listen to him, his stances haven't changed. But, I mean, what politician is honest about that? You know, your stances on things have probably changed a million times.
Yeah, he's definitely has some inconsistencies, but...
The flip side of that being, though, a lot of people always bitch at politicians about, like, flip-flopping all the time, but is that bad? Is that completely bad? Like, if you're changing your public opinion just to, get votes, that's one thing. But if you're legitimately changing your mind about something, that's another. John, are you ever going to settle down over there?
Sorry.
It's all good, John. I don't know what that sounded like, glass breaking or whatever that was.
I'm getting there.
But nobody thinks they're actually changing their mind based on the ethics of their idealism.
Right.
They're just changing their mind because their post or their aides are be like, hey, say this to get more votes. Nobody believes that.
Right.
I mean, who was the last? Let's have a little fun little exercise here. Who was the last president you think who actually did that? Who actually ran on some kind of idealistic
president or person that's run for president?
Either one.
RFK.
That in the mainstream, in the two-party system, RFK doesn't count because there's like hundreds of people that run for president all the time.
Yeah.
In the Democrat Republicans,
Ramaswamy honestly seems to be pretty.
Maybe I'm not explaining it well. Who got the nomination? Who actually running for president?
Oh, who became the party nominee?
Yeah.
I
mean, you got to go back.
Ronald Reagan, JFK, Nixon, maybe.
I mean, you got to go back
Nixon.
to like the 1800s, dude. Right? Because
some of those old guys sounded genuine. I mean, Eisenhower sounded very genuine in his military-industrial complex speech.
That's
so
true.
Maybe he wasn't genuine when he ran, but I mean, that speech was. It seemed very heartfelt to me. So I'd
right.
give the credit to him for that one.
Woodrow Wilson also had a similar, speech about like bankers in his presidency. So maybe they're like, once they get in there, they're like realize that they have no actual power, and it's like, oh, this is super effed up. And maybe some of them warned us, like Eisenhower, like JFK. There's all kinds of stuff with JFK, dude.
Right.
Executive order quadruple 10, when he's going to issue his own silverback currency, and he just died.
And they just murdered him.
Right. Wanting Israel to register as a foreign entity through like AIPAC or something, and he died from that. There's also, that the Cubans, he like messed with the Cubans in the Bay of Pigs, and they somehow got him killed. There's so much.
What do you mean by that? Oh, mess with the Cubans?
Yeah, there's all kinds of theories as to who killed JFK, and there's like a connection to like literally every nefarious group you can think of: the mob, the Russians, the Cubans, the Fed. Who freaking knows? Trump even said that he was going to release it, but he couldn't because somebody asked him. The JFK files on the road.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Which was super weird. But he said he was going to do it when he, gets in. Rick Scott. Who gives a crap about you, Rick Scott? Oh, my gosh.
I don't even know who that is.
But a senator from Florida.
Dude, he looks like a wife beater, doesn't he?
He
looks like Elon Musk made him in his lab.
Yeah.
He looks like a robot. He does. Yeah, that guy for sure. Oh no, he doesn't. He doesn't seem like the domestic abuse type to me.
I
Which is rare for politicians. Normally, I have them pegged as rock solid wife beaters,
Dude,
but not this guy.
How are you going to win if your last name is Maru Cassell Powell? She didn't stand a chance. How did she get in there? Whoever thought that was a good idea was.
Well, I mean, there's problem one right there.
Yeah, but you know the Democrats run on that kind of stuff, so that would energize their base. But it needs to be like Debbie Flowers. Nobody can say Maru Cassell Powell.
Well, what about Kamala Harris, dude?
Well, everybody, that's pretty. I mean, Harris, that's pretty common.
That's true.
It's pretty identifiable.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And the politicians think about this kind of stuff, man. Like, they know that most people are too dumb to even remote. They just go on literally name recognition alone.
Right.
People.
No, it's like that bit Tim Allen did on one of his shows. He was talking about how, like, Barack Obama really does sound like a little bit of a terrorist, but, you know, if he had been born, like, really been born in the States, you know, his name might have been Barry Dunham. Sounds like a guy would buy insurance
from.
Well,
I mean, his name's Barry Soetoro. Who's that guy? Look at him.
I don't know who that is. There's so many random people who get the spotlight for 30 seconds on November 5th.
Yeah, is this DC?
It's got to be.
Hey, John, can people see this, or is this us looking?
I just realized I probably had the screen display wrong, so I'm going to fix that real quick. So,
well, there's just this random black guy speaking, and everybody's like, yeah. Him.
What's he saying, John? Pipe in the feed real quick.
The problem is
what?
I can't freaking see this display on the TV to unmute it.
Oh, yeah. That's a problem.
Do I need to move the TV? I can get up there and move it.
No.
Oh, you need to move your mouse way the hell down, though. It's
We didn't think this through, boys.
Move it back to your screen and then unmute it and then move it back to us.
Well, maybe if I click and hit Control M.
Are the full red states already gone? And the full blue states already gone? Is that what you're saying? And what's the deal with Louisiana? Why are they so slow?
Now click, John. I don't think you clicked on it earlier. Click again. Click again. We need it to play.
Okay.
Also, the mute is on the YouTube thing.
Yeah, it's still muted.
Oh, well, you know,
at the top.
I can't see where you are. You're not anywhere. Oh, there you go. Oh, you're on that guy's bald head now. Now you're at the top. You're on Senate.
All right. It'll come back in a second. I'm done.
Yeah. All right. What were we talking about before that short debacle?
To shore
there
up
it is.
any
Turn that down.
support.
Just the black guy that was talking.
No, he's off now. It took too long.
What the Harris campaign
How
has
there's-
done is it's very similar to Trump's, but
And now you can control him on the window or on the tab, right?
Can I have another fry?
No.
Such a mooch.
Well,
Our Control M is not working.
Why do politicians have all this hype music too?
It's like, dude, it's like a sports rally. It's like playing like they used to do back in the day, playing third down for what? It's a balls game. You just get pumped, dude.
It's true.
And pumped for what? Like, they never change anything. It's all just the same crap over and over and over again.
Yeah. You're not wrong. See, now they're calling 101 electoral votes for Trump and 52 for Kamala Harris. How are any of these in by now? How are we calling any states? It seems insane. And I get the whole idea is like we've called this a statistically significant enough segment of the population to be able to say that they've won this state. But I think that's a little bit fishy. Not going to lie. Think it's fishy.
Oh, I 100% agree. But
It's 7:30. It's 8:30 on the East Coast, okay? Polls aren't closed there. What time do the polls close on the East Coast? Can we find that out, John?
Yeah.
let's just say that over, like, every election you have an average number of the entire population who votes, right? And you just have that average, like, dating back, you know, like 50 years or whatever. And if you get over half of that that's come in, and it's on X amount, I mean, I bet you can mathematically say these people won.
And that's the idea that this whole, all the hubbub around today is pulled off of. That's the whole idea. But it just seems sketchy to me. And I don't know why.
Oh, it's all sketchy, man. I mean, CNN could just get on there and say, you know, while people are still voting, they'll be like, oh, Trump won. in this area or this county or this state. So then people would be like, well, there's no point in me going to vote anymore. So then they just quit voting, and that could be a way to influence the election.
That's something Trump was saying in his interview with Rogan, was that, like, you know, he thinks that people manipulate polls to get either people to come out and vote or maybe stop people from coming out to vote.
In key areas.
And so, yeah. So that, I mean, it makes you wonder. Because, like, at least here in Tennessee, which is an overwhelmingly Republican state.
John, did you just have where my house was on there? Because it certainly looked like it.
If you hadn't said that, it wouldn't have been a problem.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I mean, I saw
No,
a
he didn't.
map, and it had Jefferson's on it.
What the
I saw a Google Maps on that screen, and I saw Jefferson's and the highway that I'm very close to.
I don't know what you're talking
Right
about.
there, that map.
Oh, that's just a map of
It's the map of Columbia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
All right, let's go back to the freaking news feed.
All right.
All right, what's this cancer patient saying?
That's Rick Scott, isn't he? Right?
Yeah, that is Rick Scott.
He's going to change Florida. He's going to do so much.
But our work is not done. Next week, we have another election. Senate Republican leader.
No one gives a shit about that.
Well done with it.
Yeah, nobody cares about what he's saying. Senate Republican leader right now. Is this the biggest election of the last 100 years? This is the biggest election of the last 100 years? Mark's drinking a beer. John, what do you think?
I mean, yeah,
you were asking me.
probably is definitely the one with the most hype to it, for sure.
I mean, I felt like Trump Biden had a lot of hype.
This is a whole different beast in 2020. Like, this feels a lot more similar to 2016 than it does to 2020. Is there's far more, like, the 2016 energy and, like, the Trump camp seems to be kind of back. So
What do you mean the 2016 energy?
well, it's like, to me, 2020 seemed like super dampened, like, compared to, like, 2016, the way Trump campaigned, the way his base got, like, motivated out to go to his rallies and to go vote for him. That was dampened a lot in 2020, and it seems to have picked back up again in 2024. Because if you remember back to 2016, it was just like Trump rallies were like massive parties, you know, and it was almost like
That's
he was
true.
just like that. He was running like just a massive party in 2016, and he's kind of doing that again now.
That does seem like the way to run a campaign.
Yeah, well, he got the whole, like, mullets coming out, you know, the demo derby energy in 2016, right? Whereas 2020, you know, nobody gave a crap because it was Corona, and it was just like, you know, what are we going to do?
Right. Well, the voting happened before Corona hit the fan.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
No, it didn't.
I'm pretty sure it did.
Corona happened in March of 2020, and the election wasn't until November of 2020.
That's right. I'm an idiot. Never mind.
So all that crap was going on. Right, and everyone was in pandemonium, and you could just, like, send, and, you know, Trump played it as the deep state out to get him, you know, with Corona and all this, and the Chinese doing Corona and whatever, and so it does seem kind of it was kind of dampened. It seemed like less people, I wouldn't say cared, but less people, like, did anything, you know. But whereas in 2024, once again, you've got Biden, who's an incompetent fool. Right, that's mildly. He's probably been dead for a long time. But he falls down everywhere, and, you know, he can't hold the sentence together. And you've got mega inflation and just people just working their butt off, you know, can't do anything.
Sure.
And Trump's coming, he's going to be like, we're going to save America. It's going to be like it's 1981 again, you know. Y'all are going to have this and that and this and that. And there's people eating dogs in Ohio. And you know, he's got that restore America again, and you couldn't run on that in 2020 because he was in there, you know.
Drag it up to the very top of the screen, John.
Oh, what's happening?
I'm good with what I wanted. We're good.
All right.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I lost the last half of what you were saying because John was sticking around again, but yeah, totally.
Yeah, it's not important.
Hey, we're back up to 100. We're up to 101 electoral votes called for Trump and 71 for Harris. And that's coming from the Associated Press, though. So
But they always say
There's
the
that.
Associated Press is non-biased. They're the ones that and Reuters. Like Reuters is non-biased.
the idea of non-biased news feed is nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, it's all Mockingbird anyway. It's all CIA run. I mean, they just straight up admit that. No one even cares. Anderson Cooper literally works for the CIA, okay? And his mom is a Vanderbilt.
It's true.
So, no big deal.
Oh my gosh, they've called more states than I realized. They
Yeah,
called,
so this is what we got right now up on the screen.
yeah, they've called a ton of states.
So, again,
How are we doing in Ohio and Michigan? Those are some big ones this year, right?
No, so about looking at all this on their narrative, that's pretty accurate, right? PA. So these aren't called necessarily. Aren't called. This is just the current.
Highlighted.
Yeah, this
How
is
many-
just the
how
current
many's
state of the
reporting
race.
in Pennsylvania?
So 12% reporting.
I guess that's nothing.
Right now, Kamala leads, but Pennsylvania, I believe, counts the early vote first. So it's going to
Well,
start
that's got
out.
to be like Philadelphia.
Yeah, well, yeah, but it's going to start out from what I've been reading. It kind of starts out as like a blue kind of mirage, and then it'll switch to Trump later as the night goes on because more of the in-person voting comes in at the end.
But will
Interesting.
it? Will it?
Well,
Dun,
that-
dun, dun.
Yeah, but that's what most people are predicting.
Hey, go back up to that, John.
I'm pulling up a better map because this is kind of crappy. So, oh, this is just an interactive one. Shoot.
Go back to that one we had. What was wrong with that one we had? And now we're back to.
Jill?
Yeah. What the heck's happening with Louisiana? They just forgot to.
Results expected around 8
They
p.m.
haven't.
Polls haven't closed yet.
Yeah.
So some of these don't start publishing until after the polls close.
How many is at Georgia right now?
Georgia, 55% reporting
Almost.
Donald Trump lead.
All right.
That's pretty.
So-
that's pretty big.
Yeah.
Deal, right.
So your
Yeah,
key,
Georgia's supposed to be a big one this
Yeah.
year, right? Arizona, maybe.
yeah,
too?
your key states right now are Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, and then you have the Rust Belt going right here from Pennsylvania.
How many
Michigan and Wisconsin.
Seven? Oh, only 7.
So
How many in Michigan again? I didn't see that.
Just 7.
7.
7%
Okay, so that's
reporting.
nothing.
Yep. Wisconsin doesn't start until 8. But these are the ones that everyone's trying to play for. What
I
I'm
say North Carolina's a big one.
Yep, that's a big one with Georgia, Arizona,
How much are North
Nevada.
Carolina's in?
50 something.
52% or 23%.
Somebody
Trump with the
breaking
lead.
Somebody's in
Some
your
people
house.
coming on.
Oh, here, go greet them.
Oh, what's up, whoever it is. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Welcome, Richard. Oh, he's got some good stuff too.
Boys gotta.
Here, I'm gonna go.
Yeah,
This
I'll
is
hang
my
out.
house.
Can you get around me at all? You
Oh,
sure?
I'm gonna tighten in on your cam
if
so
you had to
people can
put all
see
this food on
this
the
this
ground.
horrible effort of what it's about to happen. Because I feel like
It's
this
gonna
is
be a real
nightmare.
struggle behind me.
Okay, so
All right. So here's one thing that's bothering me, or was bothering me as I was thinking today. Maybe you can tell me what you think about it, John.
All right.
Like, if we haven't had more solid evidence that the sitting president is complete nonsense, right? We've had that this year. So why do people give two shits about this election right now? Because, I mean, Biden's obviously a figurehead. What's somebody else who's in the office going to do, you know? What's up, Richard?
What's up, buddy?
How you doing?
Doing good. Just came here to watch the election tape with the boys.
It's a good time. You want to get him set up, Murph?
We'll sit here quietly and drink my coffee.
That's also an option.
If you want that, there's yours.
Yeah, yeah.
Is it hot?
Yes, it is.
No, we got to unmute it.
I brought a bottle of coffee for y'all to share with
yeah.
me.
A bottle
Quick
of coffee.
question, Robert. Can you pull out use the microphone stand for that?
It's really expensive.
Oh, yeah?
So continue with what you were saying.
We can because you have commandeered that.
Use mine.
I don't know what it is, but it's beyond salt.
What's the issue?
There is no issue.
Do I need to fix this?
No.
What are the odds we can get like the news on that, John?
That's what we've been on. We're about to switch back
We're
over.
about to switch back. What were you saying though?
Well, just like, obviously this year, the election's gotten a lot of coverage. But if we had, in the past 6 months, we've had,
Got a lot of coverage.
right, well, more than normal. Even more than normal. Yeah, right, right.
Heavens, they know. The truth.
People are aware.
A lot of coverage.
But the election's gotten even more coverage than it would have, 20 years ago. Point being, yeah, fuck me. Point being, Like, are people not bothered by this whole like Biden's obviously incompetent thing, and we're all still trying to worry about who's president and voting and whatnot? You know?
The idea is you want Biden out, so that's why everyone's
Well, yeah, but you'd think that would be
and Kamala is Biden.
right.
Yeah, that's the idea right there, is that like Kamala is just going to be that figurehead replacement for Biden, and Trump is running against that establishment. So
Yeah.
that's what's motivating people.
That's a fair point. The idea that he's somehow independent of the figurehead play that seems to go on.
Yeah.
But you just have to wonder if that's even remotely true. What's the problem? You think so?
Yo. You ready?
What is this one?
That's the screw in to
To remember,
No, I'm coming. I'm going to take care of it.
there can be a massive, shocking majority for Trump in Florida, and that still does not rule out the fact that there could be shocking majorities the other way in any of the other six.
We were just going over the states.
There's 7 of them.
North
That matter this year.
Carolina, Pennsylvania, right?
Yep. Arizona, Wisconsin, Florida. Who else on that?
Throw up that
screen,
You see what? You see the problem? John's got the one that goes to this.
John, I told you, John.
Throw up the thing, John.
I don't understand how there's so many Democrats in Kansas.
Our top story tonight, some going down in November.
Wars, spending, wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil. Does Biden know what
Immigration
Mexico
policies.
is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at? I think
Butthole.
Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem? Complete, absolute incompetence. Like, who funds the news? It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
Our top story tonight, some going down in November.
Wars, spending, wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil. Does Biden know what
Immigration
Mexico
policies.
is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at? I think
Butthole.
Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem? Complete, absolute incompetence. Like, who funds the news? It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
Our top story tonight, some going down in November.
Wars, spending, wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil. Does Biden know what
Immigration
Mexico
policies.
is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at? I think
Butthole.
Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem? Complete, absolute incompetence. Like, who funds the news? It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
Our top story tonight, some going down in November.
Wars, spending, wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil. Does Biden know what
Immigration
Mexico
policies.
is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at? I think
Butthole.
Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem? Complete, absolute incompetence. Like, who funds the news? It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
Our top story tonight, some going down in November.
Wars, spending, wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil. Does Biden know what
Immigration
Mexico
policies.
is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at? I think
Butthole.
Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem? Complete, complete, absolute incompetence. Like, who funds the news? It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
Our top story tonight, some going down in November.
Wars, spending, wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil. Does Biden know what
Immigration
Mexico
policies.
is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at? I
Butthole.
think Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem? Complete, absolute incompetence. Like, who funds the news? It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
Our top story tonight, some going down in November.
Wars, spending, wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil. Does Biden know what
Immigration
Mexico
policies.
is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at? I
Butthole.
think Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem? Complete, absolute incompetence. Like, who funds the news? It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake. Seem like a
Our
joke.
top story
We're coming
tonight.
back, John.
Yeah, we're back.
This may seem like a joke, Richard, and welcome. But we got 7,000 views on one of our shorts on Twitter.
You're joking.
On our page, and another like $5,000. $5,000. Why did I say that? Another 5K on somebody else's that it was pinned to.
Should Barrett sponsor? Veritas Road?
The
Yeah.
Veritas.
Y'all say Veritas or Veritas?
Veritas is Latin.
Veritas.
Yeah.
We should mic Richard up for this.
We are classy. And if you want the headphones, I don't remember where I put them. They're somewhere near you. You don't have to have them if you don't want.
talk like directly into the thing.
There's a little butt on there. Does that one have the butt?
Yeah, it has a butt.
So I'm hot right now. Probably. Can you hear me?
It's too low.
I'll take care.
Yeah. Carson's good to do
You
it.
gotta tell the truth.
You do have to tell the truth.
And nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Just my link here a little bit.
Hey, how does this camera look, John? How's Richard's view look? How's anybody?
It's perfectly fine.
Okay, good.
All right, John, unmute line 4. And you're gonna have to turn it up some.
I kind of have a dainty voice, Johnny.
There you go.
That's
Oh, I'm hearing him.
fine with me.
All right, we're golden. So you said you had an outrageous number of people call you today. And that sounds stressful. Because you're what, a financial advisor? What is it you do?
Hey, how do you turn these on, Jonathan?
They should be on.
Turn him up, John. Line 4. Can you hear us
Hello,
now?
testing. Nope.
You
Testing,
turned them up a
testing.
lot. Are you sure it's 4? It might not be 4.
Well, John didn't turn up line 4. He turned up the...
Hello. Gonna do a little test. I'm not getting. Oh wait. Nope. Nope. Nothing. Nothing.
Well,
Y'all have this plugged in.
yeah, it's plugged
Where's
in.
the receiver?
It's plugged in. There's an orange light.
No, I'm talking about the. Do you have his cord plugged in? Because it's a normal.
It is. Strange that those aren't working. You don't
There's a bunch of buttons on here. Oh, I probably should hit the on button. What do y'all think?
Maybe.
Should they be lighting up? These need to be charged.
No, it would be all right. We can roll without him, Richard. It's
Okay.
fine. You don't have to have him.
One more little tester here. Am I getting anything? No, I'm not.
Test.
Nope.
All right.
Okay.
No worries.
Well,
So you got a shitload of calls today?
got a lot of calls, but that's okay. That's okay.
Fair enough.
That's part of the value add of having a non-robot for a financial advisor.
Do people have robots for their financial advisors?
They're called robo advisors.
Are you serious? What do these robo advisors do?
Virtually nothing.
Okay. Are you just saying that for job security, or is that actually the case?
A little bit of both. No, it's at the end of the day, they have not created anything substantial enough. Hey, your TV's paused there, homie. I need to see if Andy Kim won or not.
You've got to know.
Curtis Bradshaw looks like Dirk Nowitzki. I don't know if anyone knows who that is, but where were we?
I don't follow basketball. I'm sorry.
Basically, they have created a lot of tools to give people access to like really interesting calculators, basically financial calculators, like things like if I paid an extra $100 a month on my mortgage, how much quicker could I pay it off? That's useful, don't get me wrong.
Right.
But I answer the question, should I pay an extra $100 on my mortgage? And that's what they haven't been able to replicate yet.
Okay.
And when you spent your entire life building your nest egg, are you going to trust it to a computer or the guy down the street? And
Right.
Or Dominion voting systems.
Bring us full
Speaking
circle
of
there.
which, man,
Because that comes into play as
Donald
well.
Trump has 55% of the vote in Georgia, which is a solid 16 electoral votes with 53%
well.
counted.
Plays well for
AP is
that
the
boy.
source on that. That's the Associated Press, for those who don't know.
Damn. I mean, that's a big deal for him.
So, y'all ready for my anecdote?
Yeah, you have an anecdote? Sure.
Yeah, I do.
Please.
I've got an anecdote. So, my wife and I are due in March. We're going to have a little boy. And
Congratulations.
Thank you. I was Googling, because I am Scottish by heritage. And the more digging we do, the more we realize it's a lot of Scottish. And so I just Googled. I was like, Scottish boys' names. You know, just seeing what's out there. So I sent Tori a list of things that I thought were interesting. You know, Angus, Fergus, if you fill in the blank. And then I texted her. I was like, hey, what about Donald?
Oh, yeah.
And then Tori goes, are you serious? I was like, oh, wait, never mind. Not Donald. Take it back. Take it back.
Oh, my gosh. What's wrong with Donald?
I think you know what's wrong with Donald.
Dude, that's a great Donald.
I don't see the problem.
Regardless of what pros or cons our good friend Big Don
Yeah.
creates for the world, I don't want my kid associated with any of it.
He definitely has a stigma.
So pretty much we've ruled out Don and we've ruled out any male name that could be phallic in nature. So my name, Richard, a.k.a. Dick.
Right.
Frank, Willie.
Angus, I assume.
Didn't think about that. Still don't know what to think about that comment you just made. But, you know, we'll figure it out. It's a future me problem.
I mean, you know.
You got a little time.
I told Tori it took me years before I was okay with people calling me Dick.
Really?
I was like 8th grade before I was like kind of embraced it.
Oh, my
It's a
gosh.
lot of years of
That really scarred you.
it was not fun.
Who was calling you Dick when you were in 3rd grade? I mean,
Well, first of all, I went to public school.
that's
unlike you,
right.
Sheltered rich folk.
Right.
And there was a lot, because it kind of combined with the fact that I had a severe stutter and couldn't say my R's.
Ah.
All that combined, that 1st through 4th grade time period was tough. Named Dick with a stutter, but hey,
That
we
never
came out
occurred to
that
me.
hood.
By the time I met you, you had done away with most of that, and
The
were
R was
in
gone.
command of
The-
your
the
faculty. such
Stutter
that-
was about half gone by the
Yeah.
time I got to CA,
right.
but it was rough. Rough.
I mean, I can't imagine what growing up with a stutter must be like. I've never asked you that. What was that? What was it like growing up with a stutter?
My mom and dad were very much so like, they didn't want me to be quiet. Like, they were like, you got to talk through it, which is probably why I talk so much now. Because their whole thing was like, if you don't practice, it won't get better.
Yeah.
And wildly enough, stuttering is something that it seems so simple, but we still haven't figured out how much of it is physical and how much of it is mental.
Okay.
There's a lot of unknowns about stuttering as a whole. Fun
Okay.
fact.
Did you just have like a weird epiglottis? Like, how is it physical?
I have a
Like,
theory. I've got, my tongue takes up a large amount of space in my mouth.
Fat tongue.
I've got fat tongue.
That's why I got married early.
I think I have slightly small mouth and very large tongue.
So those two things
I'm sticking
together.
out my tongue for those who aren't.
Oh, John can get you a guest cam going.
we can zoom in on that
Yeah.
tongue.
John, you keep your guest cam to yourself.
Oh, hey, we've got results in for the Midwest.
Oh.
That belt looks rusty.
North Dakota. Well, there's 3% of these votes are in. 1%. Never mind.
How many people is 3% of North Dakota? Like 25 people?
Probably.
17 people, 8 horses.
That's right.
If you were, did you vote? Did you vote?
Early voted
You early voted. All right.
because I'm responsible.
Right.
Person.
I didn't vote at all. I didn't even consider voting.
I will be honest. I'm not going to talk about who I did or didn't vote for,
Okay.
but I don't feel called to vote for everyone that's on that sheet. There are some offices I just left it blank or wrote in Peyton. I wrote in Peyton Manning for anything I did. That's my goal.
Yeah, people
All right.
people forget that there's other elections besides just Trump and Harris. And nobody seems to really care about that.
Yeah, I can get on board with the whole like the presidential office doesn't really affect my actual life. I can get on board with that, but not voting for your local elected officials.
That's
They
true.
have such a direct impact on my life. One
Yeah.
nut job on the commission can throw a wrench in my entire life. So
I don't take an active enough role in my community to have any clue who's even on the commission.
buddy. Well, there wasn't any commissioners up. This was city council.
Okay.
So
I
there was
didn't
several
know.
City council.
I didn't know the city I live in. Well, you live in too. Had a city council until about 3 weeks ago.
That is the better half of our local government.
I did not know that at all.
No shade at our county attorney, but
Hey, I don't live in the city, so
the city is.
it's not my problem.
Is this Mount Pleasant? Am
This
I Mount
is
Pleasant?
nowhere. This is Murray County.
Okay.
The
Just
city
check,
limits are
check.
by the railroad tracks.
You're
Okay.
in no city right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's pretty integral. Our city, our county and city government are both fiscally responsible by comparison to other municipalities, but our city is particularly responsible because we have a very good city manager. Even though
I'll take your word for that.
He's got a lack. He may have some mild enemies out there. But
Mild.
well, he's being sued right now, which is just
Ah.
news. I'm
Oh,
not
right.
taking sides, but he is being sued.
Yes.
Our city
yes.
manager is being sued.
By our former chief of the fire.
Oh, I read something about that. Yeah, he sued the city for like wrongful termination or something.
Just stating facts. He is suing for wrongful termination. He basically, so he won the first suit that says I should have been given a hearing. So there is I forget what it's called. There's like a board that city employees can go before for like arbitration and like wrongful termination and stuff like that. He was denied that hearing. The first suit he won was to give him a hearing because he was not given that.
Okay.
So what about like the right to work thing? Does that not apply to the municipalities? Right, because isn't Tennessee a right to work
I
state?
mean, you can fire anybody for any reason, period.
Right.
I
So then
think
how
the
is wrongful-
lawsuit? I think wrongful termination is maybe first of all, I don't know the answer to your question. My guess is he had a contract.
Okay, that would make
and
sense.
he was fired for something that wasn't covered in his contract, therefore. So,
drama.
There you go.
yeah.
Dang.
Who's going to win Miami-Dade? Hey, go to Miami-Dade there, Johnny.
Florida's already been called, it looks like, with 93% reporting in
What was the
Miami.
number?
Miami looks like it's gone red.
Well, I just want to see the final there. Because that's an indicator for other Spanish speakers in the country.
Miami went right. I would have never thought that.
Me either.
Oh, yeah. He won it last time, too. Or in 2016.
He keeps saying he's great with Mexican voters. He
For
does a
some reason,
wonderful
this
job
one
with
doesn't
Mexican
have a
voters.
breakdown. Let me just look up Florida's results.
He has lost, Caucasian voters, but picked up voters in the African American and
Oh yeah, it's all those white Karen bitches who are the never Trump folks, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You are totally gonna get this restricted. Oh well. Too late now.
Well, I mean, it is like, and I get he's not the most statesmanly person in the world, but never Trump seems like a little bit of an extreme argument to me.
All
Well,
right.
here's one thing that's changed in my opinion.
Trump
when
won
he
Miami.
first ran, we were in a time period where we needed to be able to play nice with certain parties, and he did a bad job of that. Now we're in a time period where onshoring is what I would call it. So like just bringing industry here not being as reliant on certain trade partners, where that's a bigger deal. And so I value diplomacy less. So that may have changed for voters too.
And that's an interesting point. My question would be, like, in 2016, who were we worried with playing nice with other than, like, Putin and China and maybe the Taliban?
You nailed it.
But
Well, ISIS. But.
right, the ISIS, are they really different? I mean, they're basically the
We're
same
not
thing.
trying to play nice with ISIS or the Taliban, I don't think.
Well,
But
you know,
the Middle Eastern powers.
trying not to get attacked by Iraq.
The difference is we've spent billions upon billions now to bring chip manufacturing, semiconductor manufacturing onshore. We're the number one oil producer in the world now.
Are we manufacturing chips onshore? Actually, I don't know if we are.
A lot.
Where?
A lot. Right now, I don't know the answer to this. I would guess your biggest producer may be Arizona or Texas.
Okay.
But there's a lot of building being done in the States right now. I know there's a big plant in Kansas going up. Arizona, Texas is a lot. There's one in maybe Ohio. Look it up.
We're about to find out. I think John's
We're still on Miami-Dade.
Election results by county. We're going to find this out, John.
Trump won it by...
What are you typing on a Game Boy DS over there?
It sounds like
Yeah, this keyboard's kind of crap, but Trump won Miami-Dade County
What was the
by
percentage?
55.4%.
I think that's kind of strong.
Wow.
That's very strong.
That's commanding.
That's crazy.
That is not a white county.
That's not a good sign for, if you're in their narrative for Kamala Harris, that's for sure.
But I said it earlier, and I stand by it. A outsized surprise in Florida does not mean an outsized surprise in Wisconsin. They're two very different states.
Good call. They are different. That's true. That's almost like saying that people have been covering this election a lot. That's on board with that.
Okay. That's fair. That's fair, Carson.
I mean, they both have beaches.
What?
There's technically a big lake.
Yeah, Florida. Yeah, right. That's true. They both have huge lakes that are gigantic.
Wisconsin has
Right.
a beach.
Yeah, Florida has.
You're talking about a lake beach?
John.
I'm talking about Lake Okeechobee. Okay.
John.
Who cares about lake beaches?
Which state has more
You know what?
shoreline, Florida or Michigan?
I bet it's Michigan. No, that would be insane. All of
States.
Florida is
Look up
shoreline.
states
So is
with
all of
most
Michigan.
shoreline.
That's true.
It's two
It's true.
peninsulas.
Yeah, it is.
Right. Only the southernmost portion of Michigan is not a shoreline.
That's a fair point. We're talking about the hot issues tonight. Which state has more shoreline?
Okay,
I mean, Alaska.
That's fair. But I
That's
wanna
the
see
state
a
that has the
ranking.
most shoreline.
Oh,
This is-
Maine. I actually knew that.
Michigan's
Michigan's
above Florida.
third.
Wow.
Okay. So I feel a little
And it's
vindicated.
that's just not even listed, but that's
I don't see what that has to do with Wisconsin.
Well, this
but-
also-
Just got
isn't listed by order because if you look down here, it's like Michigan has 3,000, Florida has 8.
okay. So y'all ready to learn something about?
Okay.
Are y'all
There
ready
you
to
go.
learn something about islands? So
Oh,
I just got back from Maine.
this is my bread and butter. You tell me about islands.
So the U.S. Coast Guard, and I guess this would be just the U.S. in general, the federal government, only recognizes an island as being an actual island if it provides economic benefit. And so I asked a fella who's familiar, I said, what defines economic benefit? And he goes, a house. So Maine has more islands than any other state by a long shot. There are like 5,000 islands that are considered islands. But on all 5,000 of those, there's at least one little hermit. And the majority of those do not receive ferry service. So the big ones may have, it depends on if they're seasonal islands or more year-round islands. Some people, it's just their vacation homes.
Does a boat? Oh, okay. I'll
Well,
take a boat out there. That could be a house, right?
no, it's got to be a physical
Sure, it has to be
establishment.
attached to some kind of
Boats are spiritual. That's right.
tectonic plates.
I agree with that.
I'm just saying, it has to provide economic benefit, and a house counts. So there's your fact of the day. Enjoy.
Oh, I didn't know Maine
Learned
had
a
the
lot
most
about
islands. Is that the most islands by the U.S. definition or actual? Like,
I would guess U.S. definition.
It's
I
a good
don't know the
follow-up
answer to that.
question.
well, I got a follow-up piece of trivia.
Hit me.
All right.
Maine has apparently has the most islands in the U.S. Who's got the most islands in the world? What country? Do you know?
Galapagos.
Senegal.
No and no. It's Sweden.
All right.
Well, that was underwhelming.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was. I was hoping for a country I'd never
Galapagos
heard
isn't
of.
a country. That's part of Ecuador, right?
I was hoping you were
Don't
going
look
to
at
say
me.
like a landlocked country or something. That would really blow me away.
Oh, that would have been wild.
Yeah, like Kazakhstan.
Even
or
like Transylvania.
no, Turkmenistan is landlocked around landlocked countries. I think.
Really?
I think so.
What a
Or
great
maybe,
statistic.
Maybe
It's
Uzbekistan is one of the
John,
stands.
write that down and send it to me in a follow-up email. Thank you.
Yep.
Immediately, John starts to get up.
John, it's good to see you. I kind of came out of the gate hot, but I am excited to see you, and I appreciate your work over there on the knobs.
Yeah, John's a fantastic producer.
He's a knob on the knobs.
He is a knob on the knobs.
Are we gonna be explicit now that I've called John a knob on the knobs?
Well, Carson's already just.
I've been
sworn
relatively
up and
explicit
down
for a
this, and
while.
It's gonna really screw this in the algorithms.
Oh, it's a live stream. It's fine. Who cares? Who's worried about it?
Is there any chance we could see the news, John?
Oh yeah, we're still on.
Sorry,
the dang
I'll pull that
thing.
back up. Carson was just blowing out our mics.
All right, Richard. So if you're not going to tell us
horribly.
who you voted for, who do you think's going to win?
Before tonight, I would have said Kamala because I believe firmly that people vote with their pocketbooks. And I believe over the past 12 months, we have seen generally a very consumer-friendly economy. And I can back that up with stats.
Over the past 12 months?
Yes.
Okay. You said before tonight, so why is tonight changing your mind?
Early voting numbers looked really, really Republican.
Okay.
And early voting is typically not a Republican thing the past few years, past few elections. So,
Boy, have I not paid attention to that. Tell me more.
So it seems like, I don't know, it just feels like we may even get a Trump popular vote win, which would be shocking.
That would be otherworldly.
The last election, I got why he lost. Like, that made sense because he got in there. He barely won the first election. Lost the popular vote, right?
Right.
Barely got in there. He then ticked a bunch of people off and then had COVID hit, which it was a guarantee no matter what he did, he was going to tick a bunch of people off with whatever they did around COVID. So I was like, if he barely won the last election and he's ticked more people off, there's no way he wins. So like his loss in 2020 made sense. This time there's less, like we're all just kind of used to his BS. Like I think there's not as much anger, so it makes more sense to me. And in a time period where like diplomacy doesn't matter as much.
Why do you think diplomacy doesn't matter as much?
Because we're all about the U.S. now. Ever since the Ukraine and the Israel-Palestine thing, I almost said Israel-Pakistan. Ever since all that broke out and everyone started realizing we can't depend on friendly relations with China and Russia, ever since that hit, it doesn't matter as much.
Who was banking on friendly relations with China and Russia?
Most of the technology hardware business.
Interesting.
Because every single right now there are 100 semiconductors in this room, and guess where they were all made, or the components were mined? Freaking Asia.
Right.
Well, South America to some degree maybe, but Asia cranked out all the chips.
You know, there's a big lithium deposit in North Carolina, right near where this hurricane hit.
We've talked about this, I think.
Yeah, and now
strange.
Yeah, Bureau of Land Management's like going in and deeming a lot of that land, it's not even worth rebuilding, and they're paying people off and going in and getting a lot of land in western North Carolina where there's lithium.
Well, I'm sure it's just a coincidence because the hurricane hit it.
Just
I
saying.
will say this: if you go back to the '90s in Kuwait, like at that point in time, oil was king. The country with the oil, or had access to the oil, was the winner. In 2024, yeah, oil's pretty dang important. But chips are just as important.
I feel like chips are more important now.
I think you.
How are we going to get our oil, right? We've got to have computers to manage our oil, making it through the pipeline to our homes.
You're not
or
wrong.
Whatever. Well,
I mean,
it doesn't come to our homes, but you
oil
understand.
comes out of the ground because of.
Carson has a sink where he turns it on and oil comes out.
I think sweaty men and wife beaters pull oil out of the ground, but
right.
I'm wrong.
I mean, that's what I like to think about when I think about oil, sweaty men, and wife beaters. That's what I
know. I know you do.
I like to think about how, it's like rivers in the outer lands, but that's just me.
You know what that is, Richard?
The outer lands?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's just move on past that.
No, let's jump. What are the outer lands?
Are we jumping off with Murph?
Areas beyond inferior Antarctica.
So let me jump to the next logical question. What shape is our planet? I feel like isn't that right? Isn't that the next logical question?
That is the next logical question.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, if I was going to make a definitive claim, it's a toroid, which is
What-
like a
what
donut.
shape?
It's like a
Okay.
donut. I know it's not. It is not a sphere, but
So you could go around the Earth. So if you went past, okay, I see what you're saying. Oh, that's pretty wild. Because if you think about it, if the Earth was a sphere and you went over Antarctica, you would just go to whatever continent is below. But if it was a donut, you would also end up on whatever continent is below.
let me clarify the toroid being everything in existence, right?
So you think
Wait,
the Earth we stand? What do you shape? Do you think the Earth
The
we
land
stand
we're
on?
on,
Is? The
a
land.
humongous two-dimensional topographical donut,
That's what
a ring.
a two-dimensional donut.
Well, 2 dimensions in terms of like, it's got volume, but it's like this. It's like a ring.
Well,
It's
then
like,
there's an edge.
Okay.
correct.
Where's the edge?
Good question. That's just,
Hasn't someone gone over the edge?
that may not even be possible given the nature of magnetic fields, because
I
the
feel
energy if the theoretical edge in a toroid would be a humongous storm. It would be like a wind.
Why would it have to be a storm?
It's like because if a magnetic field like rotates and it gets like crazier and crazier and crazier, like
so a magnetic storm,
right,
which would also create a real life storm.
right. So if there is an edge, it may be like impenetrable.
Oh, because the magnetic field's more insane out the
Right.
the farther out on the toroid.
Right. Yes, and well as the further in, like in the
Yeah,
middle
right,
as well.
right. It's intense on, but yeah.
Right. Right. So who knows? I don't know. You
You
can't.
don't realize we're talking while Andy Kim is giving his victory speech.
Who the hell is Andy Kim? New Jersey
New
Senate.
Jersey Senator.
If it
Wow.
was 55-43, I feel like we already knew he was going to win.
That's true. Also, we're up to 177.99 as far as electoral votes go.
What's the
I was
number
hoping you
they
were
need to
gonna
hit?
say- How many people are watching
270.
the stream right now?
You know, I don't know. Nobody's checked on that. It's probably 0, but we'll find
John?
out.
Let me see.
I was really hoping the commentary I was going to bring was really going to...
On Twitter, it's 16.
Hey-o.
That's way more than I thought.
That's Peyton Manning's number. That's a good
That
sign.
is. Oh, and I talked about Peyton Manning earlier, so maybe he's watching.
Peyton, if you were listening right now, you need to know that I am a grown man who is
YouTube is too.
theoretically very rational, yet I think about you a lot. I just want you to know I think about you a lot, buddy.
And I wanted to see you in the
Go
Denver
Vols.
airport 12 years ago. I was 100% convinced I would, and I didn't.
I'm so
So
sorry.
That's tough. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've heard the Denver airport's large.
You were there. It is large.
What?
Yeah, you were with me in that airport.
Where were we?
We were in the Denver airport.
Thank you, Robert. Why were we in the Denver
We
airport?
were going to Mexico.
Oh, we all live in
That's
the
right.
city of children. We don't look the same.
Oh, look at
This is
this.
a beautiful house.
69.9.
Oh my gosh, the prophecy has been fulfilled. That's Elon Musk's latest tweet on Twitter. Blink and you missed it.
I'm not an Elon fan.
Oh, we're gonna have to talk about that later. I'm
Yeah.
excited.
So,
Yeah, we're up to 99, 177.
Yep.
But most of those states are like in early stages of numbers coming in.
well,
I'd like
Texas.
to compliment you too.
Yeah.
It's just a pretty tidy room.
Thanks, man.
Thanks.
I didn't expect that. It's very tidy.
So, Florida's been. I'm trying to see.
What, John?
So, Virginia is still as kind of as expected.
It's close.
Yeah, well, Virginia, again, from what I've been reading, starts red and moves bluer as the night goes on. North Carolina and Georgia is what's interesting. Georgia is what's very interesting because 70% reporting. Let me go back. Oh, this is what I'm looking for, I think.
Talking to your dang mic, John.
Sorry, I was trying not to talk to my mic right there because I was talking to myself. I completely lost what
You
I
do
was.
talk to yourself a lot.
Yeah, I think out loud.
Yeah, that's okay.
This is what I was.
I want to hear the
Yeah,
internal dialogue.
I'm worried Garrison's lost because he texted us and has not.
8:06. What time is it now? 8:23. Uh oh.
I don't know where he
He
lives.
pulled up to a different address.
That's
17
entirely
minutes
possible.
ago.
Yeah.
Step out and give him a call.
I guess I could.
I did knock on the back door when I pulled up, and no one answered. So maybe he's. You know what? I'm gonna go out there.
Okay.
You gonna? Okay.
I didn't even
Heard.
know you could get. Did you not think it was weird? You were going past Boone's Toy Digger and all the 2x4s and.
That makes sense.
All right. So, how's Trump doing in Atlanta?
All right, so Murph,
Yeah.
let's talk about your last president theory. That's what I named this live stream. So
Oh yeah. Should we wait for Richard for that, or
we can. Yeah. Have you not told him about that?
I think I have.
We can wait for Tyler.
Yeah, if he's even coming, I'm worried he's lost.
Okay.
His son texted and said he was good.
He's somewhere, it's not here.
All right. Fair enough. We're golden.
All right, yeah. So this isn't my theory. I didn't come up with this, but I've seen it and looked into it.
All right.
Several components to this, right? So first of all, Richard, maybe you can help. You know what Project 2025 is? Like, what's the deal with that?
The Heritage Foundation thing?
Do you know anything about that?
Just the news. Just the left-wing news.
So the idea, there was this book. It was written in 1896, I think, called The Adventures of Baron Trump by someone named Ingersoll Lockwood, right, which is a super weird name. Maybe their names were different back then. I don't know.
Maybe names were different back then.
You know anyone named Ingersoll? No, you don't.
No, I don't know any
Okay.
Lockwoods either,
Margaret?
though.
Ingersoll?
Is that a real person?
Yeah, but I don't know who it is. It's just in my brain.
You just know that name.
I just know that's a person somewhere out there.
Well,
Kinda get
maybe
that.
maybe this is her like son or illegitimate son or something. Anyway, so 1896, a book called The Adventures of Baron Trump. Right, Baron spelled with one R, as opposed to Donald Trump's son, which is two R's. So it could be inferred as like a title, like a duke or a count, like a baron. You know, like English nobility. And it's about this kid who like goes in a bunch of underground tunnels and explores Russia. I haven't read them. They're very hard to acquire. John claims you can get the audio book easily, which I didn't know.
Yeah, so it's
I tried to buy them on Amazon, and it was like a
Yeah.
6-month wait.
Real
and it was like
quick,
$400.
actually it's a 3-book
insane.
series, and the entire 3 books are on YouTube as audiobooks.
Well, I should have listened to that before I came on tonight. But I've attempted to buy. I've attempted to buy these books. Look, I'm a paper book guy. I've got a whole 3 bookshelves in there. Anyway, from what I understand, they're about a kid who explores Russia underground. Okay, so that's weird. You've got Donald Trump and all his alleged Russian connections in 2016, right?
It's true. Yeah.
And
Everybody was complaining
It's
about
literally
those.
the same name as his son. His son's name is Baron. This book is about Baron Trump. All right, so then the sequel to that book comes out in like 1901 or 1902 or something, and that book is or the series of books. So this is a 4th book, I believe. That book is called The Last President, and it is about this guy who lives on 5th Avenue in New York City who becomes president when no one expects it, and everyone riots and is like mega upset and burns the country down.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, real quick.
Jeez.
The group text you've been texting us from. It's Carson, Charlie, Nate, Tyler. Who's the other person?
My sister's in there.
Okay, good. Because I'm about to send an inappropriate message. I just wanted to make sure.
Won't hurt her feelings.
Done.
That
Yeah, there's also, and I know Richard knows about this because I've straight up said this right when Trump lost again, right, that he's going to come back. Didn't I say that? Did I not say
you
that?
said that, and
4
I
years
laughed-
ago.
I laughed in your face so many
Yeah.
times.
So
So many times I laughed in your face.
Trump was in this commercial in like 2005 or something, 2004 or 5. This Sealy mattress, I think it was Sealy mattress commercial, and he's in this hotel and he's knocking on a bunch of doors, because Trump's the hotel guy, and there's these talking sheep because when you go to sleep you count sheep, so that's the idea.
Right.
And the sheep have like numbers on them, and there's no context into that other than, well, maybe it's the number of whatever room he was on in the hotel. But the first one is 9, okay? And then he talks to the sheep and says a bunch of crap, promoting this mattress. And then the next one he walks by is 11. All right, so that, for anyone who knows anything about numerology, 9, 11, and 33 are the really significant ones, right? So Trump is the 45th president when he wins, right? We all can agree on that.
Correct.
Right, 4 plus 5 is 9. Pretty basic
So far.
math. Yeah. Biden, if you take Biden's name in basic numerology, it reduces to 10. By 46, he's the 46th president. That's 10. Okay, Trump wins again. He'll be the 47th president. Going back to this commercial, he skips 10. He's 9. He skips 10, then he talks to 11. 4 plus 7 is 11. Okay, so there's the 9/11, second non-consecutive term connection. The only other president that ever happened to, right? His name was Grover Cleveland. He won his first presidency. Then Benjamin Harrison won, and then he won again afterwards. Did you know the Pawn Star guys are like related to the Benjamin Harrison and William Henry Harrison? Random. That
I needed that information.
That line of two presidents of the United States, right, ended up in a pawn shop in Las Vegas.
That's amazing.
Their descendants. Anyway, the only other president that happened to is Grover Cleveland. Cleveland is 33 in Pythagorean numerology, so lots of numerological connections there.
Numerological.
Yeah.
I have a question.
That's the idea.
So
plus, question. I have one more thing to say, but question.
You finish.
Trump also said, and John, I sent you this clip, that if you vote for me, you'll never have to vote again, which is a weird thing to say. Plus, all the Democrats are saying he's going to take over and be a dictator and abolish the Constitution or whatever.
Well, yeah, but they've been saying that for. They say that about a lot of people.
I think we're about to see Tyler come in the door, but
nice.
I do have some questions.
I will go welcome him.
Because you're implying one of several.
There he is.
Hey.
What up, sir?
What's up, brother?
Add another one to the party.
I didn't know if this was the right house, and then I looked in the window and I saw Legos.
You're in the right place.
The right
How's it going?
That's what sold me too. It's my first time in this abode. Okay, so you're implying one of several things. The first thing you could with the sheep commercial, the Serta commercial.
Yeah.
You're either implying that there is true prophecy involved. Just generally, the way they ended up shooting the commercial was prophetic.
Okay.
B, you're implying somebody in charge of that commercial was a member of an organization who had things rigged. Is the word I'll use? May not be the best word.
Right.
But they went to the little peon who was in charge of putting the numbers on the sheep and said, it needs to be these numbers and don't ask me why. Which of those would it be? Or is there a third one?
No, that's fair. That's a fair assessment. It's the second one seems ridiculous and far-fetched, so I don't think that.
That the world is rigged?
Well, that
it's more likely the world is rigged than there is prophecy involved in a Serta commercial, I would say.
I don't know, man. I don't know how this world works, honestly. I don't know how, frequency can affect people's decisions.
Define frequency.
Vibration of the electromagnetic spectrum, also called light.
The vibration of the electromagnetic spectrum is why we're due in March. Sorry, Carson.
John, we can share. No, we're gonna share.
Yeah, I think it's why everything happens. Yeah, we're down a mic. John's mic randomly quit working. So.
Well, we're down a cable anyway.
That's true.
It was an election day blessing that John's mic died.
Ooh. And he can't even respond.
He can't even speak. He can't even talk for himself.
John, if you need to say anything,
that's upsetting.
Come take this from me.
It just feels like when we're all together, we need to remind John of his place. He just feels like he's always in third grade to me. When I get in this room.
John, he's fixing to be 24.
John works for a large corporation as an accountant. He owns his own truck. I feel like we should probably give him a little more respect.
You saying these things a man maketh? Is
so
that what you're saying?
You guys need to shape up.
I think your GDP is higher than mine, so you probably deserve the mic.
John, do you...
It's for sure higher than mine, I can tell you that.
But on the flip side, he has actively chosen to sit in an actual closet and produce Veritas Road. So
he's comfortable with the.
Can we see your closet currently, John? Do you have a camera on you? You do? Okay.
Not just a closet, a coat closet.
Could you think of a better way to lay this out? This is all I could think of.
Oh, buddy, you killed it. I'm dead serious. I'm impressed with how tidy everything is compared to the apartment on CA's campus.
That was bad. That was a bad time in my life.
But I will say this: hey, you know how I knew this was the house? Because I also had never been here before. I walked in and did y'all hear me go? Smells like bacon. I knew it was Murphy's house. It smelled like every house he's ever lived in smells like bacon.
They do always end up smelling like bacon.
It's because I eat bacon every day. So
how many pieces?
Generally 8 to 9.
That's good.
Boone eats about 5 to 6.
It's gonna be a big boy.
That's a good amount of bacon. I respect it.
Boone will not have skinny bacon.
Boone is my son. Yeah, well, I think the reason I'm so skinny is because I was born 6 weeks early. You know, Boone was
Well, that
born.
probably
Boone
true.
was born 3 days early. So
But you're also what, 6'2", 6'3"?
yeah, 6'2".
So I mean,
And
You've just got a really high metabolism.
and I'm 147 pounds
Yeah.
and
I was
have
the
been
same
that
way.
for 15
do you
years.
remember in college when he was eating all those peanut butter sandwiches and couldn't gain a pound? What didn't you do that? Didn't you go on a protein streak? You be drinking protein shakes?
I
or
did
something?
drink a ton of protein shakes. For
Yeah,
a
and
while.
you didn't gain a pound.
Yeah, they were like 8,000 calories.
I'm going to be the boring nutritionist here because that's what my degree's in, but it's all about the calories.
You think so?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, you could eat 5,000 if your basal metabolism rate is, let's say I would estimate at least 4K, 4,000 calories. He could eat 4,300 calories of sugar and he would finally gain weight, but I just think its BMR is way up
It'd be
there.
hard to get that much food in your system.
Not if it was
There's tricks.
Chick-fil-A milkshakes.
I can't even eat that.
Maybe not.
I don't. I'm
Dude.
not a sweet kind of guy. I don't really
That's
like.
his problem. That's it right there.
That's why
Done.
you're
We
always
fixed
going to be
that.
skinny, dude.
How many calories do you think Trump eats in a day?
great
So
question.
somebody studied it was like 6,000.
Trump?
Yep.
How tall is he?
He does.
He's 6'3",
He's on his feet a lot.
6'4".
I mean, he's a big boy.
He's
I mean,
on his
he's
feet
a
a
big
lot,
boy.
too.
He's
These days.
He's like got that good Scotch-Irish heritage, so he's just 30.
He even
You know,
says he
jeez.
says that in the Rogans. He's like genetics. He's like, I hate running. I hate treadmills.
He did, yeah.
He's like, I got on the treadmill.
He said he
It's like-
surprised the doctor when they gave him a physical that he ran because he ran so long. Like, what the hell?
Could you picture him running? Though?
No. He shouldn't run.
What would be more funny?
He's not athletic.
Biden running on a treadmill or Trump running on a treadmill?
Biden, because he'd fall.
That's a
He'd
great
fall
poll.
quicker than Trump.
I don't
would.
know.
We should have voted for that instead of president.
Dude,
That's
Trump's
a great
form,
question.
Trump's form would be terrible.
Open discussion. Biden and Trump get put on a treadmill at like slightly faster than walking pace. Who falls first?
Oh, Biden.
Biden.
Okay,
That's
there
not
we
even
go. Then
I'm
that's
sure.
funnier. By default, that's funnier.
We've seen that 100 times.
But
though.
you put the treadmill on 10, you're full out sprinting. Which one's funnier?
Okay, it's
right?
sadder if Biden falls because you immediately feel that elderly guilt. But
Nah.
Trump, that would be funny. He'd probably roll a few times.
Yeah.
I'd feel a little elder guilt with Trump. He's getting old.
He's too spry of mind for
dude,
me
he's-
to look at him and feel like
Trump's
that.
going to live to 120.
How old is his dad, John?
100%.
The ultimate curse.
His dad's still alive? I
Really?
thought he was dead.
No, and how old was his dad when he died?
So does Trump
I was
have
about to say.
Virginia?
Oh yeah, we've totally been
Probably
ignoring.
low.
Oh, yeah,
Been
I got
ignoring
you,
the
Tyler.
election.
So 57% reporting Trump is leading
so excited you're coming.
50.1 to 48.2
Oh,
in
really?
Virginia.
Richard!
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
And then Meg was
I was
like,
with
Dang.
Goldie and Dad and Toria.
That's going to be a close
What
one.
is the Justice
could've
for
not
All
known
party? I
that.
kind of like that idea.
No big deal.
Cornell West.
We don't, go to
alright.
we don't go to First Friday as much because you don't know anybody there.
Oh, my
Yeah,
It's all
God.
out of towners
I don't go anymore.
or new people.
That was the last time we went because I just.
Who's
we
voting
didn't
for
live so close.
RFK in Mississippi? Nice work, guys.
Well,
I love how the
That's who I would've voted
unhealthiest state
for.
of the union is voting for the health czar.
That's amazing.
they won't reform.
The second unhealthiest. No, they're the unhealthy.
I mean, if I were going to vote, that's why I would have voted for Trump, just
Them
because of
in
RFK.
Arkansas.
RFK.
What
All the way.
what were the numbers of Tennessee? I'm just curious.
Yeah,
I know
pull
we-
up Murray County there, John.
I know we
Bean.
dominated, but
I mean, I'm sure
Hello?
Memphis will go blue. They haven't gone blue yet.
That's us right there, right? In
no,
gray?
that's Williamson.
Mm,
No, that's
Hickman.
Hickman. Yeah,
There it is. They're just not in yet. What's the numbers in Murray there? 71.
good.
That's more people than that's
That'll-
fewer people than I thought that voted for
That'll
Trump.
hunt.
Honestly,
There's 100,000 people in this county.
Yeah, that's over half. That's over half the county voting.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's at least 100,000.
I
The
voted-
city of Columbia probably has 50.
I voted on Halloween. It took me like an hour.
Really?
an hour
It was super fast.
just
I mean,
waiting
it-
in line at the polls.
It was it was fast, but it's just a long line.
Jeez.
Dude, we flew through that thing.
They did a good job.
We went to the election commission.
Hey.
So we have a shout out to our new election commissioner. He's new. This was his first one, and I think it went really good. I think his name is Chris McKay, maybe.
All right.
He's a nice guy.
I didn't know it was a new commissioner, but
See if I can
he
find it. Let's shout him out.
he I like that it wasn't electrical, like it wasn't
Yeah,
a touch screen.
Oh, we
agree
had
It
with
was
that.
an old-fashioned ballot, and then you go and you put in the scanner.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
I think
It is.
that's a good balance between the old way and the new way.
The electric ones do seem to freak people out. Well,
If
Is this dude on TV real?
not a chance.
There's no way.
Yeah, look at his eyes. You can tell. You can always tell by the eyes.
Yeah.
That is an organic robotoid.
I've met one before.
Why robotoid and not
Was in the
robot?
midterm after Trump was elected. There was a
You want to go there?
Transhuman is
No, I
it's
don't.
emerging.
I can
It's
see,
prototype right there.
I can see.
It might be.
They've been around since the 70s.
I mean, if they're coming out with those
I've
dang
met- I've
Elon
met
Musk
one.
robots right now, if those are mainstream right now, just imagine what else is walking around.
Chris
I mean,
McKinley is his name.
I've met
I just
one
had to shout out
at a
Chris.
Waffle House. They're
I'm
testing it
curious.
at Waffle House. Just disclaimers before I changed my ways, found the Lord, but I was very hammered, so that could affect how I was seeing things. But
I'm gonna say it was.
no, it wasn't, because there was other people sober who thought the same thing. There's this woman who was straight 50. She had perfect jet black hair, like the perfect physique, but she kept telling people she was 50. I'm not kidding. It was like a Nashville area. There was at least 100 people in there. People were waiting in line, and this woman was running everything. She had everybody's order memorized, didn't write down anything, was calculating everybody's bill in her head without writing it down. She had no bill slips, no checks, no receipts, nothing. It was just typing in the computer, and that's what it was. And like one of my buddies, I'll leave his name out of this. He's like, I got to calculate this or whatnot, and he did it himself. And he's like, she got it right on, and so we all did it. And she didn't blink, move a muscle, nothing. Was just straight up, just focused.
did you have any social skills?
Huh?
Did she have any social skills?
Outside of taking orders, no.
So maybe she was just ridiculously autistic.
My second guess was meth.
That could be. I mean, if she's working at a Waffle House.
It's a good place to do it.
Yeah.
You know,
If you're going to do meth, I mean, when in Rome.
nobody's gonna care, and you make some money while you're doing it.
Right.
But anyways, that's my
I mean,
testimony.
that is insane. You legitimately think she was a...
I stared at her the whole time. Like, my inhibitions were gone, so I was like, I don't care if this person thinks I'm weird. I'm staring at her. I was studying her and everything, and there was nothing human there whatsoever.
You got to wonder. I mean, you think birds are fake, so I mean, what?
I don't. I think I know Israel has patents on fake birds.
Yeah,
that is true.
They do.
That isn't a
Patents in
conspiracy.
the U.S.
Right.
Yeah. Half of Congress is funded by Israel. But
More than that.
just look up the music video "Famous" by Kanye West. All right, that's all you need to know right there.
Yep.
You ever seen that music video?
If you, from my perspective, having never heard this, that's the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Have you ever seen that music video?
No.
Go home and watch it.
The music video is freaky.
Don't let your wife be with you. Don't let your children see it. But watch that video, and you'll know what I'm talking about. The official story is they're wax dolls. That's the official story. That's all I'm going to say.
Everybody go home and watch that.
Yeah, Famous
Twitter
Kanye
right
West
now.
music video.
I mean,
Okay.
stay on our live stream.
what is
John, pull up Famous.
Go watch it.
Is it the Ace Ventura quote?
I don't know.
Truth and fiction and lies on the TV or something.
I've heard that before. I don't know where it's from. But yeah,
There's that one from V for Vendetta, which I should have watched today because it's November 5th. But
Oh, that's
it's
true.
like politicians use the truth to tell lies, and artists use lies to tell the truth, which I think there's a lot of truth in that particular quote right there.
that's similar to the news is fake, the movies is real, basically.
Yeah.
Just to summarize.
It's a similar idea.
Sorry, my wife's giving me updates on the baby.
Aw. New baby?
How is the baby?
She turns 2 Sunday.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What's
Congratulations.
she doing? What's her thing right now?
We have this little picture Bible. It's got like all the big stories
yeah.
dumbed down, and she literally just walks around reading it. And then
That's cute.
she loves the story of Samuel and Eli when God calls Samuel 3 times, and Samuel walks into Eli and he's like,
Okay.
"Shut up, boy, go to bed."
Right.
Irony.
Is that how
We
you
have one
read
of
that?
those too. And Goldie's thing is, she thumbs through it until she finds. There's only one story she wants to read, and it's Baby Cheez-Its. She
Baby
goes, Baby
Cheez-Its?
Cheez-Its. It's Jesus, but
Yeah.
okay. She wants to hear the story of Baby Jesus, and we go to the next page where the Magi come, and she's like, "No, back to the other page."
I got to see my baby.
She only wants to read the part where Baby Jesus is born.
That's awesome.
That's it.
That's pretty great.
Yeah, that's super
That's her thing
adorable.
right now.
She in that Bible, it also has another story of Jairus and his daughter who dies.
Uh-huh.
Anytime she dies, she'll like read the story,
It was alarming.
and then she'll turn to the page when she's dead, and she goes, "Oh no," and starts crying. But then she'll turn the page and she's like,
Empathy.
then she gets excited. So
The Bible has some dark stories for
Man,
children.
y'all are making me feel bad. Boone just likes Go Dogs Go by Dr. Seuss. It's his favorite book.
Trust me.
Nope.
Mischievous Monsters is actually our favorite book right now. It's a Halloween themed book, and that's peak literature for Goldie. And then Bluey.
Mischief.
It's just
Who
Bluey
doesn't
all
love
day.
Bluey?
Bluey
I
is
mean,
good content.
you know, it's not as good as Paw Patrol.
There's
Paw
a new
Patrol's
special out.
amazing, but it's special.
There's a new
Really?
Bluey special out. 28
Right.
minutes long. It's a big deal.
Good to know.
Just get on board.
Hey, Trump's son, to relate this to the election, is like 16.
To bring
So
us back. Thanks,
Could
buddy.
you imagine
Trump's son
like
is Bluey.
14 years ago, just like a 59-year-old Trump reading to his 2-year-old son? Would you think he did that?
That's crazy.
Isn't that
and
wild?
now Barron is what, 6'8"?
Yeah.
Do you think
huge.
Trump actually read to his
Barron
kids?
is like
That's what I'm
6'8",
saying.
140.
That's what I'm asking.
I think he did.
Barron is a big,
You think so?
big boy.
Yeah, I mean, I think we see with Barron that he's actually being a father to his children because he brings them up all the time. And I mean, the QAnon crowd thinks he's just prepping Barron to be Caesar of America
Right.
down the road, but which could be possible.
I mean, that ties into the.
It ties
last
into the
presidents.
Lockwood.
Yep, exactly.
Lockwood story. So it's good stuff. You should try it. But
John, what are you clicking around? Only one thing matters.
I was
CNN.
reading
Pull up CNN.
oh my gosh.
Just kidding.
What were you reading?
Oh, that is CNN. No, actually, I just want to see the news. Pull up Bloomberg. That's unbiased.
So you were reading something.
And I'll make this brief or whatnot. But basically, people were asking campaign managers and members like, why is Trump bringing up Barron so much? And they're just like, he just misses him. You don't see him much.
Oh.
And and his son's about to go to college or whatnot.
Yeah.
So
You brought him up on Rogan.
so
Did he?
Yeah.
he's either he might be prepping him for the getting him into the public foray for his future career.
Right.
But I think there's definitely a human element there where he wasn't a good father to most of his kids. Like,
I mean, you'd imagine not. Yeah.
what, 3 baby mamas?
Yeah. One of
Something
them
like that.
died falling down the stairs. Very sketchy death. That was Tiffany's mom.
I did
Wow.
not know that.
Yeah. That was like 2 years ago. Really, really weird.
Interesting.
2
So-
years ago?
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty recent.
I mean, I
didn't
wouldn't put it
realize
past
that.
him, unfortunately.
You walked
That's
right. What?
terrifying.
I said I wouldn't put it past
Oh,
Trump.
you wouldn't put
Yeah,
it past
yeah, I
him.
wouldn't
Okay.
put
I
it
thought you
past
said you walked right past him. It's like, oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I just watched
Yeah.
I watched Tiffany fall on the steps. Like, weird.
Yeah, and his sister died pretty recently too. The judge, Marianne Trump. So there's been a lot of Trump deaths that people don't even know about.
I mean, maybe people weren't just trying to assassinate him. You know, maybe that's what was going on.
Dude, you don't even know what you're talking about with Q. I mean, that probably is a whole like Reddit thread that's like 55 pages long.
We have any
Yeah,
people
it's
for
just
us
from
in, Johnny?
the cord moving around. We're gonna have to replace that cord, John.
it
But
my
for now,
cord?
it'll be fine. Yeah, it's
Oh.
yours.
I won't
What's the? Sorry, John. I'm yanking your chain around a lot. Give me some numbers here.
I've been watching Georgia. Trump's leading.
Let's pull up.
47.
Let's pull up. the
Trump's leading
futures here.
51 to 47 in Georgia.
Yeah.
All that matters is the futures.
So Tyler, who do you think is gonna win the
Holy
election?
cow. Futures are up 1%.
Who do I think?
Trump's
Yeah.
gonna win.
You got to pick somebody tonight. Who are you gonna pick? Who's gonna be president on January whatever
Those are
20th?
Carson. Those are different things. Okay, winning the election and who's going to be president on January 20th are very different.
All right, we can talk about that in a minute. Let's get Tyler's answer, and then we can talk about your whole thing.
I mean, to save the long story, I kind of think Camilla's going to win.
Think Kamala's gonna win?
Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna ask Richard who he voted for and why, but he immediately shot that down because he's lame like that. So I'll ask you. Do you want to share who you voted for? If you
Yeah, I
don't, that's
voted. I
okay.
voted for
He
Trump.
already. First of all, he already has. He already said that.
Yeah, I voted for Trump.
All right, why?
It's just purely economics. I mean, the economy was
Good job. You called it.
what?
You said people were probably voting for Trump for economic reasons.
No, that's not what I said.
Oh,
Not what I said.
all right. Well, I wasn't paying close enough attention to what you were saying then.
I think people aren't incentivized to vote. I think economic conditions are so pro-consumer right now that
I
they're
disagree.
less incentivized.
I definitely disagree with that. But
Okay, go on.
as a resident member of the poor family, of the poor people,
Right.
I definitely disagree with that. Maybe it's not affected the middle class or the upper middle class as well. I mean, as much as it has the the working class citizens. But I can attest to my budget and my grocery bill constantly going up. My insurance is I think it's increased by like 24%. The premium has
Good
since
Past
Joseph
3
Biden
years.
has entered the office.
Yeah.
And then I mean, a large portion of the country is working class, so I think a lot of us are feeling that in that regards. But like if you look at the economy, it's pretty much similar to what it was with Bush, with Obama. So that's kind of what we've been conditioned to accept as normal. But I think the glimmer of hope we saw with Trump in 16 to 20 really opened up life economically to a lot of the working class, and so I think that's why there's a massive incentive for Trump to vote for Trump.
What would you say were Trump's specifically? What actions of Trump's helped the working class voter out? The most?
It in my opinion, it simply boils down to the energy.
So energy.
It's how we opened up energy regulations. Will really reduce the amount of regulations on it. The Keystone Pipeline was amazing. Him focusing on producing our own oil and not relying on Middle Eastern countries and Mexico and
I think we talked about that earlier.
China.
Yeah.
I think we were the biggest producer of oil when Trump took office. I think we still are.
Yeah, but it's a matter of like where our oil was going though. I think a lot of it was not going. It was going to like manufacturing. Was going to resource production like coal and stuff like that, and the less going into consumer pockets. And a lot of the oil that consumers were using were mostly from the Middle East. I haven't studied the economics of that in a long time. There's a reason why that was happening, but just kind of the self-sufficient mindset that Trump has for the economy, how we need to produce our own goods and services, and I think that's got a massive benefit for our economy. And that's just kind of a brief analysis of why I voted for him. The moral aspect has been debated since he came on the scene, but I'm not voting for.
Well, who's voting for politicians for morals
I'm not
anymore?
voting for a moral leader. Yeah, we've already got that king covered.
Right.
So.
I mean, in my life, I pay child support, so it doesn't matter who's in. I'm not going to have any money.
You fuck one way or the other.
Yeah, why Trump's appealing to me?
What if she's one of the 16 watching on Twitter right now?
Oh, well.
What if?
Yeah, what if your ex-wife is watching?
Let's pretend she is. What's your message to her right now?
Let's go to counseling. That'll always be my message.
Well done, Murph.
All right.
Amen.
Well done.
So why is Trump appealing to you?
Because he's like...
you didn't vote, but if you had...
Right, exactly. Dude, the way he views America, and he's like, we do not need NATO. Why are we in NATO? Who cares, right? Like, let's just bully them into paying. Why do we need to be in all these alliances? We don't. We're America.
These days,
right?
you're right.
In the Green New Deal.
Right. Everybody was like, "Oh, Kim Jong-un, oh, North Korea, he's scary." He just goes over, he chills with them, man. He's like Dennis Rodman. He's having fun. Right? Kim Jong-un is riding in the giant, limo. I've already discussed how he deals with Putin. He'll go after his daughters. Putin doesn't scare him. Nothing scares him. Like, his international stage is awesome. It's everything that a poor man wants in a leader internationally. It's just like, we're America.
Yeah.
You don't mess with me. We're America. And that is why he's appealing to me. I mean, Kamala, she can't do that, right? And on the international stage, she's just a front for all the corporations that fund her, right? That's how all these countries are seeing her, right? Whereas Trump, they're seeing, oh, this is a guy, this is an individual. I can't F with him because I'm actually effing with him. I'm not effing with his, 15 sponsors. So.
Ah.
Holy cow.
I mean, that's a good...
Stock market is
good point.
popping right now. Trump's going to win.
Just because of the stock market?
That's the ultimate voting machine. I mean, it is by far the most powerful voting machine in the world.
Yeah, what do you think about these AI trading tools, Richard?
Usually, so far they've been detrimental to day-to-day this is a miles deep topic,
right?
But bottom line, they haven't done anything so bad that we need to blow it all up. But there's potential for them too.
Oh, okay.
Hey, y'all, Wisconsin.
Surprisingly positive review of those
I
things.
just want to talk about
What about
the
Wisconsin?
president's effect on economics.
Wisconsin's quite blue. But,
Yeah,
I mean, it's only
Wisconsin's-
30%. But
Wisconsin has been the most fascinating study. The way they have shifted blue over the past 16 years has been wild. I was talking to Tanner Hoffman today. Do you remember him? We went to school
I have
with
no
him.
idea who that is.
I know. I remember his face.
Yeah,
I know.
he's a Wisconsin native. I was talking to him today about it. He's a analyst for Nuveen now, and I was talking to him about it. He's talking about how, like, when you walk around Wisconsin, the money that goes into anti-Trump billboards is off the charts.
That's crazy.
He said it's nothing like it. So he lives in Minnesota, but he said it's nothing like Minnesota. Wisconsin spills so much money on anti-Trump rhetoric. It's wild.
Such a strangely liberal state, but
It
I
is.
assume the metropolitan areas are such a controlling entity there that it just, for lack of a better term, colors the
Yeah.
whole state.
Have y'all been up there before?
No, I always wanted to go.
Milwaukee it's a cool town. I like Milwaukee a lot. If it wasn't for the winter, I'd want to live there. But it is an interesting little sect of America. You need to go experience it.
All right, Murph, so you don't think Trump's giving up the election if he loses? Or what's the deal with that?
I
I think he's going to be the last president. Explain. And not the Ingersoll Rockwell
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
What do you think is going to happen?
I mean, what I think is going to happen tonight is that most likely Trump wins up front tonight. Something happens maybe at the Electoral College, or maybe even sooner than that, like tomorrow or Thursday or Friday, where they're like, oh, there was these extra, kind of like what happened with Biden, but a little more extreme than that, because 2020 was just conditioning for that.
No.
And then they'll say Kamala wins, or at least it's contested, and maybe it'll even be a 279 tie, right? And then it's, or whatever, however much it is, because it could tie. It's an even.
Right.
That's why I
Potentially.
think Kamala's going to.
And then they'll go into the go in and have the House decide it potentially.
Yeah.
All right. Option number 2 is Kamala wins outright, and the Q people and all the mullets and everyone just don't have it, and insurrection.
I would love to see the mullets march on Washington. That'd be hilarious.
Insurrection style, obviously spearheaded by the CIA, who starts these things and gets
Right.
people going, and puts him in. What is it? What does it sound, John?
Sorry.
That sounds like a cup rattling. Do you hear that?
Yeah, it's from the
It
mic
should be
moving
gone.
around.
It should be gone now.
It's just like you're taking a ping pong ball in a Dixie cup and doing this. So either way, I think Trump is installed as president no matter what, but there's going to be some kind of drama.
Installed as president.
Yeah. So Ben Shapiro had a very interesting, what I think is maybe a revelation of method. So he was talking on Tim Pool's podcast yesterday about how if Trump wins Arizona and Nevada, Georgia and North Carolina, and Kamala sweeps the Rust Belt, it's 270 to 268. It would be the final score for Kamala. And in 2020, we had a census, which apparently, I don't know how true this is, but he stated it, and he's a pretty prominent guy, so you would think he has no reason to lie on this claim that the government screwed up that census and overcounted states like New York and Delaware, undercounted states like Texas and Florida. So you could have a scenario that goes to the Supreme Court saying that Florida and Texas should have one more electoral vote than they got, and New York and Delaware should have one less. So if it's 270, 268 tonight, in a couple weeks it could be 270, 268 the other way if the Supreme Court reallocates votes.
At what point would they even talk about reallocating votes, though? I mean, when do they even do that?
I mean, they would it would take a lawsuit, but if you remember back in 2020, all those lawsuits got dismissed because the Supreme Court stated that the several different states that submitted them didn't have standing. Here they'd have standing because they can claim we in Florida have been damaged, we in Texas have been damaged because we weren't given the proper number of electoral votes.
What, just a bunch of big class action lawsuits from those states?
Yeah, essentially. Lawsuits against the Census Bureau,
yeah.
I would assume. And then I also, because I've been kind of seeing similarities between this and 2016, I think if it's 270 to 268 tonight for her on December 17th, it won't be. because I think, the narrative has kind of already been put in play that there's going to be a couple of pissed off Democratic electors who think Joe Biden should have been the rightful nominee. And in Washington or Oregon, they'll vote for Joe Biden instead of her, leaving nobody with the majority, and it goes to the House of Representatives. And if it does that, Trump will win there.
But no matter what happens, don't you get the feeling that, like, it's not going to be cut and dry? Somebody tonight, it's over.
This election's never felt. I wasn't even like. Typically, there's this sense of impending like excitement leading up. I haven't even felt that because I don't feel like it's going down tonight. I'm waiting for whatever is coming down the damn pipeline over the next few weeks and months. Tonight, like election night, doesn't feel like the real deal to me.
Yeah, I don't know. He's up to 188 now.
He is. Like, Trump has a commanding lead, at least in the early polls, it seems. But
Okay.
yeah, exactly. And overnight, things flip-flopped.
I need to give an update on our great state of Tennessee.
All right, what's going on with Tennessee?
Numbers are in.
Tell me Crockett County didn't turn. I mean,
Sapiki smoked. Eileen saw that coming. Capley smoked whoever the Democrat was. And dadgummit, old Joey Hensley won again, 75% of the vote. So all Republican across the board. We do not have the councils in yet. We do have 4 city council spots up for up this year, as well as Mount Pleasant. All of their spots go up at one time. So we don't have those votes in yet.
how's Ogles doing?
1. She is Miriam already conceded. That was a while ago.
And what's he running for?
Elected office.
Desjardins spot. Desjardins a piece of trash.
I don't know who
I'll
that
say
is. What
this.
office is he running for?
No, it's the same spot he's had.
Oh, okay.
House.
House of Representatives?
But
Yeah,
it was
it's that
Desjardins' old spot.
Okay.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Well, before they redid
Right.
it all.
Interesting.
What's wild is, so I leave my house in Murray County, and I see Ogles signs. I drive all the way to Green Hills, Davidson County for church, and right by my church, Ogles signs.
And you don't
They have
particularly like him, do
gerrymandered
you?
his districts. Oh, I can't stand him. They have gerrymandered his district so bad. I drive an hour on Sundays and see the same signs.
Okay, explain to me. I'm curious.
That's
Explain to me
insane.
what you don't like about him, because what I've heard about him, I've thought, and you know me, I don't pay a dick hair of attention to local politics, nor really politics in general. Which, why the fuck are we doing this stuff? But it's not important. Everything I've heard about him, at least to me, has been highly appealing. He seems to be somebody who's relatively conservative, fiscally speaking, and
He's
who's
not fiscally conservative.
okay. See, that's what I've been
No
told.
one in Congress is fiscally conservative.
Yeah,
Well-
I agree with Richard on this point. You can't go into office and be fiscally conservative.
You
Well,
can't be
okay.
a part of a party who jacked up the national debt through the roof
All right.
when you had power.
When I say fiscally conservative, I mean compared to other people, and
He
I don't
says
know.
He is. Okay, that's fine. but
Okay,
he
so
doesn't vote on it.
maybe he says he is, whatever. But also, and I have a feeling you and I ideologically disagree greatly on this particular subject.
Uh-huh.
But all the bullshit that went down with the Corona stuff, where Columbia pretty much just was chill, and a lot of other places in Tennessee were hell on earth. He's the one who kind of spearheaded Columbia staying open. So I'm curious why, like somebody like that, who conceptually appeals to me, and I know nothing about him, seems to be so distasteful to you as an individual.
I've changed my mind 1,000 times on the COVID stuff, so, like, who knows? I don't even know what happened there. It's freaking disease, and I'm a financial advisor. Like, what can I say about that? Or probably a disease. I don't know, Murphy.
We can talk about it.
To me, the people that I elect to represent my area geographically, so that's both in the state and the federal side of things, your job is to go to Nashville or D.C. and bring me money. I want my schools. I want my roads. I want better pay for my city and county employees. And especially, I want all the funding for the little projects that take extra money we don't have. So, like, I want the parks. I want the studies done to determine where the best parking should be in Murray County. I want all those little tidbits. Your job is to go up there, make friends, and bring me the money. Do you know why Bear Creek has not been widened when it should have been done 20 years ago? Do you know why 31 in Spring Hill has not been widened when it should have been done 20 years ago? Because we had representatives go up there, refuse to play politics, took sides, stuck their foot in their mouth, so they even pissed off their own party mates, and didn't bring back money. The governor's budget, the federal budget, consistently sticks Murray County on the back burner, sticks Tennessee on the back burner. It's because our representatives don't represent us. And Ogles is chief among those. He pisses off even his Republican friends, so when we need something, he can't get it done. He can't represent us, because if you're going to go play politics, you got to go play politics.
All right. That was... that.
I
okay.
have a question.
Appreciate the passion.
Yeah, that was more passionate
that
than
was
I
great.
expected.
I'm very pro Murray County, very pro Tennessee.
So you're pro Murray County. In what ways are you like pro expansionist in the sense of like we need more neighborhoods, we need more roads, we need more, you mentioned parking, so that means obviously getting rid of a bunch of land and parking it,
No,
parking it up.
I'm just talking about how the city got a grant to do a study on downtown parking. Like, where should we put a parking garage, or where should parking be? What should be paid parking? Like,
Well, right by the police
I'm
station.
I'm talking about something very niche.
I'm being sarcastic.
A study on downtown parking.
Yeah.
That
Well, but
seems
guess
like
what?
a waste of money.
We didn't have to pay for it, so sign me up.
So somebody else, yeah,
It's
I guess.
guaranteed to be a net positive.
That's true.
So I agree with a lot of that, but I think from what I know about Ogles and his cabinet, does his local government have a cabinet even? But anyways,
His boys.
his
people,
boys, his
entourage.
cronies.
Yeah.
Well, the people that tell him what to do.
Yeah, exactly. I think he feared that Murray County would turn into Williamson County 2.0.
Well, he's not from Murray County, so I don't even trust him to represent us.
I mean, I'm right.
He doesn't know.
I'm racist like that too. Trust me, I'm right there with you.
He ain't one of us.
He's not one of us. But I did
By that
I
logic,
didn't-
neither am I.
do what?
By that logic, neither am I.
Yeah.
Right. But I think I did appreciate from the way I understood it, which is I'm a pleb and I get stuff that trickles down, But the way I understood it is he was like, I will take this grant, but there are stipulations that I don't want, which is like granting land, if the study says that, let's say, Pottsville at the end of Bear Creek, if you have a road, then we would like to build a neighborhood here. Here's our contractors that we're going to use, which is usually just BlackRock and Vanguard, proxies and whatnot. Then I know he was, adamant against that. But that's just how I understand it.
When you talk, like, go back to your original question, like what specifically do I want?
Yeah.
Like, it depends on the time. I would say 20 years ago, we needed people like we needed the battery plant, regardless of what you feel about electric vehicles. That's probably a whole debacle, but like,
Is that battery plant? Columbia brought a battery plant in. Are they even operating? It's been there for a long time. Are they even
they're
doing
not
anything?
yet, but they do have employees and they're paying them.
No, they're open. I know people that work there.
You're talking about the battery plant on the. I'm talking about the LG plant. I'm
Oh, I
not
thought you were talking about
the
Ultium.
battery.
Ultium.
Yeah. No, Ultium is the same thing.
Yeah.
So like we needed jobs 20 years ago. We needed good, steady jobs. Now what we need is very different. We need high density housing, like that apartment that's going up by the square. We needed that bad. That's something that was positive.
Need is a strong word.
Yeah.
We needed place. We need places for the everyday man to live at an affordable. Now, I'm not saying that place off the square is it, because that's not it. We needed places for the everyday man to live affordably in Columbia. So high density housing is the way you do it. You're going to suck up a bunch of renters who can afford that expensive apartment building and open up a lot of new apartment and rental places in Columbia. That's good. We needed that. Right now, what we need is freaking roads. We need Bear Creek to be a bunch of lanes so you can get to the daggum interstate and not take 20 hours to do it.
I'm with you on that.
We need schools. And we're talking about test scores. Okay, that's one thing. We need buildings. We have a bunch of kids packed into classrooms, and it's ridiculous. We need to build some schools, and we've got 2 years before enough debt rolls off that we can actually afford it. What we need changes time by time. And I need a representation who's going to go out and do it. Now, I will give credit to, this wasn't Ogles, but like the last thing we got from the governor in the governor's budget was the place that's being, your dad may have been involved in this actually, Murph, but was that place they're building at CCC State. It's like it's basically like a, 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 it's basically like I'm not in the best mindset right now. What do they call it? It's like TDEC. It's basically they're going to do training for blue collar jobs.
TCAT.
There. TCAT. It's a TCAT partnership.
Oh, you mean
That's what
the
is.
lines, the lineman place?
Where are we at?
No,
this election,
no.
John.
They're building a giant facility.
Yeah.
They just broke ground about 6 months ago.
Yeah.
That money came from the governor's budget.
Yep.
So like I give credit to Sapicki for that because he made friends and went up and did it. I give credit, actually, believe it or not, to Sheila Butt, who I never thought I would say that. But what I guess I'm long-winded. What I'm saying is what we need changes, and we need people who will make friends and fight for it.
I'm with you. I'm not necessarily fond of the idea of high density housing because the line of work I'm in, I'm operating in that realm a lot, and just by nature, especially during this time, 20 years ago would have been a great time to build them, when the building economy was great. And well, I guess 20 years ago was right before the recession. It was probably pretty good, but right now, if you're going to build an apartment complex, high density housing, you're not having affordable rent, and it's not because a lot of these contractors and a lot of these building companies are trying to make an insane amount of profit. It's just the only way that it is profitable is this rent averages around anywhere from $1,700 to $2,200.
Oh, without doubt.
That's insane. So now
this place in the square is
amount of money.
more than that.
oh yeah, absolutely. I mean that we're talking like Neapolis area apartment complexes.
Yeah.
And that's a 1-bedroom, 1-bath, $1,700 a month. Nobody can afford that. I mean, that's the average. That's the average mortgage. I'm pretty sure, if you were to buy a home in Columbia right now.
Be more
So,
than that.
so there's
Sure.
absolutely no point in renting. So I don't think right now is definitely the time to do all that high density building. But the roads are insane. That's
When I say high
that's something that.
Well, and
needs-
how many areas are experiencing similar problems right now with all the migration after Corona?
Right.
After
Yeah, it's
Corona,
not
what do
it's
you
not
mean?
just Columbia. It's not just
Yeah.
Tennessee. Think about like nationally how people are like flying into Idaho. People are like invading Texas.
Boise
They're-
home prices fell last year.
All right,
I
so
just-
one city.
In
Well,
comparison,
but that
in
is
comparison to the
Idaho.
price before,
Yeah,
like
that
20.
is
I mean that's true.
Idaho,
Boise is
Yeah.
Idaho, but I mean what's the price? I mean what defines affordable? Like
Yeah,
Well,
No,
exactly.
So affordable
if it
is a
spiked to
percentage of
2,000 a
average
month
wage.
and then went down to 1,700, I mean
Average wage. Rent has fallen slightly, like 1 or 2% in Nashville. In Columbia, it has not over the past year.
I've never seen
Well,
rent go
I mean,
down. The only time
yeah.
rent will go
In Nashville,
down
it did
is if
like over the past 12 months.
No landlord's going to lower their price. You just introduce more units that
No,
are.
that's it though. But that's what I'm talking about. When you build these apartment complexes, it's inventory. You have X amount of people looking to live here.
Is that like a supply and demand model for housing?
That's exactly what it is. When you have more inventory, what happens is, and I'll give you an example. Somebody has a rental house in Columbia. They have a loan on that, right? Where they are, so someone has bought a rental house. Let's say they still have a loan. It's, I don't know, $1,500 a month. Murphy knows how that's a realistic number for the most part on a small rental house. They can't go 12 months before they find a renter. So if they can't find someone at $1,900, which would maybe market value for whatever hypothetical house I'm talking about, guess what they're going to do? They're going to lower the offer. They're going to say it's $1,750 now. What I'm saying is inventory lowers rent. Inventory lowers prices. And we are finally in Columbia for the first time in 4 years now. We're finally getting a lot of inventory on board, and we've seen prices be flat for the past year. Flat prices in housing means flat prices in rent over time.
Do you think that's true across the board?
Define the board.
I mean, nationally, like, because
Well,
at
Middle
least when
Tennessee's
we're
stronger
talking
than
about
everybody else.
like all the post-corona migration, all the people, all these some bitches from California and fucking Chicago and
yeah.
New York
Boston.
and all these
Yeah.
wieners decided to move to Middle Tennessee, decided to move to Florida, decided to move to parts of Alabama, decided to move wherever the hell else these cum sacks decided to move to. Okay, they decided to move there. And the poor bastards who live in those cities suddenly, they don't know where to go, what to do, how to live. And before these poor people know it, their whole town is changed before their eyes. And,
Right.
a lot of people are fans of that because it's progress, so called.
Because you get a Starbucks next to your house,
right? But
or Dollar General.
The people who like, and you're a big like pro, I'm a native here type person, right? And those people seem to be left behind in those areas when things like that happen.
Statistically, no. Because guess what those people are? Guess what the long-term natives are?
What?
Homeowners. Think about the ridiculous equity these people have built. Their net worth has shot up because they're natives. And yes, they have a lot of very rightful complaints. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of things culturally that are going to change in this county that I don't want to happen, but I know are inevitable. That's why I tell my wife, like, did my wife want to live in Nashville instead of Columbia? Yes. But what I tell her is, by the time we retire, Mount Pleasant is going to be packed. Like, Mount Pleasant is going to be the new Franklin. And that seems crazy to say.
I'm going to stop it.
We're all trying. A lot of people are trying
I
to
think
stop it
Trump's
right
going to stop it.
I hope so.
But at the end of the day, like, we also have to remember we are on a ridiculous hot streak as an economy. Ever since 08 was it was a borderline depression.
Are we on a hot
08,
streak?
We're on a smoking hot streak.
Because
I need to read what you're reading.
I feel poor and I hate my life.
Rattle it off. So here's what matters, I would say, generally.
Explain that in the context of my rent check / my wage, and don't say because I'm a vagrant fuck, because that is true. But point being, explain that in the context of the disparity between my rent and the money I'm bringing home at a very average job, or was before I decided to become live under a bridge.
To this, there is specifically when you talk about rent. Rent is different. There's three things that have inflated at a ridiculously high rate compared to everything else: housing, healthcare, education. Everything else has been much more manageable than you would think it has been, comparatively, compared to wage growth. Your wages, and by the way, one of the tough parts of economics is taking yourself out of the situation entirely and looking at the country or the state, whatever you're looking at, as a whole. That's
that makes
the hard
sense.
part.
That makes sense.
So, your opinion is definitely going to be colored by those three things if you fall into one of those three categories, which we all fall into the housing category, period. So we need somewhere to live.
Except for Carson.
Except for Carson.
Right. Because I live under a bridge.
I love you, Carson.
Love you too.
I would just say
I'm the only one in this room that has been homeless for 9 days. So
it's important to remember that right now unemployment is extremely low.
You win.
Which means if people, and unemployment being low doesn't mean the economy's good, but what it means is people have jobs, and if you have a job, you're paying your bills. You may not be buying a jet ski, but you're paying your bills on average.
Okay, keep going.
Unemployment is very low.
There are a lot of people with jobs that aren't paying their bills.
We're about 4% right now. For the past 18 months, wage growth has outpaced inflation. Think about that. Wage growth has outpaced inflation, which means your paycheck, on average, this is not saying you.
Is this nationally?
Nationally.
Okay.
And Tennessee is slightly better in all of these statistics.
Yeah.
Because we're in a better place than most states are. So, wages have outpaced inflation, which means more people have discretionary income than they've had before. So, employment, wages outpacing inflation, those are the first two things I would say. And then the flip side of this is probably what we would feel as not the 0.1%. There has been a ridiculous concentration over the past, let's say 40 years, of wealth at the top. CEO per pay as a percentage of average wages has skyrocketed. So we've seen that. So we have seen the wealthy go from being the 1% to the 0.1%. There's been a very high concentration at the top. So there are going to be people, without a doubt, who say, I feel it worse than ever. And they're probably right. Because the highest paying weight things, like the stats I rattled off about wages and unemployment. Actually, unemployment is just an everyman stat. But wage growth is weighted by CEOs getting paid more than they ever have.
Let me ask you something, Richard.
You just said all that to say, hey, this is what I said was probably bullshit because people have weighted it. Is that what you're saying?
What I would say is it's okay if you feel it. That makes sense. But on average, things are better than they have been.
Hey, is inflation
a natural consequence of a capitalist society?
Yes.
Really?
What I was going to ask is, what are you defining inflation as? Because the way the government defines inflation and what inflation actually is not the same thing.
Okay, what's the difference, Johnny?
Inflation is the growth of the money supply.
No.
Yes, it is. That is inflation.
Is the cost of goods.
No. The cost of goods might be a result of inflation, but inflation is the growth of money and credit.
The flip. I think the cost of the changing in price of goods is the result.
You're talking
of changing
about.
money supply.
You're literally
and
talking
there's
about.
two different types of money supply. There's M1 money supply and M2 money supply.
Denotation
There's the money
versus
supply that
connotation,
goes
yeah.
from your pocket to Dollar General to their bank, and there is the money supply that Murphy knows a lot about that flows between banks themselves.
Yeah, and that's what inflation is the growth of money and credit. Because as the government doesn't take in account for certain things in the consumer price index of how they determine the rate of inflation.
Okay,
and also when you have
2008 money supply shot through the roof, but there was deflation. Explain that.
Yeah, and also you have to also consider is like when you say inflation is like if the rate of inflation increased like say 2% this year, if it increased higher last year, that money's still higher than it was.
Correct.
Right?
That's
So
how math works.
Yeah.
What I think you're missing here is like if inflationary rates gone up the year prior and wages didn't match that the year prior, people are still screwed and disadvantaged.
You're right.
So
and we were on
and
a
in
long streak of inflation outpacing wages before this past 18 months.
yeah, but in like
So
you
you're
talk,
right about that.
between 2021, 2022, inflation skyrocketed, and people have not caught up to that.
All right.
You're right about that.
Fair point.
Well, what's
agree.
Trump or Kamala going to do about it?
Oh, there you go.
Okay,
Good job.
So let me go back to this.
Yes.
Oh my God.
The president has no effect on your pocketbook.
I mean, that's a point I tried to make.
I can't say that strong enough. Kamala, Trump, Bush, you fill in the blank. They in fact, the only times a president and a Congress has had an outsized impact on the economy typically is wartime.
Well, I mean, you gotta think having who is in that office. It can't be more than a figure. There's no way
They're just
they have
figurehead.
a functionally useful effect on what I pay for eggs tomorrow.
I don't know.
Right.
I'm going to take a disagreement because you talk about CEOs' wages increasing. What happened in 2020? You had the largest wealth transfer between the lower and middle class to the upper class in human history.
What point are you disagreeing with, John?
Why is that,
Because
though?
I'm talking about how.
What was the biggest factor?
Yeah, because I'm talking about how the president and the Congress can technically affect your wages to a small extent, because it's like Congress in 2020 printed, $3-4 trillion.
Congress
Did
doesn't-
Congress
And gave
print
it
that,
out.
though?
Well, they passed the bill that authorized to print it, and we can get in a whole thing if that's actually the case. I know that Robert will argue with me there.
We'll dive off the deep end here in a minute.
And that was something that Trump signed. And little caveat: Thomas Massey is the only fiscally conservative Republican out there because he's the only one who tried to stop it. But that had a drastic effect on people's wealth and wages throughout 2020 through 2022. And it was the largest wealth transfer in human history, in my opinion.
But what was the root? What was the majority of that wealth transfer? It was housing prices. People who didn't own a home got left in the dust, as people with a home saw their home prices go up 50% in 2 years. That's crazy.
Yeah, but what's going to happen
Home
with that?
ownership is the only reason.
What's going to happen with that wealth? Right?
It's
'Cause
not wealth.
From what
It's
I'm,
not
okay.
wealth, dude.
Well, what's going to happen with that perceived?
No, listen to this. What's the only Richard?
All right.
Answer me this. What's the only way you can access equity? 1, sell your asset. 2, get a loan.
Correct.
So you're screwed either way.
You're right.
Yeah.
Either
No, I mean,
interest or capital gain.
These people who supposedly made a bundle off of their house because housing prices went up, they're going to do exactly what Murph said. They're going to either sell their house, they're going to get a loan, or they're going to stay there, and they're never going to access that wealth, and it's going to go on to posterity,
But
right?
it changes the floor. It keeps us from having an 08. Because what happens if I have a house that is worth $400,000 and I've only got $30,000 left in my mortgage, and I am about to not be able to pay my bills, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to call TriStar Bank. Sorry, I should have said that.
No, that's okay. That is true. It does.
Changes the floor.
What's
of
another word
recession.
for changes the floor? It's called kicking the can down the road.
You're correct.
Yeah.
You're right about that.
And that's
well
yeah,
said. That's
exactly.
well said.
Exactly.
So you're right. You're absolutely right about that. But is that a good thing?
Well, the question is,
Outsized
what happens
equity.
to these people in the long run? Not this year. This year my house went from being worth $200,000 to being worth $250,000. Okay, great, fucking great, awesome. But what happens 10 years from now, right? I probably either sold my house and moved somewhere else. Thus, my
Just
life is
transferring the equity.
right,
Yeah.
exactly. Or I've taken out a loan wherein I'm kind of fucked there. So yeah, you say things now.
But
I don't
then
know what you're doing
happens-
over here.
What happens when you die, though? Like, let's
My
play
my
this out.
assets are taxed out my butthole.
No, they're not. Not unless you're worth more than $12.6 million. There's no estate tax. Your assets go to your kids. They sell the house. They pay off the loan. They take the equity home with them.
Interesting.
Tax free.
Okay, but the problem is Gen Z and millennials, they're not building equity in homes.
Right. So the
So what are
question
you
is, where
doing?
does that
What
money
happens
go
there?
once
But
it
that's
leaves
cyclical.
that home?
That's cyclical because interest rates are cyclical. And I will go back to a point I made earlier. Housing affordability has, I don't know if it's never been worse, but it's not been worse in the past 50 years.
I mean, it's yeah.
Affordability of a home is incredibly low right
And
now.
you seem to think that's going to change? It's incredibly
yes.
low right now.
I
Implies
do.
that it will change at
I
some
think
point.
for two reasons. I think rates will come down slightly, which helps affordability. Not a ton, but slightly. I think inventory is shooting through the roof right now. I think we hit a break-even point where there's so much inventory on board. A home buyer isn't just going to go to a house they want and say, please take my offer, here's 15% extra. They're going to say, I've got 6 houses to choose between. I'm going to offer you all 10% less, and you're going to have to take it. That's what happens when there's more inventory on board. And when you look at the home builders, they've been building at a record pace.
Problem with that is once that happens,
It has been flat the past year.
And it's about to start.
once that happens, the spec companies go under on their OGLs. They can't pay interest to the banks.
Which-
Banks go under, huge fold.
Which is what's happening
It's-
in China right now. China is having to do massive stimulus to keep all their home building, from collapsing with real
Exactly.
estate.
So what's the common theme? You just print money into the economy constantly.
And like, let's go back to, and John
That's
said
what we're
it
supposed to
earlier,
do, right?
Let's go back to the greatest printing of money we've
Hey,
ever seen.
That's all you can do, Carson. That
Yeah, I
is
mean, at
literally
this
the
point-
only option.
Yeah, I mean,
either you
yeah.
print money or the whole thing is gone.
Right. There's no
You
no
got
going
any
back.
other options?
Yes, I do actually. The other option is
I'd
for
love
the
to hear
U.S. for the U.S. government to go to its debtors and say, "So we're not gonna pay this month,"
Maybe Trump will
and
do
then
that.
they go, "We can't do anything about it,"
They can do
Uh,
nothing.
and then our debt goes
That-
away.
that's-
They can do
that-
nothing if Trump says, I'm not paying this.
Oh, that's a massive problem though, because then you have foreign countries dumping the U.S. dollar as their reserve currency, and the dollar
Well,
collapses.
so
Right.
that's where we go back to the problem I had with Trump 8 years ago.
World War III time.
Diplomacy. So I will say this, and this is why I hate Bitcoin. The only reason I'll say this: there are 2 reasons why the U.S. is still king. Over the past 50 years, we have stayed king for 2 reasons: innovation, mostly around computers. We've had more smart people than other countries. We kind of got lucky with that one.
All the other countries send their smart people here. That's why we have more of them.
You nailed it. There are so many immigrants who have propped us up. It's crazy in terms of innovation.
Well-
The other thing is the strength of the U.S. dollar. If we were not the reserve, exactly right, John. If we were not the reserve currency for so many countries, if our banks weren't the banks for all these other giant companies in Germany and Australia and
The central banks.
well, I would say more like Bank of America, Citigroup, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, JP Morgan. Well, kind of. I would just, but they don't say I've got my checking
Yeah, it
account
doesn't matter
at
that
the
much.
central bank. They say JP Morgan, of course. I'm just saying, like, if it wasn't for that, we'd have a long time ago. And diplomacy goes a long way in keeping our currency the reserve currency. Bitcoin is a threat to the store of value that the American dollar holds.
What? Murph?
That's also why John, what are you doing? That's also why the
Just trying to
government.
fix our other mic.
That's also why the government hate Bitcoin as well.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Because we need to keep our supremacy with the dollar.
That is absolutely.
Is it gone now?
No, it's not.
Why
Gone.
is it getting worse?
Can you just mute it?
Maybe if you stop, stay still.
This-
Keep moving. You aren't now. That's fine. Was it really? That's unfortunate. No. It's still. Yeah. They're all used right now, John. We got to get reports.
No, that's art.
Is this going now?
What are you talking? What are you questioning that for? That's art.
That's better.
I had it sent to me.
What happens
and
when
thought
I
it was
sit
art,
down?
And I sent it to my best friend.
Just go ahead and sit down, and then we'll see. Yeah, it's fine now.
Okay.
Why would you not read through that?
I guess just based on what I'm seeing, I don't see how
100%.
Trump or Kamala or anybody is going to dig us out of any kind of hole, because all of the monetary systems that I'm aware of are based on made up nonsense.
Well,
And I don't see a way to functionally fix made up nonsense.
You got to reset. You got to reset. Great reset.
But no one's gonna reset. Who is incentivized to reset?
I mean,
I would
name
not
that.
put it. I would not put it past Trump to do it.
No,
He'd have the
he's
balls
not.
to do it.
He is not.
His
He
whole
is not
life is built
incentivized
on-
to reset.
I would tend to agree with Richard. Actually, his whole life is built on this fake, this fake thing that we do. So,
When
like,
I
why would he
form my
reset?
opinions, I always ask the question: how are they incentivized? The vast majority of the time, the answer is by money. And Trump is not a successful business person. He's a successful marketer. And all he needs to do is stay in the limelight. But he is not incentivized to stay in the limelight when all his backers are incentivized for the U.S. dollar to stay strong and there not to be a great reset in real estate or any hard asset prices.
I don't think Trump's going to do the Great Reset.
You don't think Trump's going to do the Great Reset?
I don't think Trump will do the Great
John, you got to unmute
Reset.
that mic or plug it in.
But I think if any political figure over the last, let's say the whole history of America, and then as America has basically dominated the global scene, at least since World War II, we could argue maybe a little before then, but there's no figure who has the potential to do it and succeed, I think, besides Trump. Because it all...
Run a reset?
Do what?
Run a reset?
Yeah, about the reset, because like Richard said, of course his incentive is, if he resets, he loses all of his assets.
Right.
It's all based off of fiat currency. But the dude's wild. And part of his whole scheme as being a master of marketing is that he loves the limelight. He loves doing wild and crazy things. He's basically said the reason why he's run for president, and I think he does love the country, but I haven't heard him say he loves America, very much.
He says it all the time. He says, I love this country.
Who cares about America?
I do, Richard. Get out of here. You can go to Singapore.
Polymarket, which is like a big time betting site for politicians, now have Trump at 90.3% chance to win.
Well, if the bookies are saying it, then that's got to be true, right?
Well, they did not. They have not been great the past few elections.
Oh.
I'll be honest. But at this
It's
point,
unfortunate.
in time, it's over.
we're looking at 198 called for Trump and 112 called for Harris. That's
Okay, are y'all ready for the?
But I mean, we're still California's not in.
Yeah, Texas.
Texas is in.
Penn.
Pennsylvania's at 55% reporting, and Trump's ahead at 51 to 48-1. So,
What about Arizona?
Arizona's at 49-7 to 49-5 in favor of Trump.
I know Maricopa County said that they're not going to be able to count votes officially until 2 or 3 days from now.
So Murph, are you ready for
Jeez.
the? Are you ready for the test? So we actually have a light version of the Great Reset coming.
Ooh.
It is Social Security. So here's the
Yeah,
give you the overview.
I've heard that.
Social Security is when you take a chunk of your paycheck, the government puts it in a trust fund, and when you hit a certain age, they're going to pay you a set amount the rest of your life. Challenge me. Challenge me.
Social Security is a massive Ponzi scheme. That is what it is.
John.
To validate that, let me just finish. Right now, Social Security, based off of inflation projections and income projections, Social Security is projected to run out. The trust fund is projected to run out in 2034. That's the line in the sand right now. When the trust fund runs out, we will only be taking in 70% of the money we need to pay out every year's annual benefits. So basically, if we do nothing, projected, everyone's Social Security benefits about to get cut by 30%. Cool? So the question is, what are they going to do to fix it? And the sooner we act, the better. Here's the options. When I say the options, this is what people talk about the most. Social Security is very integral to what I do professionally. That's why I'm read up.
That's the hood way of saying educated.
The first option is they raise the Social Security tax. Right now, no one is seriously talking about making the worker pay a higher percentage. What they're saying is we're going to have the employer, because half of your Social Security is paid by your employer, you
Right.
pay the other half.
Yeah.
The employer part would be raised. Okay, so you basically just raise the tax.
Unless you're a state national, then nobody
No one's
paying
going to
Social
love raising
Security.
the tax. The next thing is there's a
I don't
cap.
think Richard's gotten into that yet.
There's a cap. Did you know only like the first $160-something thousand of your income you pay Social Security tax on? So if you make $1 million, you're not paying Social Security tax on 800-something thousand of that.
So this is going to be more of this let's just
It's eat the rich.
tax the rich a little bit
It's eat the
more
rich.
and fucking
So that's option 2. That's what I think that's what they'll do.
yeah.
Next option, they can kick the can down the road. They can push the Social Security age from 67, which is where it is now, 68, 69, but that's just kicking the can down the road. And life expectancies haven't increased to make that make sense. Your fourth option, dark horse, love this one. Murphy's going to hate it. The trust fund the Social Security trust fund has about $3 trillion in it right now. They're only allowed to invest in, guess what? U.S. Treasury bonds, which means they're getting a weighted average yield of 2.4% right now. If you let them buy corporate bonds, or, hear me out, U.S. stocks, a higher return gets you more yield on your trust fund. It makes it last longer.
Haven't they already done that indirectly though?
How so?
I'm asking you.
No, they're only invested in treasuries.
So they're not allowed to. They haven't moved that money.
It's 100% U.S. treasuries. Average weighted yield is 2.4%.
It's not moved anywhere.
Correct.
I also have a fifth option,
They buy their own.
and
stuff.
you're not going to like this one.
Hit me.
Let it run out.
Well, yeah, I don't like that option. You're correct. I don't like that for my clients. But what I would say is, what it is it is a chance. The clear choice here is to either raise the cap or raise the tax, which is going to piss off voters. Our Congress has got to make a decision. They're either going to let it run out and piss off their voters, or they've got to raise the tax and piss off their voters, which is a mini version, you correct me if I'm wrong, of the Great Reset. Do we raise the tax or cut spending to change the deficit? That's the only way to get out. You either raise income or you lower expenses.
I would say that is a version of avoiding the Great Reset. The Great Reset, in my mind, would be when the can stops going down the road, right?
And we deal with the mess we've made.
But what does
Right.
that look like?
That is an excellent question, Richard. That is a question
Why don't
that
you paint that picture?
I have wrestled with for the past
To me, it
4
looks
years
like
or so.
one of three things. You cut expenses, you raise income, or you default on your debt.
Oh, it's
And that third one is not an option in the eyes of the Federal Reserve. I'll tell you right now. Well, not the Federal Reserve, the Treasury Department.
All right, so Murph,
that-
what does
I
does the reset look like?
well that gets into like metaphysical stuff. Or what did the last
Yeah.
one look like?
There hasn't
That's a
been.
question.
Has
That's
there?
the question.
That's the big question, man.
There hasn't been one. Not in terms of a percentage. No.
Oh, Richard,
I'm talking.
that's not quite
I
the
don't
reset
know,
we're
dude.
talking about, bud.
I don't know.
I don't want y'all's Great Reset. Your metaphysical Great Reset.
I mean,
Talk
that-
about dollars and cents.
dollars and cents is a huge part of it, but I mean,
Yeah.
I don't even know where the dollars and cents originated from. How far back can you track it? That's that would be the start of the first reset. Is how far back can you reliably track economic history?
Hold up here. It looks like.
We got election updates.
Yeah. Oh.
Let's hear it.
What we got, John?
Mute that crackling. Good lord.
See if you can get the. Is it on the TV?
There are 3 electoral votes. Was called about 10 minutes ago here. Also, we have some results coming in on some of these
Who cares
western
about
battleground
DC?
states, including
Turn
Arizona.
YouTube.
Arizona has 11 electoral votes. As you know, it's a battleground, very close here, but a little under half of estimated votes counted there. So neck and neck there in Arizona between Trump and Harris. Let's
Oh
go
my
to
gosh, that's
Missouri
close.
briefly. Remember, Hawley was facing a Democratic challenge. Lucas Kuntz there, and he.
Did you hear that guy's name?
What?
Lucas. No, he said the guy said.
He said cunts. I don't know if that's.
In the meantime, here we do want to bring
John, turn that down just a
attention
little
to
more.
my colleague Austin Westfall in the and New York Post's
Turned it up.
A.G.
You turned it up.
Gansky, he joins us as
Turn the input to that.
where the Brown states lie right now as far as the presidential
Up top.
contest is concerned. What do they?
Let's go through 'em. So, let's start up. Let's just go with what the AP is calling for now. 53% of the vote so far.
What are we still waiting on here?
Associated Press.
North Carolina.
So now that Richard's gone, what do you want to talk about?
49%.
Right? Yeah.
We can talk about the good.
Yeah, yeah.
Percentage point in Wisconsin. Moving over to Michigan, which is currently, and it's light blue, but if you really look at the results,
All right.
that's a dead tie.
What were you trying to tell us earlier, John?
49%.
Arizona, Georgia.
Looks like we just lost
What is
that.
MI?
Let's move on
Michigan.
Michigan.
to Pennsylvania.
Are they calling Michigan?
No, they're giving updates. I saw in the
Okay, we got Pennsylvania.
Roughly over 100,000 votes.
Michigan and
Oh, wow.
Wisconsin are
Dang.
both turned red as to have been previously blue.
Just under
Yeah, Michigan's like on the verge right now.
what's the reporting? I can't see it on here.
Michigan's at 24% reporting.
Okay, that's nothing then.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania was a lot closer.
What counties though? I mean, is Detroit still coming in?
Let's see.
lead going further south to Georgia.
All that, all that up there's got to be red.
Right.
Speaking all night about preliminary results, Andrew, we can toss that out now, talking about states like this. Georgia has 88.
I'm not able to see the data on Detroit.
It's probably like 500 million people doing exactly.
Detroit's still looking red though, so there's no.
That's
I mean,
not-
the
that-
counties around Detroit.
Trump's up 3 points in Georgia
And
with
Georgia?
88% reporting.
Wow.
Dang.
Pennsylvania, North
If
Carolina.
Detroit is red.
Everybody's been saying he's going to do well in Georgia, but that still surprises me.
Yeah, he's doing very well in Georgia.
But for now, we're seeing
I mean,
I thought he had Virginia for a little bit. What's the stats on Virginia?
margin, especially
Virginia's got 70% reporting, and I mean it's
really filling
well, no, it's not. It's 49.5 to 48.9.
in the Atlantic
Harris.
metro, but then we see
I thought that was
That's a lot
Yeah.
closer than it should have been.
there's
yeah.
too many, way too many liberals in the east. of Virginia.
That's true.
overcoming some of what we're seeing
But I mean,
in some of these larger
The rural vote that they're showing in Georgia right now is a lot.
just to make sure that we hit every battleground state
Dang.
we can. Arizona's the other one.
what do we got on Arizona?
50% of the votes in here. So half the vote tally.
You just wait.
Dog, this thing is over. Trouble. This thing is over.
Is most of the ball
You
game
never know.
So over it's not.
in state.
It might be. We might see that blue check mark that happened in Wisconsin, 2020.
49.6.
Trump won Miami-Dade. No Republican has won Miami-Dade for what, the past
Let's ask AG about it.
probably 10 elections.
So AG,
I
so
mean-
much for being with us, AG with the New York
It
Post.
is.
I don't
Well,
know.
it's got to be since before the 1968 split. I've never heard of a Republican. I mean, that's like Hank Williams singing "If the South would have had it made, taking Miami back." That's never happened.
Oh my gosh.
It's a great song. Everyone would go listen to that.
So they put the Vols.
right.
Vols got a pretty good draw on the CFP poll. Just
I don't
throwing it
know
out there.
what you just said. I didn't understand any of those
The
words.
Vols
Oh, and the initial college football thing.
came out tonight.
I hadn't
They
seen
got
that.
us playing Indiana. Sign me up.
Oh yeah, Indiana's trash.
Give me that.
That guy's so full of himself.
He is.
That's true.
I think we can, but
If we lose to Georgia,
What?
we'll just be a lower
Football.
seed. I think we still.
Oh, football?
Yeah, we're talking about football.
Oh,
We gotta beat
football.
Vandy.
Carson Beck is terrible.
Vandy's a quality.
All
win
right.
now.
Bobby's gonna kill us.
Yeah, you're right. You're exactly right.
Bobby is gonna.
Bobby is
run
going
all
to do
over us.
everything that every Kentucky and Florida running quarterback has done for the past 20 years. He's going to run for 150, throw for 250, and we're going to, for the fight.
Oh my gosh.
It all depends on if Nico shows up the first half.
Nico looked good Saturday.
He did look great.
I thought he looked good.
That was his best game since.
I thought so too.
Honestly,
All right.
Yeah.
What did you ask me just a second ago?
I don't remember, John, to be quite honest with you. I think it was about one of the states.
He's up to
but
210 now.
I've got it. I've got it in front of me. Yeah, Trump's up to 210 now. Electoral college wise.
Is that just projected or?
No, that's called states.
Called states supposedly.
Then
can I ask a
Ohio
question?
went for Trump.
What?
If Trump wins and it's relatively close, do you think Kamala will put up a fight or she concede?
That's what they do now. You have to
I don't
put
know
up a
the answer.
fight. You don't have a choice.
Depends on what they got in their back pocket.
I don't know. Kamala doesn't seem like the player to have. If I were gonna, I don't think if Trump wins, Kamala doesn't pitch a fit. I don't think.
There's
She
no
doesn't seem
precedent
like the
for it.
player to have do that. Hillary would have been the player to have do
Well,
that.
it's not her. It's not going to be her to put up the fight.
Well, yeah, but my point being, like, if I was gonna like pick a figurehead for putting up a fight, it wouldn't be Kamala Harris.
No, I don't know. She gets pretty mean.
I love how we even pronounced Kamala 3 different ways tonight.
She does. But
Kamala, Kamala. What's the other one?
I say Camilla.
Camilla. There we go.
no one knows how to
Corey
pronounce it.
corrected me. Well, the way it's supposed to be, it's
Camel toe Harris.
Kamala, camel toe,
Oh.
Milla, Kamala.
I've always said Kamala.
I'm so mad I didn't think of that before you.
It's so right there.
I guess I'm matured. You know?
Maybe you have.
I've grown
you're
up.
like a dad and shit now.
Yeah.
Here I am living under a bridge, so that makes sense. That makes sense.
It's a nice bridge, Carson.
It's thanks,
nice
man.
bridge.
Camel toe
Your
Harris.
sister. It's a great bridge. Shout out to Amber. 9th grade English class.
Right? She did teach
Here's
us
my
all.
thing
about
about
her.
her.
No,
not
that was
9th
7th grade in English.
Yeah,
What,
7th
Tyler?
grade.
My
I
thing
knew I
about
was
her
the bottom
name
of the totem pole.
is like, there's a guy who works at the gas station I go to every day. One of my best friends. His name is Joe Patel.
Okay.
His real name is not Joe.
It's J.S. Al-Kabari Patel.
It's Al-Kabari,
And they call him
some,
Joe,
you know,
and his driver's license is this long.
Oh,
I've
dude,
seen
he
him.
has no. He don't have. He has a driver's sheet,
Yeah.
and he's a great guy.
That's how you know you ain't from here. You got.
But he came over here and he's like, you know what? You can't say my name. I'm not going to make you say my name. My
Right.
name's Joe. She comes over here, and she,
from Canada. I'm pretty sure, right?
who knows?
No, I think
probably
I
the
think-
same
I
place
think it's
Obama
Jamaica.
was created.
I think it's Jamaica. Well,
that was
that's-
Obama.
Huh? Well,
Nothing. Anyway.
Obama's from Kenya, Singapore, Hawaii, all over the place. Who knows? But
Clonade. Yeah.
yeah, she comes over
That
here
is
and
in
she's
Canada.
like, doesn't make a big deal about her name. And then Trump says, what did he say? Kamala. And all of a sudden, it's a big deal about how we say her name. I don't know.
I mean, her. Just have an easier name. What you know?
There was a
Probably get more
wrestler that
votes.
died like 2 years ago, big in the WWE, called Kamala. Pretty sure.
You're right about that, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that like predictive programming or
I
something?
don't know. That was
What was this?
potentially. It's some WWE wrestler who was real big died. and
Kamala?
His name was Kamala. Yeah.
Ted Cruz won.
Wait, his name was Kamala?
Yeah. It was a dude.
I watched WWE. I don't remember him.
I
Wait,
know.
you watch WWE?
Look up when the wrestler.
What's the point? I'm just curious.
Somebody here.
Look, we wake up every day. We go do something we don't want to do
Yeah.
to pay bills that we were forced to have.
Is it just the entertainment value? Is that what does it for you?
Yes, it's just like, this is what every man wants to be doing, is having a game, going out, telling another dude he sucks, and then
Right.
saying, fight me.
That's true.
It's fun.
That appeals to the like innermost primal man.
It's the primal man. And then you have the dark heroes that come out. Sting is the greatest one of all time, and I will go to my grave on that.
The lead singer of the Police?
No,
Oh.
the wrestler Sting.
Okay.
Oh, y'all. Oh, heck. I didn't realize this. So this guy's name is James Arthur Harris. He died August 9th of 2020. He's known as Kamala in the WWE.
His last name is Harris?
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Weird.
Something new.
That is strange.
That is very strange. I didn't know it's a real name.
That's got to be
But-
something there.
Yeah, I'm going to have to look into that.
That's got to be something there.
That's like
From
some,
Oxford, Mississippi.
You think it's like one of those sacrificial?
It's
Sacrificial,
certainly sounded quite a cult to me.
Yeah.
I didn't know the Harris connection.
The
too.
question is what happened to him.
The
How
Dark
did he
One
die?
required sacrifice, and Camilla has stepped up to the plate.
Oh, yeah, it's a real thing, man. All of Trump's, the death in Trump's family. Make sure.
Don't his family own all like Nikola Tesla's patents or some stuff like that?
Well, when Nikola Tesla died in a hotel in like 1942 or something, and Trump's uncle John G. Trump, his dad's brother was a professor at MIT, went in with the FBI and took all his stuff.
But he only gave the FBI 30 of the 80 chests or something.
Yeah, it was like
that.
all locked up in just. Tesla got super weird and like mega obsessed in his old life. He would like walk 3 times around every building he ever entered. And he was obsessed with 3, 6, and 9. And he allegedly built a death ray, which I think could be responsible for some of the with the Tunguska explosion, but that's a whole nother thing.
The what?
Some of the which?
The Tunguska event.
Hmm.
You heard of that? In
I
Russia.
haven't.
It blew apart like something the size of Montana in the Siberian forest. They said it was a meteor, but they found no rocks.
What was the official story? Did it burn up?
Yeah. But it like literally blew up the size of Montana in Siberia. It was humongous. Or it was like the size of Murray County. It was humongous.
Yeah, Montana's a big crater.
Murray County or Montana?
Well, I'm
very different.
I'm using hyperbole. It like destroyed
Right.
600 square miles of forest, which is humongous.
If you hadn't backtracked to Murray County, I was going to believe you that it was the size of Montana.
So I was prepared to believe you as well. Russia's big. I mean, you can miss a crater the size of Montana in Russia. It's a big ass country. If you're gonna miss it somewhere,
but
it'd be in
it was hundreds of square miles, just blew up, and like there was like 3 eyewitnesses, and they said it was so bright it scorched their eyes. That's a true thing.
That's insane.
Yeah, and they just.
Did Tesla do it?
I mean, he was inventing a death ray upon his death, and they got all of his.
Huh.
Ironic.
Yeah, now this was like 30 years before he died, but I mean, he was making remote controlled radio boats in like 1880.
Yeah.
The dude was a genius.
Radio boats.
Yeah, he would stick. He couldn't. He had. Tesla invented like the alternating current and like remote control basically, and was making remote control boats in 1880s.
Boats just seems like an odd choice to
Yeah.
me.
Just
I would have picked a car. I guess I don't know.
They didn't have cars then, Carson.
Did they not?
allegedly.
They had a little. They had like prototype automobiles in
Had
the
steam powered.
late 1880s, didn't they?
I mean,
They had steam powered.
They had 1903.
The trains and
was-
shit.
I think 1903 was Kitty Hawk. I think like 1910 was when Ford started cranking out.
Why
models.
do you know that?
He's a car
I
guy.
could be wrong. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah, 1903
Alright.
sounds right.
I think that's Kitty Hawk. I think I remember it being odd that like the Model T wasn't a thing for several more years after they flew a plane for the first time.
That is a strange
I think
thought.
that's one of those like weird elementary school facts I learned that just stuck with me.
Oh,
But I think Kitty Hawk came before Ford
wow.
because the 20s is when the Model T became like a big thing.
You can have any color you want as long as it's black type.
Yeah, that's
Like
that's
that?
another thing that's stuck in my head. Ironically, are y'all ready for something funny I saw on Twitter?
Yes.
Someone said we should all write in Biden and just be like, no retirement for you, buddy.
Oh, I saw that earlier
And
today.
just make him miserable.
Yeah.
Imagine the show that would be
Oh
if we
my
made
God.
Biden limp out there for 4 more years. That'd be the funniest thing ever.
That'd be so cruel. That's
The
elder
only
abuse.
funnier thing. Let's be real. Trump is the funniest president by far we've
Hands
ever
down.
had.
Yeah.
Hilarious. Like, absolutely hilarious. The only thing funnier would be making Biden go on bike rides for 4 more years.
They'd have to give him an escalator to get up into the plane.
Oh, that'd be so
You know,
they would.
we could technically vote for Jimmy Carter again. I mean, he's 100 and still alive.
I thought he
Oh,
died.
they keep rolling him out.
Yeah,
he
I know. Isn't
he
that
is
crazy?
An absolute corpse.
Yeah.
I feel so bad for him.
Did he not die?
He does look
He's
like
still
a corpse.
alive. He's
He fake died.
They cart him out.
What do you mean
to
he
like,
fake died?
Yeah,
Oh, y'all haven't seen it. No, hold up. I'll pull it up.
All right.
The
John's gonna
mainstream
pull up
is
a
that
video
he's
of Jimmy
still
Carter
alive.
fake
It's not a
dying.
video. It's something
Oh.
you gotta read. It's hilarious.
He's
No,
a
I
corpse.
swear he died before COVID.
Oh, he probably. I mean,
No,
you're
no.
probably Mandela.
Murph probably
He
thinks he
back.
did.
He back, Garrison.
Dude,
The main-
He's back.
is he like Dick Cheney and had 14 heart transplants or whatever?
He's been in hospice for 2
They
years.
rolled him out for his birthday party the other day. He was just going like this. They rolled him out in a chair.
That was a month and a day ago.
Dude,
It was hilarious.
have you
Who's
seen
the
that? Have you
asshole
seen that
keeping him
meme
alive?
of like Trump and Joe visiting Jimmy Carter, or it's a picture of Trump and Joe visiting Jimmy Carter and his wife?
No.
Like Trump and Joe literally look like giants. because
Oh.
because both Jimmy and his wife are sitting on a hospice bed and they're like so malnourished.
Oh my gosh.
But anyways, somebody was like, if this gets 1,000 likes, I'll make the picture bigger. And basically, it just looks like they had it where Trump was standing over Jimmy, and then like Joe Biden was sniffing the wife's hair.
What's wild about the Jimmy Carter thing is the only way they've kept him alive for this long is if he has a healthcare directive on file that says, I want to be resuscitated no matter what.
Yeah.
This is his decision, which is wild that he wanted to stay alive even though he looks like
Unless
this.
it's not his decision. I mean, it's not hard
John,
to just
I
make
just
old
wanna
people
see
do what
Jimmy
you want.
Carter's decrepit face. That's all that matters to me right now. Right there.
Oh my gosh.
Give me that.
That looks like that.
Give
That
me
looks
that.
like CGI.
That vampire.
Well, John was only on it for 2 seconds.
That Palpatine-looking mother trucker. Sign me up.
Alright, I'm assuming y'all can't read that.
No, he can't at all. Can you control and zoom?
Is this so?
with
He
the
died 3
scroller?
minutes ago.
No, this is an image.
Oh, okay.
You made it happen.
I was about to walk out of this house.
You did it, Garrison. You killed
I'm gonna go walk up to the ATM and like, I need $1 million.
What's this saying, John?
I'm about to pull it up on my phone so
All
I
right.
can read it because this is.
Here, John.
You want to also hand me an apple juice while you're up, bud?
Yeah, give me a sec.
Thank you, sweetheart. Anything will do, Garrison.
So this was going around on Twitter, and people believed it because the first half is very
Thanks a million.
convincing.
Help yourself. You so desire.
The second half is kind of hilarious.
All right. Well, half of our lights went out. It's
All
fine.
right, we'll fix that in a second because I do want to read this. You can maybe see it on our screen. But
Why
all
the
right.
heck I don't want
So, former President Jimmy Carter, a passionate champion of human rights and democracy and World War II veteran, 39th president, passed away Tuesday, July 23rd at 1:34 a.m. President Carter served as President of the United States from 77 to 1981. During his administration, President Carter championed human rights around the world, achieved significant foreign policy accomplishments, including selling the United States out to Panama, the Camp David Accords, now failing treaty between Egypt and Israel, getting soft on the Soviet Union, failing to rescue several hostages from Iran, and establishment diplomatic relations. It gets better with the Pope's Republic of China. Domestically, President Carter
Did you say the Pope's Republic of China?
The People's Republic of China.
Kinda-
Sorry, this is very blurry.
Pope's Republic of China.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna skip the second paragraph because it's kind of the third paragraph is hilarious.
This is fake though, right?
Yes, but
Okay.
President Carter's his death was trending on Twitter for like a day because everyone thought this was real because of the first half of it. Like the first paragraph read real, and then it gets progressively worse. Third paragraph is hilarious. It's despite these successes as president, all his life, President Carter considered his marriage to former First Lady Rosalind Carter his life's greatest achievement. At her passing in November, President Carter said Rosalind was a baddie. Jill Melania, even throat coat Nancy Reagan had nothing on Rosalind. She was the original brat. She gave me wise guidance and encouragement when I needed it. As long as Rosalind was in the world, I always knew somebody loved and supported me.
All right.
But like it trended on Twitter that he was dead because of this.
That's insane.
And nobody read that third paragraph.
I mean,
it took like a whole day for people to figure it out. It's hilarious.
That looks semi-official.
Yeah, it looks crazy official. Like I believed it when I first saw it,
Yeah.
and then I like read through it and laughed. That was just hilarious.
I would have believed he was dead.
Yeah, it's like it's crazy official.
He looks like the corpse of a corpse. Like
Yeah,
that's how bad he looks.
Like the mom in SpongeBob when they're going to ask for the chocolate, and they're like, "Hey, this 80-year-old woman comes out, and Patrick's like, can I talk to your mom?" And then you wheel it out, like a 100-year-old sardine.
I wasn't allowed to watch SpongeBob
Is that
as a
the
kid.
I remember my first chocolate lady?
Yes. Garrison got it, something.
Yeah, that's all that matters. As long as somebody nearby got it, that's all that
I
matters.
think I remember the that Twitter thing with Jimmy Carter.
Is that why you thought he was dead?
No, this is way before.
Hey, John, turn those
Okay.
lights
This
back
is
on.
way before.
Why did you think he was dead?
I just thought I could have sworn I saw back on what's the dude who owned Twitter before?
Jack Dorsey?
Yeah, Jack Dorsey. Back on Jack's Twitter,
Oh gosh, turn it
He's
off.
gonna fix it.
Anyways, I just like him. He died, but then actually he's alive. I thought Dick Cheney died, but then actually he's alive. It's just a bunch of stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, the question is, what's really going on? If
Bill-
indeed something fishy is going on.
Billy Graham.
Billy Graham, really?
Well, I mean, he's dead now, but there's been like a ton of people say he died in like the 90s. Nelson Mandela originally.
Oh, yeah.
Right. I mean, that's the OG.
Yeah.
Yeah, I vividly remember being taught Mandela was dead.
Hey John, that one's blue.
I don't at all.
Yeah.
I don't even remember talking about Nelson Mandela in elementary school.
Well, he got real popular all of a sudden, right?
He did.
Like,
yeah.
Like nobody had ever heard of him until like 2011, and then it's like, oh, he's a hero, you know?
Yep.
And it was like, who the heck is this guy?
Yep.
And
Well, that's what they do with some of these random people. They're just like, oh, we've got to, venerate them now. It's weird.
I don't
Very
know.
strange.
Any updates on this? Obviously, she's still got California.
We're at 210 to 113. Yeah, we're waiting on California. I don't know how many votes Washington and Oregon have.
You can count the whole western seaboard for her.
Arizona still hasn't been called.
How
but
many
it's-
electoral votes is that? Sorry, Carson.
What?
The Western Seaboard.
That's a good question.
That's a lot.
I mean, California's what,
It's a
over
good
50?
amount.
Yeah, I think well, it was like 59.
California's a ton.
She's going to jump up there.
She will.
It's 89%.
So,
He's won Georgia. I can.
yeah, we got 90% reporting with Trump over 2 points ahead.
How come they hadn't shaded it darker red?
But
or
they
bright
haven't.
red?
Have they done Fulton yet? Fulton's
it's
usually
showing
last.
97% reporting, and he's up. Or showing.
Whatever you're
So they
clicking
must
on,
have just
Carson,
called
it's
Fulton.
terrible.
Go to Fulton County.
It is bad.
Is that one of the Atlantic counties?
Yep.
That is the
I don't
Atlantic.
know
That's where the
anything
Braves
about
That's Atlanta.
Ah, yeah.
It also extends
Atlanta,
into Cobb
Atlanta.
County a little bit, but
You been to New State?
I have an uncle that
Man,
lives in
so
Fulton
nice.
County, and I'm scared to go to his house
I
I miss Turner.
yeah.
because it's
Turner's
scary.
great. They basically built like
why?
a mall.
Say
around
why
it.
it's scary. I bet you
Good
won't.
food,
It's in a bad
like,
neighborhood.
great
Why is it in a
environment,
bad
good
neighborhood? Who
parking.
lives there?
I don't
That makes
know.
it
It's
bad.
pretty sweet.
I know you won't say
I've
it.
actually never seen his neighbors. I legitimately don't
Okay.
know.
I mean, you still
But
do,
I can tell
but
you
it's
his
like,
car's been broken into
You
like
know
8
where
times.
to go now. You're not fighting for like.
We all
somebody
know why.
parking at the back of
We
some
all
gas
know who
station.
broke into it. You don't have to say
I'm
it.
almost done.
We're going to have to heavily edit this live stream afterwards.
What's calling Fulton
Oh my
County there,
gosh.
Johnny?
That Bama?
I'd like
That's
to see that too,
Alabama.
actually. You're in the wrong state.
Probably not gonna
It
find it.
switched over.
Is that Fulton? No.
Yeah, let me zoom in some because this is somehow zoomed itself out.
Control.
Control and then the
Scroll.
scroll bar should work.
Yeah, that's my go-to.
John, it's right under Atlanta.
You go a
No,
little
it
bit
is
lower.
Atlanta. Fulton County is Atlanta.
I'm saying if he holds his
Right there,
thing
right
over
there.
Atlanta, Harris is winning by, okay, yeah,
Is it all in?
90%.
90%.
Then
So
that's
I mean,
it.
Estimated.
That's the last
It's
one.
90% Georgia, and he's up by almost 3 points.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's the
and-
last
and-
one.
He's won Georgia.
He got
Yeah.
Georgia.
That's
They
amazing.
They haven't called it yet, but he's won Georgia.
Did he lose
Here.
Pennsylvania?
Yeah, let's go look at that.
So 67% in, he's up on again.
What's
And
Michigan looking like?
2.5% lead.
It's over a
She's
million.
flipped it.
Cali
She
just won.
has. Oh, she flipped it big.
Yeah, it's 29%.
Dang. I mean, that's true, but that's a big. I mean, that's a
Parker's
big
not
difference to make up.
Wisconsin's neck and neck.
Losing Penn's going to be big. Like,
That's a big.
If he wins
Wisconsin.
North Carolina, Georgia, and Arizona.
How much
divided,
Nebraska's
Pennsylvania
in?
wins.
How much Nebraska's in?
51.
51. Him losing ground in like states like Nebraska just fascinates me. How could that be?
dude, Lincoln and.
You want me to explain how it can be?
Yes.
All of the damn liberals moved to the rural areas,
That's true.
like right next to me.
But why'd they go to Nebraska? I get why they moved to Middle Tennessee. But why
Because they
Nebraska?
turned California into a cesspool, okay? It went from nice place to live if you're a celebrity to human waste,
Northern
literally in the
California's
streets.
nice. It's just expensive.
Yeah, but none of those
It's
sons of
all
bitches
farm,
live there.
though.
It's beautiful.
It's the decent people that live in Northern California, not the insane people that migrated here.
True.
Did you know that there used to be a humongous lake in California?
Yeah. And they dammed it up in Oregon. And that could be all the water that all of California needs is from that lake right there.
What's North Carolina looking like, John?
Good. Dry them out.
I mean,
Dry them
I'm
out.
on the fence.
85% in. Trump's pretty
What's the
pretty well ahead there.
He's 3% in with he's
Yeah.
he's probably one North Carolina.
Yeah. Dang.
even with Western
Telling y'all,
Carolina
this
not
thing's
really.
over.
Looking, Raleigh still has to maybe report a fair bit.
John, that ain't Raleigh. That's
sorry. 82%.
That's still not Raleigh. Oh, that is Raleigh. Sorry. Yeah. All right.
That's over.
Yeah.
82% in. She's not going to gain that much there.
What's that blue county in Western Carolina that's above Asheville? Above. Dude, they got hit the hardest.
Watauga.
They got hit the hardest.
Yeah, I bet there's a bunch of Indians there though. Excuse me, Native Americans. Sorry.
Nah,
For
they're
who I
Indians.
just offended.
Ooh.
Why is
My
that
girl
bad?
Davina's gonna pull out City Council Ward 1. Let's go.
Oh man, I was concerned.
Let's get that up on a big
I was
screen.
gonna say.
Davina doesn't show up. Davina doesn't show up to anything, but she's gonna beat a guy that I think is an absolute fool. So I'm all on board.
Nice.
Oh, my girl Debbie Wiles is probably gonna lose. I hate that.
That is such a frumpy name.
Debbie Wiles.
Debbie Wiles.
Deborah Wiles, but Debbie is what we call
That
her.
is
from Mount Pleasant?
aggressively frumpy.
That's a
Yeah,
Mount Pleasant surname.
That does.
Yeah.
That is a frumpy lady name.
Right. That's Debbie is the
Debbie's
frumpiest
an
of first names.
She was She was an elementary school
Very
teacher back in the
frumpy.
day. Her husband was a councilman, but he died,
is.
so she's running in his place.
Yeah.
It's kind of beautiful.
Yeah.
Tracy is up.
So-
ask you,
But it's
do
not.
city council members, do they get paid?
Do you
I don't know.
do elections matter, Murph?
I know the
I would be a
commission.
member
of
does.
Oh.
It's not much. It's
What do you mean by that? Like,
$1,000. I think the commission gets paid.
are they
They
important?
get money under the table from all these houses.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No,
No,
they
they
don't.
No, they do.
I know they. I know too.
You just the John. Now we're good. All right. What were you saying?
Do they matter?
Yeah.
I mean, do they matter?
I mean, like, is there any point? Everybody at work and everywhere else we've talked to today has been talking about how, like, you know,
You
freaking
meet zoning guidelines.
your vote
There's not much
matters.
they can do about it. You can go whatever you
Does
want.
the like does the ideological act of does voting give you some kind of ideological advantage?
Me?
It's just, what do you think?
I think it really matters for what the enemy's trying to do.
Some
You know,
Californians come over and they wanted to
Explain.
pass,
capture
like,
people's attention
outdoor surf
into
park
and their
or
creative
something like
powers
that.
into whatever
And it was
system
gonna-
that the enemy's trying to construct and
And
or
they,
maintain
like,
would
bought
be
up
probably a
some
better
settlers
thing.
following,
I don't know if we're in
and then
construction
the
or maintenance
entire
right
county
now, but
of Hickman.
I
It
didn't
matters.
understand a
Put
word you
together
just said. So
like a
explain that a little
something
bit more.
like 90% of the
what do you mean by that? What do
citizens
you mean?
signed
You said you think it matters for whatever the enemy's trying to do,
Right.
voting.
Like
So do you
for-
think the act of voting plays into some kind of satanic ritual? Is that what you're saying? What are you getting at?
different county by county.
Sure it is.
I would not necessarily ritual, because ritual implies like a mega specific event, right? But more agenda would probably be a better word. Yeah, I think probably, yeah,
Why?
because it's
You dig
ultimately
in
a
the snake,
distraction,
so
right?
at Union Ave.
It's a distraction.
That's
So,
just- I
would you
don't
agree
know.
with that?
You may be a big fan.
I don't know. It depends on whether or not it makes any difference with anything or not.
It's a distraction from your real like reason and purpose in your life, right?
I mean, that could be, but I mean, how big of a distraction is it really for most people?
It's pretty big. I mean, they get pretty into it. They think that they're affecting things. They think that, you know, X and Y and Z are going to change if they do this. You know, when in reality, it's just over and over and over again. What difference do we see, right? So it's just like spinning a hamster wheel. And if there's nefarious entities out there, they would want you spinning a hamster wheel as opposed to getting off the hamster wheel, right? Does that analogy make sense?
That makes sense.
So in that regard, I guess it would matter.
You know what they want us doing, Murph, is talking about this daggone election. This is the hamster wheel.
Oh, you're
Exactly.
not wrong.
It's
We're
the greatest hamster wheel.
That's exactly what he's saying.
Playing into it and talking about it here.
Yeah.
Who would go to a Harris watch party? That's the biggest. Get those people. They dare to wear camo. What a bunch of,
Describe the average person you think is at that party.
I don't know. Camo hats.
No real friends.
Is that Hillary Clinton?
Where?
Dude, I just swear that was Hillary Clinton.
Somebody
I mean-
tweeted. They said they saw Hillary Clinton warming up in the bullpen. I thought that was funny.
That would be hilarious.
If they subbed her out real quick.
Yeah.
I will say this: the Trump watch parties seem a lot more like reasonable now. Before it seemed like a lot of mullets
Yeah,
and,
there's less-
and ARs.
there's
There
less-
seems to be less of that now. It seems to be a lot of just regular people.
That's sad.
They're still there.
Okay.
They're still there.
All right, I was concerned.
It's less demo derby energy and more like corporate, like we're serious now, which is sad.
Yeah.
I mean, we need people blowing up stuff at Trump rallies.
Well, they did. They tried to
And-
blow up his ear. You heard of that, right? About that, right?
No, I mean
the
like
percentage right there. It's California, and they're calling. Well, it was calling it for Harris, but why didn't they show the percentages?
I don't know. Because everybody knows she's going to win California,
I
probably.
guess so.
Yeah.
In Washington. You know, I was talking to a guy. I went to Washington. I was talking to a guy who's a fishing guide, and he said, "I was like, so how does politics work in the state?" And he said, "Well, everybody in the cities votes Democrat, and everyone outside the cities just doesn't vote."
That makes sense.
'Cause he's like, there's none of us that really care about parties out here, just living in the woods.
It doesn't affect his life much, probably.
But that's different than how it is in the rural areas out here. We all have a party, for the most part. But in like Washington, he's like, and this is a guy who guides fishing trips, but he leaves his family. He's got 3 kids. He 3 weeks every summer to go on a motorcycle trip by himself. This get that. Like there's other people in the country that are just weird. My
Yeah.
family for 3 weeks to go buy my motorcycle trip. But that's just like normal for
I
this
wouldn't mind doing it for 3 hours, but I ain't doing 3
Yeah,
weeks.
for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
I had trouble with my kid at night to go hang out with friends. Like I didn't come here tonight until I put Goldie down.
You guys are
Yes.
so sweet.
Same.
I'm sorry if I love my child.
No, I'm not saying that's a
She's
bad
gonna be
thing.
president.
I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Do I understand it? They're nice. Kids are nice.
Today I tried to leave. Look,
Oh, did that sound that bad?
it sounded real bad,
It's
dude.
not that. It's not that I think you shouldn't love your kids. Okay, I know you should love your kids. It's just, like my brother is a great example, and I see everything through the lens of my super fucked up family. But like, I know a lot of people who like that they leave their family for a short period of time and they get like super anxious. Like that sounds like a terrible life.
You know what happened to me this morning?
What
I
happened
tried to
to-
leave
what?
the house, and Goldie ran up and goes, "Hug and kiss." When
Aw.
that happens to you,
Yep.
everything changes.
See,
Everything changes.
but
She goes, "Hug and kiss."
the attachment doesn't suck. What sucks for me, and I'm sure Robert relates a lot to this. I know less about you, Richard, but I'm sure you can relate to this too. Like when I leave, I'm not going to do something fulfilling. You know, I'm not going out into the woods and harvesting animals. You know, I'm not doing any. Like I'm going out and working for fiat currency.
Right.
I'm going out to make some other dude richer.
Yep.
You know, I'm gone 10, 11 hours a day. I got to deal with BS with upper management, left and right, stuff like that. Like, I'm not. I know when I come back, she's going to see that on me.
Yeah,
She's going to see that in my soul.
You're leaving because you have no choice.
I
You're
have
not.
no-
You're not leaving because you're going out and producing something or accomplishing some kind of feat. You're going out and like, it's essentially serfdom and slavery. But
It is.
It feels that way, man.
It is.
It feels so. What you're saying is what kills you isn't necessarily going away, but it's what you're bringing back home with you when you come back.
Right. Yeah.
I get what you're saying. That sucks.
That's what.
Sorry.
That's what.
because
sucks.
it is a more like males are like by nature like not as nurturing as females, and like to be around. This is gonna sound bad, but to be around your kid 100% of the time is probably not even accurate in like an ideal situation.
No, I mean.
Right, you gotta go out and you've gotta provide for your family and like lead by example. Well, I'm not hearing myself anymore all of a sudden.
That's all right. I can hear you.
Not that it
You're good.
matters, but yeah, the energy that you bring back. What?
That way you can hear yourself. I guess you can hear yourself the other way too.
Yeah. I don't even, that totally derailed me.
I'm sorry.
That was just a rant.
Some of the energy you bring back, and
Yeah. That's why I'm very blessed with my job.
you are.
Yeah.
You are for sure. That's one thing though that I'm curious about. Everybody likes to talk about the economy and how presidents may or may not affect that. And one of the things I hear employers talking about a lot now is how like nobody wants to work. You guys think that's true?
Yeah, I definitely see it. I mean, I have that battle a lot too.
Okay, explain.
But like, I have mouths to feed,
Yeah.
so I can't not work unless I want to be a deadbeat. But
How does that relate to nobody wanting to work though? It sounds like you want to work. So that's one for
No,
the
I
one
don't-
guy
I
that
don't
wants
want
to
to.
work.
I don't
Well,
want
I mean, okay, when employers say nobody wants to work, they mean nobody wants nobody's looking for jobs, nobody will do the job when I hire them for the job, And that doesn't seem to be the state of things, at least in my experience, from the people I talk to, the people I meet, the people I see, and perhaps I'm just dealing with a very small specific segment of the population, or maybe somebody's perception's off. I don't know.
Well,
What do you see?
What I see is, at least from my perspective, from a I don't like staying places long enough to have to deal with a management role because
really?
I know, yeah, that's a big surprise. In my experience,
Really good job.
how many really good jobs have I left? One. I've left one really good job. My job is a property claims adjuster with Erie Insurance. That was a really good job with a very great future, and I left it because it was killing me inside. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna keep looking. I was essentially fired from my first corporate job. Not really fired, but I had a job working for a clinical company. John, we can keep unplugging and plugging that. It's not gonna get any better. Just kill it, and you guys get to share that now.
You want to use the stand, and I can hold this mic.
No, just hand that back and forth or something. I don't know. But
is it okay right here?
Like, are you killed? You hearing something now? You hearing something now?
I'm not hearing anything now.
Still.
You hearing?
Yeah, I am. Get it.
Technical difficulty. I'm trying to find a meme applicable to what you're saying, but I can't find it.
Carson, all your problems will be solved if you just knock somebody up tomorrow.
That's an option.
Hey, Carson, that's
Anybody take
Our top story tonight: some going down in November.
wars spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil. Does Biden know what
Immigration
Mexico
policies.
is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at? I think
Butthole.
Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem? Complete, absolute incompetence. Like, who funds the news? It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
Our top story tonight: some going down in November.
Wars spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil. Does Biden know what
Immigration
Mexico
policies.
is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at? I think
Butthole.
Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem? Complete, absolute incompetence. Like, who funds the news? It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
Our top story tonight: some going down in November.
Wars spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil. Does Biden know what
Immigration
Mexico
policies.
is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at? I think Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem?
Complete, absolute incompetence. Like, who funds the news? It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
Our top story tonight, some going down in November.
Wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil.
Does Biden know what
Immigration
Mexico
policies.
is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at? I think
Butthole.
Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem?
Complete, absolute incompetence. Like, who funds the news? It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
Our top story tonight, some going down in November.
Wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil.
Does Biden know what
Immigration
Mexico
policies.
is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at? I think
Butthole.
Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem?
Complete, absolute incompetence. Like, who funds the news? It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
Our top story tonight, some going down in November.
Wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil.
Does Biden know what
Immigration
Mexico
policies.
is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at? I think
Butthole.
Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem?
Complete, absolute incompetence. Like, who funds the news? It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
Was saying something else? I love you guys.
Love you too.
Is that all? Is that all? You good with that?
I'm great with it.
Where were we before
I
we
love you too.
before we left? Are we back? All right. So, what were we talking about?
How I love you guys.
Jobs.
How Richard loves everybody.
Either,
Mute that while Tyler moves it.
either the world goes to hell and I die and I go to heaven, or everything's fine.
That's a good perspective to
It's
have.
win-win, gang. It's win-win. Every election is win-win for me.
Try to
Had
talk,
you not
Tyler.
clicked it yet?
We're still going. Do what?
Is it unmuted, John?
It's
They might just need to share.
All right. Yeah, we're gonna have to have you guys share. Mike, mute that. Get this out.
Murphy, what would it take for you to run for city council? I would be your campaign treasurer. I would knock doors.
well, that's been
You
an
should have to live in the city first.
that's an ever evolving thing. You do have to. That would take a very long time to answer.
I would be your campaign treasurer.
You know what? The only way I would run for city council is if I lived in Washington D.C.
What?
Oh my gosh.
And that is the shortest.
Robert.
That is the shortest way.
Not what I wanted.
That's the shortest way I can answer that question because
Why would you run for city council in D.C.?
I'm a firm believer in voting for people who represent the territory in which you live.
Amen to that. That's fair. And that's why I don't like the fact that.
And I don't live on a
individuals
piece of paper in a
represent-
filing cabinet.
Right. You don't live on a piece of paper in a
Right.
file
I live on the
cabinet.
land of the Republic of Tennessee.
See, Scott Spicky failed with most of the things he's tried to do, but dadgummit, he's from here and at least he tried.
Yeah, unfortunately, he represents a piece of paper in a filing cabinet in Washington D.C. that has nothing to do with us. But that's a whole
No,
nother.
he's a state rep. He's a state rep.
He is a
The
state
representative of the all caps state.
he's
of
a state of
Tennessee.
Tennessee rep. That's for sure. I 100%. I don't live in that.
He said, hey, the biggest problem in my county is education, and I'm going to join the education committee and get very involved. And you know what? Turns out he wasn't good at it, but he tried, and I really appreciate that.
Scotty.
4 now, I'm pretty sure.
I
Oh.
wonder how many times we're gonna plug and unplug this and still get a bad result. Tighten it up.
Talking to the mic real quick
Bro,
for me.
it's tight.
Okay,
Talking to it.
it's to the side.
To the side.
Yeah, we're good. We're hot.
I've been talking to the top.
I know.
That's
You
not
talk- you-
that's
you
not how the praise team at church works.
You
gang.
speak loud enough.
That's not how it works.
You speak loud enough. Typically, it's not a problem. But
There's a little butt on there. Or does that one have a butt?
It does. It
Yeah.
does.
It's like corn on the cob style.
Talking to the butt.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's how I do it.
The bottom.
And I'm an expert.
Excuse
now.
you, Robert. It's the bottom.
What were we talking about earlier? People not wanting to work.
I say booty with Boone.
You say booty?
Yeah,
we say booty too.
Butt is too like abrupt. Bottom is just stupid.
We've jumped on the booty train.
Why is
So-
butt too abrupt? Somebody explain that to me.
Yeah, I'm with Carson because I get scolded for saying butt.
By your wife?
Everybody.
I mean, I don't think it's bad. I don't care if you say butt.
Yeah, I don't.
It's just,
I don't get it.
It's just.
She's gonna end up saying butt anyways.
Yeah. Well, by that logic, though, which I'm with you, Tyler. But
She's gonna end up.
Oh, I know what's coming next, Carson. You're dropping f-bombs.
no, not
What's
yet.
the problem
But
with him saying?
What's wrong with ass? You know, like people tell their kids not to say ass. What how are butt and ass
It's
different?
just public perception.
Right. Exactly. That's all it is. And I
Carson-
think it's the same thing with like, button your bunkie. Watch out for your bunkie, little fella. Don't fall on your bunk. Like, why are we call it a butt?
Nobody says that other than your mom. All right. if you had a kid, all right.
What's a bunkie? What's a bunkie?
That's
It's your ass.
That's just stupid. Carson's turning into his mom. If
like
you
a monkey donkey hybrid.
if you had a 2-year-old kid and they went
Right.
into preschool saying ass, you would change your mind.
No, I understand why people are. It's because of the public reception, like Tyler said. That's the problem. But it's that the whole problem is irrational.
So you'd be okay if your 2-year-old kid walked into preschool and called their teacher an ass or said, "Oh, I fell on my ass." That's no.
If they say, okay, those are two different scenarios. If they called their teacher an ass, we have a problem. If they said, "Oh, I fell on my ass," that's just the same as saying, "Oh, I fell on my butt."
Well, there's
how are those functionally different?
I hate to,
except for the stigma around the word ass.
I hate to book chapter and verse you, but actually, I agree with you. Scripturally, the first scenario you talked about is a child speaking with hate,
right?
Which is biblically wrong. The second scenario you threw out there, like book chapter and verse, I can't find any way that you're wrong.
There's not a thing wrong.
But I went through my formative years never cursing. And so I never developed the habit. And so the reason why I haven't ever picked it up is because I've said, which is more likely to lead people to Christ? Me starting to curse or me just never doing it?
Right.
And so I erred on the side of safety on that one. Which isn't what I've always done with every decision, but with that one I have.
I'm not even saying.
Why
it's-
start if I never start?
I'm not even saying it's bad. I'm just be like, like you said, the public perception. What's this teacher gonna think if my kid's coming in saying ass? And
But I
I'm
do
2
think
years
your
old?
employer needs to fire you if you say bunkie. I do firmly believe that. You need to be fired. You need to be thrown in jail. Jury duty every week. I don't know, something awful.
That's accurate. If you do say bunkie, especially at work, you're a pedophile.
Yeah, well said. Well said.
But you're the one who said it and brought it up.
Oh,
take a look at my dating history and get back to me.
This just got
once
really
again. Oh,
we're gonna have to. Take
Tyler
this
looks like
live
he's
stream
pregnant with a comment. No, he's decided
Speaking
not
of
to
pregnant,
say
that
anything.
pause.
Yeah, exactly. Where are we at in the polls, John? Let's take a look at the map whenever you get a minute. Oh, they have for Trump. That guy looks very happy that he's
That's
there.
wild.
We about to find out. Scroll up.
John's reading the comment section at CNN. Dadgummit.
Oh, Wisconsin's changed color again.
50%. Holy cow.
Where's
Scroll in.
Michigan at?
Scroll in, Johnny. To Wisconsin. What's missing?
Madison County's the big one.
Ooh.
93% of the vote in.
But when's the blue check mark gonna happen?
The blue check mark.
Oh, that's a problem.
Yeah,
That's the blue check mark right there.
That's where everybody lives.
Milwaukee's already blue though. They've already called it for her.
Yeah, but
No, it's only 50. More and more.
Oh, I see your point.
Ca- ca-
All right.
South of Eau Claire. What's the county south of Eau Claire that has reported? Oh, you're good.
I don't know.
Doesn't exist.
Trampaluau. Trampaluau.
Where nobody lives.
Trimpolo.
Let's just say that. What?
What did you went back?
Yeah. Sorry. Where'd it go?
Richard sounded so exact. You sounded like a disappointed dad.
That's my shtick these days. Professionally, I'm just disappointed.
Is that?
What's
Is,
that
All right.
line at the bottom?
I know. I was thinking. Is that a?
What's that line at the
Is
bottom?
that a
There's no way
county?
that's a county.
It's a
Oh, that's Illinois. Is what
Oh.
that is.
Oh,
That's a.
close.
Where we
That's
at
the
with
coolest
Michigan?
county I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's the best.
I
Ooh.
want to move there.
Imagine going to the county
That's neck and neck.
school and having to drive 45 minutes to get to the
Dang.
That's at least an hour drive.
Ooh, Pennsylvania. That's
Pennsylvania is it? How much are 77 reported?
Dude,
I mean-
the difference in the vote right now is the 180,000 Amish that voted. I'm not kidding.
Well, are you serious?
That's what I keep hearing. Yeah.
That is the difference. There's some dude who went into the Amish community because the Amish had been attacked with the train blowing up and
Still
vinyl chloride going all over the crops, and
Yeah.
their organic farming compounds. Basically, the FDA went in and was like, you can't do.
Talk right into the side of that mic, Tyler.
Sorry, you can't. Is this better?
Yeah.
The FDA went into a lot of their farms and was like, you can't be doing, your raw unpasteurized milk that you're doing.
No.
And so they went in and took a ton of their product. And it's not necessarily that they were selling raw pasteurized milk, but is the fact that how they were feeding and they were doing rotational grazing. They weren't getting any commercial cud whatsoever. It was all organic.
Right.
That pisses off the FDA,
Yeah.
obviously. So they've gone in, pissed off the Amish community. They got zero help whatsoever in cleaning anything up from the vinyl chloride spill. It's outside of Pittsburgh. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But anyways, they were mad. And then this dude went in and was like, you got to vote for Trump. He's going to take care of you. And they're like, we don't watch TV. What are
Wow.
you talking about? And so he showed them all the stuff Trump was talking about. Like, I'm going to take care of the Amish. And they're like, we're in. And they roll up with their straw hats.
Yeah.
Their straw MAGA hats.
Oh my gosh.
For the voting. But
I would
the
love to
literal
see one of
difference is
those.
180,000 right now.
That's
why.
amazing. That's hilarious. Wow.
But then there's also a couple big red counties around Pittsburgh that have had issues with their voting machines, and I know that.
Oh, issues
Yeah.
with their voting machines.
You pulled the House races, specifically Pennsylvania.
But they delayed. The polls close at 8, I think, and I think they pushed it back to 10.
Oh wow.
So
Just for the Amish?
It's already 10:30.
No, this is not the Amish country. It's just for a very strong red county. But,
Okay, fair enough.
No, it's not.
but then
It's
Fair enough.
another
11:30
county
over
that's
there.
having an issue is Maricopa, Arizona, which was. Dude, John is constantly having a mosh pit down there at his desk.
Struggling so hard over there.
Quick second. Hey, it's John Robert Walker's birthday. We need to talk about that real
No,
quick.
That's
not.
no, it's not.
His birthday is May 19th.
Yeah.
Dang it.
It's not even close.
No, it's Dalton Hunt's birthday.
Okay, that
Clo-
makes
I get him confused. It's Dalton Hunt's birthday, just a shout out.
An old high school buddy.
So I ran into Dalton Hunt at a Tennessee game a few weeks ago, and he was
Is he big?
Inebriated. Gay?
No, he's married.
he.
Gay?
You know, I'm not going to share it over the air, but Dalton's doing good. He was there with his wife. I met her.
She's pregnant.
Not that I know of.
Not that you know. of,
Dalton
okay.
Hunt, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Dalton Hunt, if you're listening, I love you, man. You're a good dude.
I love you too.
Whenever the tornado came through, it destroyed my parents' house, and he was one
Oh
of
dang, really?
yeah, he was one of the state troopers that was staying there patrolling, making sure morons weren't coming in and acting like they're going to help but loot. And he stayed a very long time over his shift.
That's
And I
nice.
could tell he was dying inside. I just want to let him know he's a good dude.
Well, let's get him on the
He's
podcast.
running Wilson County now. He's the head trooper in Wilson County, he told me. He told me that they were not going to have kids. Very
Oh,
good
really?
about that.
Wow. All right. Why do you think people go after
Why,
raw milk?
Dalton? Why?
What?
Why not have kids?
Oh, let's track him down and ask him.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Why do you think people go after raw milk, Tyler?
Go after who?
Raw milk.
Why do I think?
Yeah.
Give me the mic. Raw milk is one of the healthiest foods a man and a woman could consume. The whole.
What if you're neither?
Do what? There's a mic. You want to say
I'm
something?
saying, what if they're neither?
Yeah, you can be a Z now, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
I don't give a crap about that.
They're all watching Kamala Harris right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Disease.
Or a
That's-
two-spirit.
There's a bunch of neithers on the screen.
I can be a two-spirit now, whatever that is.
That's the natives. They can cycle back and forth between
Oh.
masculine and feminine. They recognize there's only two, but then they can be whichever one they want.
Skinwalker Ranch.
All right.
But raw milk is probably the most nutritionally compact and whole food you could possibly consume.
Yeah,
Whenever you do pasteurize it, you reduce the nutrient content within milk by 95%.
Right.
And it's also amazing for colonizing your gut with probiotics that people are paying out the butt for.
Agreed.
That have anti-cancer effects, have anti-autoimmune diseases. They are colonating, so they remove heavy metals. The list just goes on and on.
I haven't heard that about raw milk. That's a new one on me.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Raw milk is
Interesting.
good.
But why do you think people they go after it so heavily, such that it's like semi-illegal to sell in some states? Because that seems excessive. Nobody's making regulations against, growing a cow and selling its meat, although it's a pain in the ass to do. Nobody's doing that. But it is still technically illegal to sell raw milk in a lot of states. Oh my gosh, Murph just destroyed his ankle. And I just find that odd that so many people do that.
Well, raw milk is one of those things that's been litigated so much. There are
You serious?
There are studies that say it does not improve your gastrointestinal health at all. But then it's like the other side says, well, who paid for those studies? It just goes back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
You want to say something, Carson?
I want to see that study, Richard. I've seen a lot of studies that show that it has. I've never seen any studies that show that it hasn't.
Walker 2020. That's the name of the study.
I feel like you're are you bullshitting me right
No,
now?
I'm not.
Okay.
Look it up.
All right.
It's some Jewish name in Walker. I think it's Tittlenbaum, something like that. 2020.
Hey, I can tell you something interesting just about the etymology of the word pasteurization, okay? That comes from a French guy. His name was Louis Pasteur, and he invented germ theory. Fun fact, he also worships Satan. So I drink raw milk, and I hate Louis Pasteur.
Amen.
Agreed.
Fun fact.
Agreed. We'll hook you up with our plug after this, Tyler. I got a name for you.
Do what?
Number. We'll hook you up with our plug after this. We got a name and a
Please
phone
do.
number for you.
I had the best plugs in Cookeville, and I lost them all when I moved down to this desert.
Dang.
But what'd he say? Dude, I saw that coming a mile away. I almost just picked you up and threw you, but
I don't want your chunky milk.
Do what you got to do.
But
Well, don't forget, it's also homogenized too, which fucks with those proteins as well, and some of the fats.
his is homogenized?
No, I'm saying the milk you buy in the stores.
Raw milk, it's usually healthier. Is that all?
Do you need any more?
Yeah. There's a risk reward.
Well, there
There's
are
no
also
risk.
some other issues with the fact that most people, well, not most people, okay, but a large percentage of adults, if they don't consume some kind of raw milk on a regular basis, and all they're consuming is some kind of pasteurized dairy, will lose the ability to process lactose at some point.
Yes.
The lactase enzyme will start to fall off. And so what you notice, if people are consuming raw dairy products, specifically raw milk, because that's raw cow's milk, because that's typically the most accessible, is that lactase enzyme continues to be present in the gut biome. Now, why that is another question entirely, whether it's being repopulated by bacteria that are already in the milk, or whether it's because the denatured proteins and other weird things that are in the processed milk you get in the store are causing some kind of death of that bacteria over time. Another question. Or, I mean, if you don't have the kind of stuff that feeds that bacteria, it will simply die off over time anyway. And so it could simply be that it just can't process whatever's in whole, pasteurized, homogenized milk in the store, which is what I would assume is the case. And so it just that enzyme just dies off, such that you end up with horrific lactose intolerance.
It's the denatured protein aspect of it.
Okay.
Because of the way it reacts, the denatured, it's like A1, A2, A1, A1.
Right.
There's all sorts of double A, different variations of it. But that's what I tend to lean towards, is the denatured aspect of the lactase. Basically the bacteria has no use for it, and so it can be agitating to the long chain fatty acids in the gut that supposedly come from fiber. I don't know exactly where they come from, but I don't think they come from fiber.
Yeah.
Once that breaks down, then you're just getting denatured protein, which just become cancerous metabolites in the bloodstream.
Right.
And then that's when you have an autoimmune response, and that's what lactose intolerance is, from my understanding. But then whenever you do start drinking it, you're repopulating. You have the whole
Raw
protein.
milk, you mean.
You have the whole do what?
Raw milk.
Raw milk. When you do start re-drinking it, you are repopulating, and there's a chance for bacterial overgrowth. And it's not necessarily that the bacteria is bad. It's just that you have an imbalance in your gut from the lack of this probiotic, for lack of a better word.
I mean, I've never heard of any kind of bacterial issue from healthy cows.
Well, the main qualm with raw milk is how it's handled. It is how it's handled. Yeah, lots of pathogens, and it is because, I mean, like we talked about, it's one of the most nutritionally compact foods you can have. More than just humans want it.
Right.
And so it's a breeding ground for all sorts of things. And you know, the handling and the commercial aspect is a decent argument for it to pasteurize it.
Can be.
Low pasteurization, low level pasteurization is great.
As long as it's handled properly, raw milk can kill some bacteria. I've used it to.
You get the anti-capitalism argument. Like, if you're trying to produce a profit, you're going to cut corners.
Right.
And you're going to do things to save money. And can you feed the world? Because it's not just
Yeah.
raw milk that you're drinking. Raw milk goes into,
Like your mom.
the food you eat. Like, how many things in your cabinet were made with milk, cake, and
Right.
whatnot. So, like, you've got all these things, and I just don't trust the complex to produce enough raw milk safely.
Well,
so,
and you're exactly right.
I'm gonna roll
and
with the
so
pasteurized milk, so I don't have to worry about it.
I get that, but that's why you got to know your farmer, not just for your milk producer, but for all of your food, because you're right. It's impossible to produce anything and produce it well on a grand scale, period. And so buying food from Kroger or Walmart, which we all have to do to some degree, unfortunately, is just a super unhealthy thing to do to begin with. And so that's why it's immensely important to buy food as locally as you possibly can.
That's my beef with just like people who are anti, any growth hormone, any genetically modified seed. Like I want to remind the world, like, if we didn't have genetically modified seeds that greatly increased yields in our crops, the world would not get fed. I would get fed as an American. Statistically, I'm going to have the money to buy the next loaf of bread. But the rest of the world wouldn't. If we didn't have the yields that we have these days, if it wasn't for the Monsantos of the world, who the decabs of the world with these genetically modified seeds, we wouldn't have the food to feed everybody.
We would, because we would just grow everything locally, and we wouldn't be reliant.
It's all houses and industrial complexes.
It's houses because you sold the farmland to build your high density apartments.
There's people that need the apartments.
Well, we got to ship them back to California.
Also, to play the Trump angle, which I agree with, it's not my problem to feed Africa. It's not my problem to feed Asia. It's my problem to feed America, right?
Well, and let's talk about the downstream. Let's talk about the downstream effects of that monocropping. Which is what you're talking about. Monocropping. You're familiar with monocropping?
No, I've never heard that phrase.
Okay, so monocropping is the idea, which your
Dust
beloved,
Oh,
skipping ahead.
you're talking about not rotating crops.
I just summarized everything
No.
you're going to say in 1 second. Dust Bowl.
To some degree, but what happens is if we grow a product here or even multiple vegetable products here over time, right? a lot of times what ends up happening in a lot of places is not just something like a dust bowl, but even desertification, which is what you see in large portions of Africa.
Crop rotation.
What happens when you graze animals in a very compact way, a herd mimicking grazing movement, the land regenerates and becomes a lot more fertile, and so you can feed a lot more people off of a much smaller amount of land if you do that sort of thing properly the way it should be done. There are vast swaths of land across the United States that aren't even remotely suitable for crop farming at all.
Yeah.
Large forests, plenty of cropland
non-tillable
that aren't being used for animals.
Yeah.
Why the hell not? And so it's very easy to feed large populations.
Well, because
but yeah, because these sons, our
because
son
animals can't. Because once again, no one has animals just to have like
Right.
we're talking about like true meat producing animals. They only do it for increase in weight. Like you're trying to turn a calf that weighs 150 pounds into a cow that weighs 2,000, and you can't graze them in forested land and get the increase in weight that you need to produce the meat to make it profitable.
Forested land, you can run pigs and those kinds of things through. Is why I mentioned that. But there's a lot of just land lying fallow.
Have you ever been in a mature forest though? The ground floor is literally barren.
It can be in some
It
places.
is barren.
And you know why? Because there aren't any. There aren't any animals. I'll give you an example.
Because the leaves block out the light.
I'll give you an example. That does happen.
No,
but
that is what happens. That's bottom line.
there's shit
Deciduous?
in the soil that those pigs will eat. I can guarantee you. They'll
I
find
agree,
it.
but it takes a massive amount of acreage to feed the same pig that as if you had, all of them in a stockyard in Texas and feeding them silage.
I don't know if that's the case or not.
It is the case. It takes a massive amount of acreage to it's all about what's on the ground. And mature forest has nothing on the ground but leaves.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
they
can't
can root
speak to the
around.
ones out west. I can speak to the ones here and say there's a shitload of stuff down there that they'll eat. A shitload of stuff down there. That
Not
they'll
in a
eat.
mature forest.
Oh yeah.
That is incorrect.
You can
Go
take
talk to the folks at.
We have family farmland. I am actively.
I know you do. Go talk to the folks at. Oh, what's the damn name of the place?
got
Pig and
to-
Leaf.
I don't know. There's hardly any mature forest in Tennessee anymore. Okay.
Well, in
And-
terms of forest floor, yes.
And two, a huge big component in the agricultural stuff is the weather modification.
Oh, that's true as well.
As to what they're spraying in the sky.
Go talk to the folks at Pig and Leaf though. That's what they do with their pigs, and they do very well.
I would suspect it takes a significantly larger amount of acreage to feed the same amount of pigs than the industrial complex does.
It's possible.
He's right in the current model that we have.
Yeah.
Because the land that when you take 1 acre of land, you put 5 pigs on it. That land is only used to house the pigs.
Right.
And you have to outsource your food. But if you jump that up to 5 acres. These are just random numbers, but just trying to make a scale. You jump that up to 5 acres, and you take a young forest. You take goats on there who will eat literally anything, and whose poop is literally just a gold mine for fertilizer. They will regrow foliage on that young forest, and it will they'll get rid of kudzu. They'll get rid of all the weeds that stamp out, the heritage oaks. I would love for chestnuts to come back, but China screwed that up for us. But that's a whole podcast.
I have
That's a whole
questions.
podcast.
Yeah.
But
the chestnuts pod.
Dude, I have books on that stuff, dude. I cried over the chestnut tree. But anyways,
All right.
we have like the red oaks will start coming back. The hackleberries will stop rotting at the age of like 30 years old and getting overtaken by fungus.
What's it called? A hackleberry?
The hackberry.
Hackleberry
Oh,
fun.
a hackberry in my front yard right now.
I've always said hackleberry because I'm
Oh, okay.
retarded.
Hackleberry.
I think we mixed up a huckleberry with a hackberry.
I
Maybe
probably
that's
did
what
that. I'm Monsanto. I did a hybrid. But
Genetically modified.
all this,
GMOs.
all this to say, you do a rotational grazing.
Yeah.
Like you start with the goats who just clear it all out, and then they refertilize the soil. You start with you throw some pigs in there afterwards, and then
Right.
they go through and rummage through all of it, and eat the acorns, and they dump that crap back out, and refertilize it,
And then you bring the cows in who are just like the massive tillers. They just come through and they plow through everything. They eat all the good grass that comes up from the fertilizer and whatnot, which we have tons of natural grasses that are not being grown because we just have totally destroyed our natural grassland here in Tennessee.
They're nitrogen eaters is the reason we've done it.
Yeah. And so what that ends up doing is when you do this rotational grazing, you have this process, you're getting so much more out of this land because then you can come in and you can plant crops.
It's true.
So you've got 3 or 4 phases off of 5 acres of land. You're getting the incentive that Mr. Richard likes to talk about. You're getting a lot more profit out of that because you're going to sell the goats. They're good meat. They're good for milk.
Yeah.
We can pasteurize it if we need to.
Well, who's milking meat cattle?
Yeah,
but
and where do they go when they're not on that land?
My belly.
But they
What do you
don't-
mean?
but
You
like,
rotate
when
him.
you talk
You
about
rotate him
what
around
you-
that land.
you're
I
You're
have-
rotating
talk
multiple
about
animals.
what-
I
around
have
that land.
nipples, Carson.
Like,
Can you
let's
milk
just
me?
say you have 10 acres of flat pasture land.
Let's just
That
say
was a reference to a wonderful Robert De Niro movie.
let's just say you have 10 acres. I'm familiar with what you're talking about. What happens is you get one crop of whatever it is, typically beans or corn, or cotton,
Right.
if we're talking about Tennessee.
Yeah.
Pretty much just beans or corn. Then you got your animals. But it takes,
That's a dramatic reaction.
but like when you buy the animals, it takes at least a year to go from calf to sale.
It's true.
Then where do the calves come from? Are you birthing them? Are you running the bull and the mamas? So when they're not on that land in the rotation of beans or corn or whatever, where are they? Or are you just buying the calves? Well, that's just the same thing. You're just taking from Peter to pay Paul. What you're talking about theoretically is much better for the land as a whole, but it's not higher yield. It's just
I would argue that it's higher nutritional yield by a long shot.
nutritional, but that doesn't matter. And once again,
does.
I go back to Murphy's comment. He's right. It's not our job to pay Africa, but the whole world needs X amount of food, period, to sustain itself. And yes, if we say to ourselves, we're not going to feed Africa, that's fine. But prices will go up because demand is still there. You are going to raise the cost of the basket of goods that we all require if you don't have efficiency. And farmland is only going down. People are selling the family farms because they're getting inherited by the kids who don't want to run farmland. So they
That's
sell
true.
it to a developer. Farmland goes away. So if the places we can produce crops are going down, but the population is going up, you see the problem, which means demand is going up for a smaller amount of product, which means prices are going to go up. So either we create more crops on less land or we pay more for our food. That's one of two options.
Blow up the high density apartments.
High density is what you want because these suburban neighborhoods where everyone's on a quarter acre is not efficient.
No.
Stack them all in one place where they can walk to everywhere they need to go, so
Yep.
that we don't have to spend money on them driving cars.
Is that the way you want to live, though?
Yeah,
That's the way I wanna live.
that's anti-human.
Oh, just some bastard out on the
Yeah.
street. It's fine if they live like that, but not you.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Okay. I
You
see.
sound like a Republican, dude.
I'm a conscious capitalist.
You want to say something? You can.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I see your point about the yield, but Carson makes a good point about the nutritional yield of these animals. When you look at, a modern cow and the amount of, let's just talk calories that they're putting out compared to a grass-fed cow, they are smaller in weight, but nutritionally, the grass-fed cow is much higher. So your yield will decrease. Like you said, X amount of food, whatever this grand number is, that will come down. I understand people are popping babies out left and right. You and me are suspect 1 and 2 of that. But when you got awesome nutrition coming out of these animals, and then it's all of this is localized, like the primary recipient of all this nutrition is the local aspect. We have, and again, I get that people are selling these farms because they're lazy and they want to go live in these apartments.
Problem A, you have to define what your yield is.
Yeah.
And if that's volume,
Y'all are talking about nutrition. I'm talking about calories.
well, yeah,
the
well,
cheapest
okay.
thing in the
so
world is to put
no,
1,000
no.
cows in a stockyard. and feed 'em
Nutrition
corn.
and calories in this case are very, very similar insofar as beef is a fuck ton more calorically dense than any wheat you're going to find anywhere, than any bean you're going to find
Also,
anywhere.
hey, I
and
want
also much more
I want to
nutritionally
interject. A calorie is a unit. I can't hand you a calorie. I
Right.
can't go break off a piece of
Well,
calorie
it's-
and put it in a bag.
Yeah,
It's
that's exactly
it's a
the argument I'm
concept.
making. Well, it is. Yeah, you're right about
Yeah,
that.
so
but
how can that be a yield? Calories of what?
Well, technically it's energy.
right.
Technically it's energy.
Yeah.
The whole thing's nonsense.
So, if caloric content is the way we're measuring yield, my assumption is, and I don't know this for a fact, but my assumption is rotational land management type management of a property would probably yield more calories per unit
But
of
every
time
farmer
and unit
does
of
that.
land.
Every farmer in Tennessee does that.
No. When I
They're
say
rotating
rotation,
crops
when I say
right now.
when I say rotational land management, I mean like a Savory model. Alan Savory, who he runs like rotational grazing on all of his properties. That's the type of thing I'm talking. My assumption is the caloric yield of that piece of property would be higher per unit of time and per unit of land mass. I don't know that for a fact, but based
Probably
on
would know that
All
before I
right.
said
Hey,
it.
first of all, what per unit of land mass?
Yeah.
Are you trying to say area?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
That's more helpful.
Per
just
unit of
saying.
land mass is like how much is this
I would-
square meter going or this square mile going below me? How much
I
does
would
that
come
weigh?
straight because, like, think about the companies out there. Like, think about Bayer. Bayer, it was German, owns Monsanto, which is the biggest seed and fertilizer company in the country.
Yeah, I mean the
besides
logistics
DuPont.
of it are impossible to manage,
They
right?
are all about
Yeah.
yield. Yield is the most important word to any farmer. And so they are doing what it takes to maximize the weight of product that comes off of an acre.
Weight, yes.
Without a doubt.
Weight.
But they are rotating crops. Like right now, nitrogen rotation that's all anyone talks about. Which in Tennessee is very simple. Beans, corn.
Right.
Beans, corn, beans, corn.
Yeah.
So we're talking about two very different things when we talk about plants and we talk about animals.
Yeah, vastly different.
The cheapest thing to do is to feed a cow hay in the winter, silage if you need it, and let them graze. That's the cheapest thing to do to produce a fat cow.
That's true. Most of the cows I eat are actually grass finished. They're grain finished. They're not grass fed all the way through because it's cheaper. I'm not saying you have to fucking, be religious about it, but conceptually
You want a grain finished cow.
I do. Well, I mean they're fatter, they taste better. They're more fun to
the
eat.
marbling,
I prefer them.
it's great for the marbling. It's good for the cow.
Yeah.
It sedates them before they enter
Right.
into the abyss. And on top of that, you do get great calories from it because it fattens it up, and fat is 9 calories.
Yeah,
compared to protein, which is
that's the
4.
beef I end up eating.
So you want grass raised and grain finished. You like that?
A little titty. Where are we at on this election,
won.
John? I mean, we're getting close. Where haven't we called? Minnesota, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania.
Why is Georgia still in the pink? That's a little
We're
worrisome.
gonna wake up tomorrow and
I
Georgia's gonna
know.
be a different color. Oh, he did. They called it. Where's Pennsylvania at? Oh no, he went away from it.
So they called the whole western seaboard.
Yeah, but
Are you surprised?
You always know those are going Democrat.
No, I'm not surprised. I just
You got blue.
Yeah.
Seattle briefly was another country by the liberals briefly.
Yeah, don't they get electoral college?
Yeah, they like
Do they get their own votes?
they
Chaz,
took over several.
Oh, dude, I gotta be in.
Final words, Richard.
Yeah, you have
final words.
What words of wisdom do you have to leave with us?
President doesn't affect your economy, almost never. Hasn't happened in, I would argue, since Bush and Kuwait.
All right.
It's been a long time since your president actually affected your economy. There are people much more powerful than the president who actually call the shots. I don't know who they are. Murphy knows. But the president doesn't control anything. It's all just something to get you worked up. Don't stress about it.
I agree with that.
Cheers to that.
I agree with that, brother.
Cheers to that.
Safe travels. Thanks for
Be
being
safe
here.
going home. Thanks for coming in, sir. It's been fun.
You guys are the best. Good to see you, Garrison. How's life? Good.
All right. So
Man, it's 11 o'clock.
Pennsylvania's
I gotta get up at
51-47. Yeah, I need to go home. I meant to leave an hour ago.
Oh,
It took us so long to get this going.
That's a good gig. You shouldn't do. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you for your producing skills.
Lackawanna County.
I'd love to. Take you out to Grammy. Let's do it. See you, bud.
Oh yeah, stay till it's
All
over.
right.
We're the hosts
Do we?
of this lovely podcast.
We might have to pack it in at some point.
Well, they call what I think where'd it go?
What are you looking for, John?
That's disappointing about that mic cord.
Yeah, I've
Just-
already got some replacements.
Go Vols.
Balls?
America. Balls? Go balls?
Go bald.
I like balls. I like
were
my
you getting
balls.
Complaints about my mic?
Yeah.
No, the other mic. Well, the
The old, yes, the old mic.
I'm sorry.
Jordan, I mean, it's not your fault.
I showed up.
I'm glad you showed up. Yeah, Jordan called to tell us about it. Why are those states brown or tan?
So this is an interactive map.
Oh, interactive, fun.
So if he ends up winning Nevada, which looking at
If Trump ends up winning Nevada,
yeah, so
you forget, John. We can't hear you right now.
that's a good point.
yeah. What are you?
What are you typing in this screen?
We got a boomer over
Dude,
here.
you did.
It's like watching my dead
You
grandfather.
didn't
use a
delete
computer.
everything
I think my
when you
nano
were trying to
types
type. I've done that before. You leave like 6 letters on what was previously in there.
Yeah.
I've never done anything like
Yeah,
that.
I'm autistic. I don't do that stuff. Well, actually,
CNN perfection.
Pressure's on,
John, what is going on, bud?
we need a heart rate monitor on John.
That's a good idea. That'd be a fun feed. We could just have a camera that's his face with his heart rate monitor on it.
That'd be great.
That'd be a good time. So you did vote. Good for you. You're a better citizen than me.
I guess. Or I'm just more of an NPC.
Either that, or you maybe you just still believe in anything.
The sole reason why I voted is because with my line of work, I interact with a bunch of immigrants, and we're not talking south of the border immigrants. We're talking Californian immigrants, people from up north, and they are all largely liberal. And so I was naively concerned that potentially they could flip Tennessee, or at least I would look at the vote and see that,
No,
the Dems are on the rise, but they have not. So
fair enough.
That's
Fair
why-
enough.
That's why I did not vote in 2020 for logistical reasons, and I did vote in 2016 because I was on the fence about if it was legit, but I was like, why not? It's fun.
Yeah,
That was the last time I voted.
I've never voted
Really?
ever. It was inconvenient. The first 2 elections I could have voted in, and then probably after. So 2012 was the first election I would have been able to vote in, and I was reeling from just life in my first year of college. And then 2016, what did I say? 2012 was the first election I could have
Right.
voted in.
And Mitt Romney wouldn't have fixed your life, Carson?
Dude,
He
I'm
might
so
have.
ashamed I voted for him. I had no idea.
He's a robot.
Yeah. I was a dumb kid out of high school, and
Yeah.
whoever.
I voted for him,
I mean,
too.
you lived in Tennessee. Who else are you going to vote for?
And we ain't voting for Obama, so might as well vote for
sure.
Robot Mitt.
As Americans, we're going to move forward. We're going to do a wonderful job taking care of our citizens.
Dude, you could put on the Obama mask, and you could definitely have a job there.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
We're doing a great job. Michael, my wife, husband,
Big Mike.
whatever she is.
Dude, how much do you think Big Mike deadlifts?
Oh, dude, those arms, those guns.
Dude.
Those guns could have taken over Iraq. I mean,
Those were the weapons
Jeez.
of
That's
mass
right.
destruction. dude.
That's right. Send her in instead of all our votes.
Dude, send her and Liz Cheney in there.
SEAL Team 6.
and it's the United States of Iraq.
Jeez. Yeah, that lady has some massive arms. I don't know what her workout regimen is, but Hulk Hogan's got some competition, bitch.
Oh, they look like they're showing signs of life at the Harris Watch party, and they're looking more subdued at the Trump.
I mean,
Everybody just looks like.
wouldn't you? You remember what happened in 2016 or 2020?
Yeah, it's probably all CGI. I agree with that. But
state in this race is Pennsylvania. I want to put up this one. Dave McCormick holding a lead over Bob Casey, the incumbent Democrat at this point. Right now, just under 2 points.
Why do we care about this?
I don't.
What means that, John? What?
If Senate race holds like that, Trump will win Pennsylvania.
What do you make? What are we learning?
I don't.
Learning a lot, and as you just showed on your screen.
Oh, okay, I see your point.
McCormick being up by
Okay, it's people voting down ballot Republican if the Republicans. Okay, I see.
in Pennsylvania, 82% of
So,
the vote has
Murphy,
been tallied. We're also seeing some results
Do you,
in.
and Carson, if you feel like answering this.
All right.
So, do you think Trump is a legitimate character in our political schema, or do you think he's just part of the uniparty?
my personal opinion, he's part of the Unit Party.
I'm on the
That's my
fence.
opinion, but I could be wrong.
All right, uniparty is a new term to me. Somebody explain that.
The left.
I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory,
yeah,
but
an eagle has two wings. A left and a right both make the eagle fly forward.
okay.
Yeah, just
Sounds very Orwellian.
We kind of live in that.
Well, it spawns from Hegel. You know, the Hegelian dialectic.
No.
Create the problem.
Or yeah, problem, reaction, solution,
Problem,
right?
reaction, solution. Yeah.
Yeah, that's big in the truth community. Like the way to get support is the government makes an issue and then they offer the solution. People flock to it.
Okay.
This is just like gaslighting on a humongous scale.
And if you think of like time in history and then the nation as like a big electrical grid or some kind of grid, you can move it in a certain direction based off the problem, reaction, and solution.
That
And
makes
so
sense.
there's like minor categories, there's major categories such as World War I and II and Civil War and stuff like that.
Just grand scale manipulation to put that in layman's terms.
Right.
Yeah, like false flags on an even bigger thing, controlled opposition. And
Yeah.
I think that about Trump. And I was mega Trump supporter in 2016.
Oh yeah, me too. Yeah,
America.
I would
America.
Yeah.
I
Fuck
voted
yeah.
for Bernie in the Dem primary, and then that's how far gone I was. But then after that, I was like, "Ain't no way I'm voting for Hillary."
You voted for. I mean, at least you didn't vote for Hillary.
Well, that was before I realized Bernie was a pedophile.
Bernie's a pedophile.
They're all pedophiles.
That's too bad.
Dude.
Yeah.
I thought maybe Bernie was a good one.
Yeah.
No. Plus, his wife, ruined a college. She, took over a college and just ran it into the ground. It's a fun fact.
Dude, that's
That's too bad.
Yeah, it's
That
kind
poor
of
woman.
funny, dude. No, I love it.
That poor woman. That's unfortunate. All right. What's the map look like, John? I'm excited to see what happens in the morning. I'm scared to go to bed.
My thing with Trump that keeps me on the fence is that he has such pro-American policies on our soil, and then he could probably get peace over in Ukraine, and he might make peace in the Middle East, but he's just got a tie to a certain Lebanese country.
Yeah, that's
we need to shake that yoke, and he
that
doesn't
is-
seem willing to do it.
That's my biggest thing. That is the biggest issue with Trump is his ties to the, we'll just call it the Levant area.
Yeah.
You can't really even say the word; it'll get you struck.
Yeah.
Yeah, way too close to that. He's been praying at that Western Wall. Old Kushner is a demon, and Kushner is.
Which they've had some distance this campaign. I don't know if that was tactical or what.
I don't know. I have no idea what's coming. He's definitely a wild card. That's for freaking sure. He's not like any of the other ones.
And the what's the word? It's late.
Yeah.
What's the word? He's methodical, and I could see him kind of playing the long game.
Yeah, that's what all the Q people say. He's playing 5D chess, and he is like masterfully inserted himself into the
kind of taking the fall and then letting his predecessors or his successors work on shaking the yoke.
I don't know. I don't know what's coming.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's kind of scary. It's kind of exciting.
I want Trump to win, but I it's not like I love him, but I just kind of see him as, 4 more years. There's going to be all sorts of scandals, all sorts of crazy stuff.
Oh yeah.
It's going to be 2016 and 2020 repeat, but on steroids. But that's 4 more years to kind of prepare, in my opinion.
Prepare for what?
The Great Reset.
Yeah, I mean, UN Agenda 2030.
Yeah, 2030 is coming quick.
There's all kinds of things, man. If we're going off the assumption that the last reset was approximately the end of the Civil War, I mean, I've seen these astrology people like calculate these cycles in the sky, and it's like 260 something years, and we're due for another one. I don't even know. It's just, I don't know.
Well, 260 years since the Civil War would still be a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to happen like immediately, but
that map's looking awfully colored with a lot less gray now.
that's because John's on that map where he's just clicking.
John's just
arbitrarily.
clicking shit.
To me, it's looking like he's going to win Pennsylvania.
Thank God for the Amish.
Because, Philadelphia's running in about 80%, and he's doing pretty dang well in that area.
Okay.
Pittsburgh's pretty much close, and he did pretty dang well in that area.
Yeah.
And then the rest, I think the red counties are going to probably carry him in.
No, it's looking pretty good
He's up by 2 points.
for him.
What's 85% of the vote reporting? He's almost up by 3 points.
Yeah.
He'll probably win the state, and so he's going to take Georgia.
She's up to 191 though. She jumped up. Oh, no, that ain't right, John. What are you on?
182, but like
The heck were you
when
just
it's all
looking at?
said and done, it'll probably be 226.
Well, what was that in Pennsylvania? That county that looked like Afghanistan in the middle.
This does look.
Of course,
like
it's called Center
Afghanistan.
County, but
I'm just thinking if he wins Pennsylvania, it's over.
yeah, Pennsylvania's the
You
key.
think so?
Well, I mean, he's going to win Georgia. He's won North
Yeah.
Carolina.
They haven't called that yet, and that was the source of a lot of trouble and all the documents and crap. Was Georgia, right?
Well, I mean,
Trump's lawyers are stationed in Georgia pretty.
Just
I
right
mean,
now
you can't-
waiting.
you
They're
can't call it
armed
till
and
it's
ready.
called.
yeah,
Can't call it
but,
till
I
it's
mean,
Hanging out at wherever they're counting the ballots. Where do they count ballots at? Do we know?
probably
County courthouse.
in the Satanic Temple of Death.
Underground city.
Yeah,
Maybe
for
so.
real. Have you seen those underground maps and how they like they're related to the stars?
Yeah, set up like the constellations.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Oh, there's no way he doesn't win Georgia if all that's already in.
yeah, I mean, if this is true, he's going to win the state. I mean, 93% reporting, and he's up. He's up by
120.
2.3 points. He's going to win Georgia, and it's looking pretty good in Pennsylvania. And right there is 270 if he doesn't take anything else.
Oh, that'd
Yeah.
be sick.
And I think he'll probably take Nevada based on.
What's Arizona looking like?
Um,
Arizona's looking
2%.
pretty
Dude,
tie-dyed right
holy-
now.
What county is Flagstaff? Coconino.
I don't even know how to pronounce that word, but
I
it's
just
a
did
county.
it.
That's
You
pretty
did.
good.
You
Pretty
did.
good.
That's true.
Coco Nino. I'd
Coco
say that,
Nino.
yeah.
Camilla Coconino.
That sounds like a hot dancing actress. Hello, I'm Camila Coconino.
I'm Camilla Coconino.
Hola.
Yeah, exactly.
Que estoy.
That should be your OnlyFans name.
Ooh, that's a good idea. I'll get a spray tan.
That might how we have to fund this
I'll
whole
get
operation.
it
keep,
might
having
be.
keep having to buy all these freaking cords.
It's possible. I'll get a spray tan and some fake tits and be Camila Coconino. That'll be my.
Alex
My
Jones.
alias.
If Alex Jones is reporting on Georgia, it's over.
Oh yeah, we haven't even checked on what InfoWars is saying.
Yeah, I
tonight.
know.
And that's Owen Schroyer
Yeah.
right there.
Let's see if we can get into.
Let's see what Alex Jones has going on
He's
Twitter.
bald.
Going live. Let's see if I can
I mean, Tucker Carlson's been live all night. We haven't paid him a lick of attention. Looks like Elon Musk looks like a fucking vampire, dude. What's wrong with him?
I can't stand him.
Really?
Yeah.
Because
He's kind of fun. I feel like maybe.
I don't know.
don't
he's
think
a
he's
freaking
fun.
demon, dude.
Yeah.
He does look like a demon.
His name means bear musk.
Racist over and
The
over
stench
for
of a
years
bear.
on end. Not the successful election-winning
I
strategy
don't know what. I don't,
John, can we turn that
that
down?
they thought it was. That they thought it would be.
Holy
So
crap!
just you know,
I'll probably skedaddle here in a minute, but they're not
probably
working.
have to kill this live stream here in a minute. It's time to go to bed.
I'm thinking we probably can, like, pretty soon, because it's looking to me he might just win.
Trump's up to 230,
And just
supposedly.
looking at how the results are going, I don't really think.
I just want to be in my bed with the lights off at 12. That's my goal.
I'm pretty there with you. I don't think he'll win. I don't think she'll win Pennsylvania.
And it's not looking like he's up by almost
Yeah.
3 points.
I mean, dude, these numbers could just be coming from some computer in New York City.
That's very
Alright, but
possible.
what does this any of
That's
this
where the
mean?
money comes from.
Yeah.
Talking about this like it matters. But watch our election live stream. Do what, John? We have been. No wonder I'm tired.
Oh, blaze it up. This has been fun, though.
It has been.
Did Cameron just decide not to participate?
Cameron equals
Possible.
33 in Pythagorean numerology.
You guys think any states will secede ever?
Oh,
I
man.
hope.
I'd love if that happened.
I would love that. But I just don't see.
Well, they technically never joined back.
True.
Oh my
A bunch of
gosh.
corporations joined back.
That guy looks like Putin.
Maybe it
Looks
is.
like Putin's
I'm
brother.
not kidding. I thought that was Putin.
So did I for a
giving
second.
commentary on the U.S. election.
Dude, that would be great. I would pay to watch that.
I would too.
I would spend like $5 to get like the Russia
Putin's
ESPN
commentary.
Plus. And it's just like, isn't that what RTV is? Just
Yeah.
get Putin on RTV.
I absorbed so much of the Putin interviews whenever the Ukraine war broke out because I just found the way he talked so interesting.
I've never listened to him talk. Really.
You know how when you listen to like the old American accent, how sophisticated and precise they speak,
Yeah.
and they build a narrative, they tell a story.
Well, it
but they
depends
do
on
it
what
so-
kind of old American accent you're talking about.
like the military-industrial complex
I know what
y'all
you mean.
podcast y'all did with y'all watched Eisenhower.
The
Yeah,
old timey
yeah.
way of.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know exactly that.
They're
The
just
old timey way of talking. That?
somewhat.
Okay.
There's people in that era that talk that way, but yeah. But Eisenhower is a good example of that accent. But they're like very succinct with what they say. They use words that are just forgotten, but
Right.
that have like 4 or 5 different meanings, and
Not to mention syllables.
syllables. And Putin talks that way too. And Tucker Carlson was like trying to talk over him and everything in his interview with him, and Putin was like, "STFU, bro." He's like, "I got the KGB right here. Shut up. I'm gonna talk." And he just like related every political decision he was making to the past like 400 years of Russian history. And I'm like, dude, Trump couldn't even do that. Like, we don't have a president. When was the last time we heard a president relate like any of their policy decisions made past like 2 or 3 presidencies ago?
That's a good point, dude. And that would like shut down the entire 100 years because so much changed after the Titanic sunk. In this terms of like
Yep.
the United States policy on dealing with anything. I hadn't really thought about that. They never considered the all of history in any direction ever.
I mean,
like U.S. history.
Yeah, certainly not specific precedents at all. I mean,
Like
why would they? Especially the ones now. They have there's no incentive to.
It'll just be buzzword Constitution, buzzword America, and
Yeah.
but it's never like the
Like the
things-
closest we get is Trump talking about McKinley's presidency with tariffs.
The way he talks about tariffs is something. Tariffs, what a beautiful word. I talked about tariffs the other day. It was wonderful. The way he would talk about them. Like,
Yeah,
I've
then
never
he-
heard a person wax so
then
poetic
he
about
freaking got killed.
taxes.
McKinley got killed.
McKinley was an amazing president.
Yeah, they kill the ones that are good, or at least try to do good things.
Yeah.
Who's the other one that got killed?
Garfield.
JFK.
Garfield.
Oh.
That's it, yeah.
Garfield was around that
Abraham
time too.
Lincoln.
Yeah, Garfield was before McKinley, but yeah, that's who I was thinking of.
Taft drowned in a bathtub because he was so fat.
I don't know how Taft died.
That's how he died.
There's that anecdote about him being lifted out of the bathtub. I've never heard about him drowning in a bathtub.
I thought he drowned in a bathtub because he died.
There's that
Not
old
because he was so
anecdote
fat.
about John. Find out how Howard Taft died.
William Howard Taft.
William Howard Taft. There's that anecdote about how he had to be like lifted by a crane out of the White House because he was too fat to get out of the tub.
When was he president?
1883, or I don't know.
Cardiovascular
Interesting.
disease.
Oh,
I don't believe Google.
1908.
His funeral was the first presidential funeral with broadcast on radio. Wow. All right. That's kind of a big deal.
Interesting.
He was so fat it made the radio news. That's awesome.
So he just died of a heart attack.
Well, I mean, yeah, he was massively obese, supposedly. Which massively obese back then was like your average Joe walking around Tennessee now.
Right.
So there's that.
Yeah. We need more cranes.
Not that I have any room to talk. But,
Yeah,
we need more cranes. I like cranes. I used to point out cranes as a child driving different places.
Yeah.
I was not an exciting 5-year-old.
You're not a who?
I was not an exciting 5-year-old.
That's pretty exciting. Cranes are like the tallest thing in the world.
Yeah, Boone points them out. He calls them diggers, but he calls anything that's yellow in construction equipment diggers.
It gets real hairy if you're around the wrong crowd and Boone sees some construction equipment.
I didn't hear you. I was laughing at the diggers thing.
Yeah, well, that's why it gets. That's what Boone calls construction equipment, and it gets real hairy if you're in the wrong crowd and Boone sees some of that.
I didn't even think about that.
You get a little nervous.
Got to put an emphasis on the D.
Yeah, right. Digger.
That didn't get better.
Boone. Pronounce the D at the beginning of the word.
I think he speaks pretty well for being two.
Dude, is that
He
Prince
does.
at the Harris watch party?
Prince is dead, right?
Nah.
No, they made.
He's in Antarctica.
Yeah, they made a big deal out of him dying, so he ain't dead. Yeah, he's Antarctica, North Korea, wherever they go.
That girl looks like she's having a great time. She looks miserable.
Where is Howard University?
Why do people wear suits and MAGA hats? I just don't like the look. It looks bad.
good with the black MAGA hat, but the red is off-putting.
They're trying to be Nick Fuentes, okay? Everybody suddenly loves him.
I hate that guy.
Me too. He's a little turd.
Isn't he
got
gay?
a likable persona.
Probably. I mean, he's Catholic. He's
Maybe I'm thinking of somebody.
I'm sorry about the mic.
Not a fan, Nick Fuentes.
Calling him out, bro.
He had a beef with Owen, and Owen won.
With who?
Owen Benjamin.
Owen Benjamin, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. The people at the people at the Trump watch party are much more subdued, it seems.
Yeah,
than the
why is
people at
Harris
the
dancing now?
party.
I know it changed like within the past 20 minutes. That Harris was like Trump wasn't. It's changed. It's
Here it
flipped.
comes, dude.
Maybe they're just excited to be out of their houses finally. Finally feel like they can venture out.
Yeah, is COVID still going on at Howard?
It might be, yeah. Oh, we're hearing from Philadelphia.
Here we go. Here goes the drama.
He just said we're not going to stop until we're finished.
Yeah. What
Well,
a dumb fucking thing to say. You had to call a press conference for that, you son of a bitch?
Notice I've got the lesbian sign languaging that. What a bunch of nonsense.
He turned around and they made him come back to the mic stand.
What is the bald dude yelling at him about?
I don't know.
That's his handler.
Is he speaking incantations into his ear?
Probably. I mean, that guy's looking like he's in robo mode right now.
Getting a download.
Yeah.
That woman's just doing a Macarena. She's not doing something.
That guy behind him was talking that whole time.
I know.
That's his handler.
Yeah, and look how I can't even say the word. Look how J-word he looks. The handler.
Well, I mean, once you see it, you can't unsee it.
That guy seems pissed. The one that's talking.
Dang, dude. How many times are you gonna walk away and come back?
Yeah.
What are they doing? Clapping?
He's rolling his eyes.
If Trump doesn't do anything else, please just release the P. Diddy and the Epstein list.
Please.
Please.
Trump has been on that plane.
And again, our website is vote.phila.gov.
Trump what?
I'm pretty sure Trump's been on those flights. At least one of those flights.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that picture.
We will continue until we stop. Thanks. Very helpful.
Those officials, Carson.
Those officials would never lie to you. They're officials.
Right.
I trust those guys 100%.
I've never seen a more sketchy
those,
looking.
Those random fat
Alex,
guys.
Why is Alex Jones not wearing this, dude?
Oh. You know it's real. He is pumped, dude. Does he
Oh my god.
Does he still rant about the interdimensional space aliens?
I'm sure he
The
is.
Clockwork Elves.
Does he still?
Yeah.
Oh, here it comes. Take it off, Alex.
Here comes the a legit gay dude.
Yeah,
taking his
Steven
shirt off.
Crowder is gay.
Legit.
Yes.
Get this pornography out.
I hate Steven Crowder, John. Get him out.
Alex
Alex Jones stripping is pretty funny.
Dude, AJ likes trannies too, though.
Who?
AJ does.
Yeah.
Does he?
Yeah, Blair Witch. What's her name?
I remember that whole scandal.
I don't know. I think AJ got compromised because he used to name certain names and now he won't.
Yeah, and his dad is big.
You gotta wonder.
His dad is big in the military.
Yep.
And there's even people that say he's on the Illuminati.
Oh,
card
what is
game.
what is that? What is that electoral map if you're at Diddy's house? Things.
Joe
Scroll
Rogan.
down a little bit.
That implies that you got date rape.
Yeah. Thanks. It's pretty
That's
funny.
why it's blurry.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate the help, though. It's very kind of you.
Oh, I thought this would be over by now.
Not a chance, buddy.
I gotta get up at 6:30 and go get moving.
I believe. I'll start the Exodus.
I think it's about that. So I think we called it 11:30. What do you say?
It's 11:33.
All right, 11:33. You can go or you can stay till
Do
then.
you want
It's
me
up
to
to
stay
you.
or do you want me to leave?
It's 100% up to you, sir.
No, I want you to make a decision. You're the manager.
I just work here, man. You're free, man. I'll be happy to have you.
I'll stay for like a couple more minutes.
But I don't want to keep you from getting rest.
I don't go to bed. I don't go to bed till 1.
I don't know who that is, but I agree.
Jeez.
Go up.
Why?
Yep. Good
Just
job,
work
man.
long days and don't have much time to myself. So
Damn. What do you do again?
I am a low voltage electrician for a security company, like a home security company.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Do a lot of networking though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good time. Maybe.
It's fine. I mean, I like being around blue collar people and
Yeah. Really using that nutrition degree.
yeah, really using it.
I mean, same. I'm not using mine at all.
I mean, if the coof didn't hit, I might have used it, but
Yeah. So, same.
Yeah.
Freaking same.
yeah.
But yeah. Sucks.
I don't know. I just realized I wouldn't be able to speak my mind the further down the certification rabbit hole I went. So
Yeah, that's hard. That's hard. That's the trouble with going into any kind of profession that you might actually be interested in, is you want to be able to, share that interest, and often you can't. Well, like the little bit of interest you have in the banking world, you can't really talk about at work.
No.
have you tried?
I have mentioned.
He wrote a manifesto and gave it to his last job.
Yeah, I did. I completely wrote a very long thing at my last bank. But my current bank, I've said a few things that I've hinted at it. I've never directly said it, which is probably cowardice, but I don't know.
What are we looking at? Pennsylvania, John. What does it say? All right, Trump's still about 3 points ahead. How much reporting? I can't tell. Okay.
Oh, that's Trump's number.
Ironic that we checked it just then. Michigan's back to red. Trump with a 6-point lead currently. I mean, it looks like they've accounted for Detroit. Fair enough. Okay.
Aren't there like a bunch of Muslims in Michigan, like in Dearborn?
Yeah.
Why do you know that?
Because this country's just been slowly just dying, and there's all kinds of insane things that you'd never think of that are happening.
That's just an odd fact.
Well, Minnesota
to know.
changed its state flag to the Somali national flag.
Why?
Because that's where all the Somalis live.
That many people got behind a movement to change the state flag to
Yeah.
the Somali. Wow.
They changed Mississippi's flag. Those cowards. They were the last bastion.
How do we change Tennessee's flag to something we want to change it to?
It needs to go back to the original flag.
I don't know what that was, to be honest with you.
It's beautiful. You'll just look into it.
Okay.
I've always thought the TriStar flag was so ugly.
It's not the prettiest flag in the world.
It's just a circle with 3 stars.
It's pretty boring. Like, whoever came up with that, they had a 2-year-old or an autistic 40-year-old come up with that flag. And either way, it doesn't look great.
Looks like a Yankee came up with it.
It does. Damn sons of bitch. I can't say this. I'm half Yankee. My mammy's from Michigan. I can't
like
say too
Michiganders.
much. Michigan's not too bad, man. The apple cider's good. The voices are horrible. But the apple cider's good and the people are nice.
Did they come down with the Saturn plant?
No, my mom came down for an insurance job, believe it or not. Back in the
I didn't know that.
70s.
It runs in the family.
Yeah, back in the 70s.
Carson broke the generational curse.
Doing how? I'm pretty sure it's still running strong. It's sprinting in my genes.
It's only 4 generations according to Deuteronomy.
Oh well, does my dad count as one? Because if
Depends
so, I'd be number 2.
It depends on if it started with your father.
Oh, I see. So hopefully it started well before him. We'll find out.
You're in rare form tonight, man.
I'm tired.
I watched your rant.
My rant?
The one on the last podcast.
I
watched it about 3 times.
I don't even remember what you're talking about.
You seem possessed, so I wouldn't be shocked.
Oh, yeah. I had a moment. It's
I'd
just.
say so. You
I
been
mean,
reading
the way
Nietzsche?
I'm sure Richard would have something to say about this. I'm sure were he here again, but like the way things are going, it's a real damned if you do, damned if you don't situation.
Yeah.
As far as just managing a life goes, and so I was a little frustrated.
I've been there, man. I feel you.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's another everybody's bitching about how nobody wants to work. I never got to finish that question the other day. Or earlier. So let me know what you like. I meet a lot of people who are want to work, who are looking for jobs. What's the complaint? Is it that people don't want to spend 12 hours a day at some nonsense corporate job? Is that the problem?
They're just tired of being exploited, dude.
Because I don't think great grandpappy spent 12 hours a day to corporate. I'm pretty sure he spent 8 hours a day to corporate and then went home. Yep.
No, great grandpappy spent 12 hours a day on his farm so that he could, send grandpappy to college, who was the first guy to work at a corporate job, and then grandpappy worked hard so his son could go to upper education and become a attorney, and then
right.
you have great grandson who doesn't know what the heck's going on and is struggling in life.
That's me. That one's me.
Yeah.
I think the COOF kind of blew the lid off of just how much BS is involved in everyday jobs, like the corporate world and even in blue collar too. But
yeah, Shimona.
Who?
Shimona.
Oh, the Shimano virus.
Yeah. Is that what you meant by the coof?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't like saying the real name.
Me either.
I don't like giving it real. I don't like giving it life.
Yeah.
It's all a
I
farce.
get that.
Definitely not the
But-
one that. Yeah.
The one with the number? Yeah, I don't like
Yeah.
saying that one.
But it's like I was saying to my point earlier, is, there's some fulfilling aspects of my job, but the days are long. It's hard work. A lot of people don't want to do that
Right.
type of thing. And then even if you get people hired on and they start off fine, they quickly peter off.
Yeah.
And their quality just disappears. And I'm a firm believer that the quality work comes from the heart. And if you're not bought into what you're doing, whether it's this job's just temporary and it's for a purpose and I have a greater goal to achieve and it's just a stepping stone, that's one way that you succeed in your job. But then another way is like you truly love it. And I think the facade that a lot of people were convincing themselves or were buying into pre-coof just kind of disappeared. And so people are wandering, whether they know it or not, looking for the right thing, something that's fulfilling, and that's just
You can't find that.
the options we're given. There's nothing.
Yeah.
There's really nothing fulfilling.
So what's a boy to do? You got to live somehow. Tyler, what are you going to do?
Me?
Well, a person. I'm just
What are you
using
gonna do? Oh, you
know,
just-
I'm just using your name as a filler.
You basically just trudge on until you can't.
Mm.
That's the primary solution.
That's an unfortunate primary solution.
The more radical solution is the Great Reset.
See, that sounds scary to me. You guys keep talking about the Great Reset.
That's the conclusion dude. Because you're just looking everywhere, and eventually, your will's just going to give out, and you're going to be like, this has to end.
Yeah.
Just like in freaking Westworld, after X amount of seasons of the park, it's like, hey, this has gotten boring. Let's write the ending.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, Trump's the last president,
not dramatic
baby.
at all.
And the ending doesn't even have to mean everybody dying.
No.
It could just mean a completely new, like, revelation. And it could mean everybody dying. I mean, look, the whole world seemed to be melted, and then we ended up here. But who knows, man? New systems, new ways of thinking, new revelation. Apocalypse just means, revealing, right?
Yeah.
Unveiling. So
I mean, it could be a process where like Trump's a legitimate character and he does work on removing the Fed. Not immediately, obviously. That would be stupid to do it immediately. But kind of integrating it, having an integrated separation from it to where real goods, things that actually hold value.
There was a big movement for that during 2020 and 2021,
Right.
with like a bunch of people pushing go to the Agora. I don't know where that whole movement went.
I've never heard of
I
that.
got excited about that. Agora's Greek, John, for like marketplace or something. I'm pretty sure.
we gotta go soon. I gotta
Yeah.
go to bed.
Yeah. We'll see what this is and I'll split.
I didn't ask you to click on anything. I just saw you looking it up, and so I thought I'd help.
Just go to Wikipedia.
I didn't tell you
they
to
would
look at
never
anything, did
steer
I?
anyone wrong.
You said go to the Agora, John.
Oh, no, that wasn't a command. That wasn't a request. That was
It was neither a request nor a command.
Yeah.
It was a statement.
simply a declarative statement of people were saying go to the Agora and talking about just like skipping out on the system way of exchanging goods and services and doing work and trying to circumvent that as best they
Yeah.
could, which is why I bought a 3D printer actually. Some guy
Great investment.
some guy on like it was the the Truth About Cancer people ran some kind of
The
like
Bollingers.
ran some kind of event, and he was on there and he was talking about how like if they come take your guns, get a 3D printer and you can print one if you need it. So I bought a 3D printer later that week, and you know what I've done with it? I printed a chessboard, guys. That's what I did. I printed a chessboard, and it's pretty cool.
You gotta start somewhere.
Yeah.
I've seen those 3D printed gun builds, and they're hard to get right.
Yeah, no, I mean, 3D printers are a pain in the
Yeah,
ass to
plus
use.
you only get one shot, right? It's like Jack Sparrow's pistol. But maybe I'm not understanding that
with
right.
with the 3D printed guns.
Yeah.
No, they make fully automatic, semi-automatic.
Well, you have
'Cause
to
all
you have to get you can print like the lowers
Yeah.
and shit. Is what Tyler's talking about.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, they printed uppers as well, but those are still work in progress. But
Yeah.
I've just followed some underground guys on Twitter.
I've looked at videos where they've like printed like an all plastic gun that you could like conceal for metal detectors, but it only works
Yeah.
once because the thing blows up.
Right. Yeah. That is what will happen with those. Yeah. Those do exist and can be made. I think there are some all plastic models, but you're right.
But you
they
have
can
to
only
have
be
a
used once.
plastic bullet. You'd
Right.
have to put a powder in them. And then I don't.
No, yeah, they're borderline pointless. It's not border. They are pointless.
I've seen some successful builds, but I don't know anything about them.
With the all plastic?
I don't know what plastic they use, but
Well, like with a completely plastic build, or are you talking about just like a plastic lower? Or
no, it's
plastic upper?
completely
Think
plastic.
about how
Oh,
useful that
wow.
would be
I don't know.
for assassins.
Yeah.
Just have everything plastic,
It'd
including
be
the bullet.
terrifying. I'd be afraid to leave my house.
Aren't you already?
Carson, this
Depends on the
this
day.
is going
yeah.
to sound mean, but who's going to assassinate you? I mean,
It didn't sound mean. It sounded honest.
Yeah.
I don't know. What if there's a crazy guy who just wants to murder me? I don't know.
this ain't going to be getting called for forever. I think we ought to.
Yeah.
They just called Georgia, but it looks like from what I'm reading, Pennsylvania's got some shenanigans going on.
It sounds like it.
Arizona, like Nevada, was starting with red with 2% called, and it just went away on CNN's thing.
Oh, there's some shenanigans. You're right. Shenanigans was a good
2020
word.
repeat.
I don't know, man.
All right.
Tomorrow morning might be interesting.
Final
Yeah,
thoughts from
maybe.
everybody, Tyler?
The president may not directly lower, or lower inflation, but he can do it indirectly, and that it lies with his policies on energy,
Ah, interesting.
and that works for the poor men. Maybe not for the middle class, but I have seen a major effect in the rising cost of energy. But
All right.
other than that, Christ is king, Trump Caesar.
He missed out on a great opportunity not using that as the tagline for this election. That would have been amazing. That was brilliant. Dude, thanks for coming. This has been fun.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks, brother.
I'll see y'all soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to have you
for
back
sure.
on.
Thanks for letting me steal your mic, brother. No worries, appreciate it.
All right, Carson, you got a final comment?
I think I can't improve on Christ is King, Trump is Caesar. That's the best thing
Yeah,
I've
but you
heard
know
in a
what?
long time.
You know what Jesus said?
What?
He said, "Give to Caesar what is Caesar's."
Right. So does that mean? Never mind. I don't need to finish that comment.
Well, Trump can have the United States. I don't care a dang thing about it. It's the United States of America that I would love to see revived.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. John, do you have anything to share? You've been mute for the past little bit because of all our technology issues tonight.
And I don't think I'm gonna reach, so no. This is all tangled
I mean,
up.
you can
Maybe
just
hey,
stand
maybe
there
we'll do
and-
a follow one Sunday, depending on what happens. I don't know.
Yeah,
Not a stream, but we'll talk to y'all soon.
Guys, yeah, you'll be hearing from us soon. Obviously, this
And-
is going out tonight. Do we have another episode coming out Thursday?
Yeah, we got
No?
Titanic.
Yeah,
We got-
All right. That makes
Titanic's
sense.
coming. Peyton, if you've listened, go Vols. I appreciate everything you've done for us. All right.
I wish I was a football fan so I could join in. But I'm not. All right, guys. Thanks for listening. Good luck in the morning, and we'll talk to y'all soon. Bye. Our top story tonight, some going down in November.
Wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a-brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil. Does Biden know what
Immigration
Mexico
policies.
is? Would you scare Joe Biden? What are we laughing at? I think
Butthole.
Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem? Complete, absolute incompetence. Like, who funds the news? It's a freaking inside job, man. That the entire world's a stage and everything's fake.
Our top story tonight, some going down in November.
Wars, spending.
There has got to be something big a brewing.
They're using geese to guard prisons in Brazil.
Does Biden know what Mexico is?
Would you scare Joe Biden?
What are we laughing at?
I think Billy Mays was real.
I'm a world-class skeptic.
I don't know anything about Hunter Biden. I don't know who's big into cocaine and laptops. Why is that our problem?